1601. Crossing the world to perfection. The fusion will of the immortal boat ancestral realm is extremely xenophobic, and there is Tao annihilation within. If one forcibly probes, this will directly self-destruct. Not only will there be no gain, but it will also invite Tao annihilation again. Only through this method can one understand its mysteries. After infiltrating the immortal boat ancestral realm for 20 years, only 2 months have passed in the outside world. Li Fan believes it is worth it to exchange for the secrets here. Li Fan, in the state of mystery in the womb, might have to spend some effort to understand the scene before him. But Li Fan, who has awakened his original consciousness, can instantly see the biggest secret here. Tao annihilation is uncontrollable. Even the slightest manifestation in this world will cause world-destroying shockwaves, like continuous waves. Yet here, Tao annihilation is so calm. Unbelievable. If the Tao annihilation Li Fan had seen before was like a raging wave on the seashore, then in this immortal boat ancestral realm, the Tao annihilation surrounded by the will of countless cultivators transformed into rings is like an extremely calm pond. The fusion will of the immortal boat ancestral realm is less like a dam and more like steps outside the pond. It should not have the ability to resist Tao annihilation. But Li Fan found an empty spot and sat cross-legged, imitating the other cultivators. The originally pitch-black space instantly became bright. The thoughts and voices of all the cultivators present echoed clearly and incessantly. Everything within reach of the mind could be observed. Above the Tao annihilation surrounded by the crowd, there floated thousands of light spots of different colors. These light spots reflected the original aura of death and annihilation, presenting a different kind of vitality. Li Fan's divine sense made contact with these light spots floating above the Tao annihilation, and in a trance, he saw countless scenes of the birth and death of worlds. Then he suddenly realized, the characteristics of Tao annihilation will not change. The reason why it does not show violent turbulence is because the contact between Tao annihilation and the entire immortal boat ancestral realm is divided into these countless small worlds. Although they seem illusory, they are actually materialized by the wills of the talented individuals here. In a sense, they are no different from the real world. Creating targets in the void, actively allowing Tao annihilation to devour them. Breaking the whole into parts, dispersing it into countless pieces, and reducing the impact when Tao annihilation affects them. Li Fan instantly understood the survival method created by the immortal boat ancestral realm over millions of years and countless generations of effort. The profound yellow immortal realm can also learn from this. With this set of protective measures, the shock received when colliding with the mountains and seas in the future will be greatly reduced. There will also be a greater chance of successfully crossing the mountains and seas. However, these worlds used as buffers and transformed into will are destined to be sacrificed. I cannot do that, and given the scale of the profound yellow immortal realm, the required world will is 10,000 times greater than that of the immortal boat ancestral realm. If I start cultivating them from scratch, it would take too long. Li Fan's heart stirred, and he had already made a decision. Let me be merciful and save you from this endless cycle of nightmares. In the fusional space, an infinite light suddenly bloomed from Li Fan's body. While completely illuminating this secluded place, it also attracted the attention of all the figures present. Everyone fixed their eyes and saw a magnificent world, looming in the light. 4 heavenly gates stood in the sky. Cultivators were like stars, adorning the void. On the vast land, there was an even more vibrant scene. Compared to this magnificent world, their world instantly paled in comparison. What luck to be born in this world! As soon as this thought arose, it spread like a virus throughout all the cultivators here. They stared intently at the scene of the profound yellow immortal realm above Li Fan's head, and even forgot to pay attention to the central Tao annihilation for a moment. Seemingly sensing their inner desires, a circle of light resembling a doorway suddenly appeared from the illusory scene. Li Fan took the lead and flew into it. After a burst of light and shadow distortion, he actually entered that magnificent immortal realm. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone's hearts. What is going on? However, before they could even feel doubt, many inciting thoughts such as, how fortunate, this is a God-given opportunity to attain the Tao, regret will be eternal if missed, the example is right before our eyes, no need to hesitate, swept over everyone like a storm. On the spot, 1/10 of the figures followed Li Fan into the light in a daze. No, be careful, someone became alert and wanted to speak out to remind them. But the moment they opened their mouth, their expression changed drastically. As if they had become a different person, they also slowly walked into the illusory passage. Even though this place was the essence of the Immortal Boat ancestral realm's million-year heritage, it could not withstand the incitement of a strong person like Li Fan. In a few breaths, a large portion of the cultivators in the fusion will had been forcibly taken away by Li Fan. And Li Fan did not intend to let go of those who were still struggling to support themselves. He personally took action and led them one by one into the profound yellow immortal realm. Without these geniuses maintaining the world of will and acting as sandbags to meet the Tao annihilation, which was originally as calm as a pond, began to violently surge as if it had been boiled. The Immortal Boat ancestral realm also fell into a precarious situation in an instant. The profound yellow light and shadow manifested on Li Fan's body instantly expanded, enveloping the entire Immortal Boat ancestral realm. Before the out-of-control Tao annihilation completely swallowed the Immortal Boat ancestral realm, he transferred them all to the profound yellow immortal realm. In the Rotten K Taoist temple, the square space representing the Immortal Boat ancestral realm became completely silent and dark. There was no more vitality or light shining. In the profound yellow immortal realm, however, there was an additional group of foreign people. However, after arriving in this homeland that they dared not even imagine in their dreams, these foreign people quickly became even more devout than the original inhabitants of the profound yellow immortal realm. In the Immortal Boat ancestral realm, there was originally a savior god who had been worshipped by hundreds of millions of people for millions of years. It was just that now, the so-called god had been personified. Thus, the people of the Immortal Boat quickly transformed their beliefs and became fanatical believers of the primal chaos profound yellow world ruling numinous celestial Venerable. After all, they had truly been saved from a world that was in constant danger of being destroyed. And the vast fusion will of the Immortal Boat ancestral realm was forcibly divided by Li Fan and transformed into countless figures. These geniuses, not to mention compared to Su Bai and Chuan Fa, are not even as good as those on the conferred god list of the profound yellow immortal realm. But they have their own unique value. If Chuan Fa and the others are the helmsmen and sailors on the profound yellow immortal boat, then these people are air cushions spread all over the outside of the ship, acting as buffers. The more, the better. There is no place for them in the sky. Then go to the profound yellow land. These phantoms immediately obeyed and flew to all parts of the profound yellow immortal realm. They transformed into land gods, mountain gods, and river earls, who were in charge of one side of the mountains and rivers. While being responsible for promoting and maintaining the great image of the profound yellow holy Venerable, they used the method of the Immortal Boat ancestral realm to select suitable seedlings in their jurisdiction, continuously providing Li Fan with qualified air cushion wills. In order not to affect the normal cultivation of the profound yellow immortal realm, they often chose from the dead or the wills about to dissipate. This is the way of the yin gods. Yin and yang go hand in hand, protecting the immortal boat without worry. Li Fan sat high above the sky, and with a single thought, he caused drastic changes in the world. This was the power of being the profound yellow holy Venerable. The addition of the yin god cultivation system seemed to be a great tonic for the profound yellow immortal realm. Li Fan clearly felt that the great elixir of the profound yellow immortal realm had become more stable and complete. The small cracks that were originally all over the immortal boat were slowly filled. The entire profound yellow realm already showed signs of perfection. This was beyond Li Fan's expectations. It was just a casual act, but I didn't expect to have unexpected gains. It seems that this kind of path should have existed between the mountains and seas. But for some reason, it has disappeared. Now it has been reproduced by me. It seems that the ancient ships are more suitable for sailing between the mountains and seas. Li Fan looked at the continuous mountains and seas outside the profound yellow heaven. His vision seemed to penetrate Tao annihilation and resist the infinite mortal world that had been swallowed. When I first entered the infinite sea, I didn't know how to hide myself. I really exposed myself and attracted the attention of a certain existence at the bottom of the infinite sea. That deep sea area condensed by unimaginable ancient possibilities. Perhaps only ships old enough can cross and sail into it. Just as Li Fan was thinking about the secrets of the mountains and seas, a slight movement from the profound yellow immortal realm interrupted his thoughts. According to common sense, Li Fan, as the profound yellow holy Venerable, high above the ground, should not be attracted by mortal ants. But at this moment, after witnessing what had happened on the earth, Li Fan was in a great mood, as comfortable as drinking a bowl of iced plum juice on a hot summer day. He had not felt this comfortable for a long time. The cause of the matter was precisely those devout people of the immortal boat. In the profound yellow immortal realm, Although everyone admired the primal chaos profound yellow world ruling numinous celestial venerable, most cultivators were still in the stage of struggling to survive because the drastic changes in the world had not passed for long. Even because of the influence of the past concept of cultivators cultivating and transcending the mundane, people from the bottom of their hearts still placed more hope on their own cultivation breakthroughs. In the profound yellow land, there were actually not many temples worshipping the profound yellow holy venerable. But after this group of immortal boat people came, it was different. In their eyes, the temples and statues of the holy venerable were essential. More important than the lives of these ants. Thus, wherever they went, holy temples rose from the ground. In addition to the traditional primal chaos profound yellow world ruling numinous celestial venerable divine title, other different divine titles were also derived. Such as primal beginning origin profound yellow venerable father, Hanmung profound sage creation great sage and so on. Although it had no lasting impact on Li Fan himself, as the voices of profound yellow parents flowed among the living beings of the world, Li Fan keenly realized that the relationship between himself and the profound yellow immortal realm had become closer in an invisible way. As the saying goes, the Father gives birth to the heavens last forever, the Mother gives birth to the earth lasts forever. It is because of me, these parents, that the profound yellow immortal realm has its present state. Even if you can transcend and cross the mountains and seas in the future, you must still be under my feet. Li Fan said faintly. Between the profound yellow heavens and earth, there were bursts of imperceptible roars. It seemed to be responding. After a trip to the immortal boat ancestral realm, the profound yellow immortal realm reached the state of transcendence faster than expected. Perhaps, after eating the light Wu star sea, it will be truly complete. A flash of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and he looked into the distance of the star sea. The Shuo star sea was no longer a concern after Li Fan's sweep. The remaining sporadic true immortals could also be successfully suppressed by the Tao harmonization true immortals within the profound yellow immortal realm. It just so happens that the road to the light Wu star sea is submerged by Tao annihilation. Let's test how good my immortal boat is. This was the first formal collision between the profound yellow immortal boat and Tao annihilation, and it was also a rehearsal for hitting the mountains and seas. Li Fan naturally attached great importance to it. He set the date 100 years later, and at the same time, with a slight movement of his will, he slightly relaxed the suppression of cultivators by the profound yellow heaven and earth. Cultivators became easier to cultivate, and in just a few days, almost one star rose from the earth. The sparse profound yellow starry sky gradually became bright and starry. And the names on the profound yellow conferred god list were also increasing day by day. But the number of dojos in the outer heavens was still not increasing much. As the first two cultivators to harmonize with the Tao, the relationship between Chuan Fa and Su Bai can be said to be very close. Especially before, the two of them had joined hands to go out and explore the Shuo Star Sea. Although they did not find the method of longevity they wanted, their experience in fighting with several true immortals broadened their horizons a lot. Brother Tuo, can you feel the recent anomalies in the world? Could it be that the so-called doomsday catastrophe is coming? Su Bai asked worriedly in a low voice. Chuan Fa smiled and shook his head. Brother Su, don't worry. I think it's that one, who is thinking of moving after being still for too long. He pointed to the top of his head and said softly. Su Bai's eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly realized. The worry on his face did not decrease but increased. Even so, it is still a disaster rather than a blessing for the profound yellow beings. We have previously explored the periphery of the light Wu Star Sea. There is no way to go, nowhere to go. If changes occur again, I am afraid that we will. Chuan Fa and Su Bai looked at each other, and their hearts were shocked. Brave the wind and waves, cross Tao annihilation. The dojo fell into silence for a while. After a long time, Chuan Fa finally opened his mouth and said, although the beings are suffering, it is a rare opportunity for us heavenly people. Not only can we go to other star fields, but more importantly, we can be in this world and closely observe the waves of Tao annihilation. Brother Su needs to know that only transcendent experts in the past could have such an opportunity. Su Bai nodded. I naturally understand this principle. With Brother Tuo's talent, perhaps you can comprehend the law by observing Tao annihilation and take this last step. Chuan Fa laughed. In terms of talent, Brother Su, you are not below me. Su Bai's expression remained unchanged, which was considered a default. He did not show any pride, but whispered, but I always have a feeling in my heart. If we really take that step, I am afraid that the ending will not be good. Chuan Fa was slightly surprised when he heard this. Brother Su, what are you talking about? I don't have this feeling in my heart. Su Bai frowned, hesitated several times, and finally shook his head and said, I can't explain it clearly either. It's just that I often recall the feeling of heart palpitations that suddenly arose that day, and many bizarre pictures always appear in my mind. Su Bai explained his abnormalities in detail. Chuan Fa looked thoughtful, as if he understood something. 1602. Xuanwang Ferry Road is blocked. Because of his ancestor, the mysterious Heaven King, and that mysterious, grandpa ancestor, Xuanfa knew more about the possibilities outside of Xuanwang than other Dao harmonization cultivators in Xuanwang. Su Brother's situation seems to be sensing another version of himself in other possibilities. The impact is so great, even a transcendent expert, Xuanfa naturally understood the paths outside the Xuanwang immortal world cultivation system. It was a realm he could not reach, a realm he had to give up on. His ancestor, Zan Yuanong, was precisely a strongman of this realm. For a time, Xuanfa looked at Su Fan before him, his heart filled with mixed feelings. However, thinking of the fear that would arise in the other party's heart from time to time, Xuanfa vaguely understood that the existence of another self in the transcendent realm might not be a good thing. After thinking carefully, Xuanfa told Su Fan everything he knew. Unexpectedly, after Su Bai learned all of this, his state of mind calmed down instead. I see, he said calmly, letting out a long breath. Another me. If I'm not mistaken, when all versions of me meet, one will definitely be devoured. And right now, I am the weaker one to be eaten. All the fear in my heart comes from this. Xuanfa nodded slightly. If that's all it is, then there's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I'll just stay here for the rest of my life and not go out, Su Bai smiled freely. The world we are in is already big enough. Perhaps we will not be able to explore it all in our entire lives. Why should we expect to go further and step into the mountains and seas? Human desires are endless. Who knows if there are other mountains and seas beyond the mountains and seas? Where will the end be? Moreover, I have a faint feeling in my heart. As long as we are within the Xuanwang immortal world, perhaps we don't need to take that step ourselves to see all the mountains and seas, Su Bai said lightly. Xuanfa was stunned at first and could not understand Su Bai's meaning quickly. But after thinking for a moment, he slowly reacted, perhaps, your premonition is right. The two of them tacitly did not look up, but just looked at the dojos gradually rising in the outer heavens. They felt an aura of an impending storm. 100 years passed in a flash. The changes in the Xuanwang immortal world were not many. It was just that the investiture of the gods was almost filled with names, there were more stars in the sky, and the dojos and palaces in the outer heavens were already quite large. On this day, the number of Dao harmonization ascenders in Xuanwang reached the extreme of 99. The number of those with names on the investiture of the gods had already exceeded 1,000. The stars in the sky were even more countless. Li Fan sat in the center of Xuanwang, looking at the immortal ferry he had built with his own hands. The satisfaction in his heart was beyond words. The feedback effect of the open black lens bracket sitting heaven art close black lens bracket still existed. Even because of the deepening connection between him and the Xuanwang immortal world, the feedback power he received in the past 100 years was even greater than when the Xuanwang world ascended and sublimated before. The phantom in his palm flickered, showing the current scene of the Xuanwang immortal world, which was full of immortals. With these feedback phantoms, the Xuanwang immortal ferry is like having almost endless backup repair energy. Even if a certain area is damaged, as long as the overall structure of the Xuanwang immortal world remains, I can restore it instantly. The certainty of crossing mountains and seas has increased by several points. Now that the time has come, let's see how the immortal ferry performs in the face of the mountain and sea tides. Li Fan stood up suddenly, as if standing at the bow of the immortal ferry, his eyes looking at the distant light-wielding star sea beyond the land of annihilation. Sailing through the wind and waves, it's today. The Xuanwang immortal world remained motionless. It seemed that there was no change compared to the past. But in fact, the entire world, together with the Rotten K Dao field, had transformed into a boat and began to move slowly. It was just the beginning that set off a shocking wave. Although the Shuo Star Sea had already been swept away by the Xuanwang immortals in the past 100 years, it was still a place where vitality gathered. Now that the Xuanwang immortal ferry had set sail, the Shuo Star Sea was like a block of ice blocking the bow of the ship. It was easily smashed to pieces. Although it was better than the destruction of the Tao annihilation, it would probably take millions of years to conceive life again. After crushing the Shuo Star Sea, they arrived at the border of the Life Star Sea. There was no way forward, but Li Fan waved his hand and continued to control the Xuanwang Immortal Ferry to meet it head-on. The speed became faster and faster, and they slammed into the void boundary. The Xuanwang Immortal Ferry, its phantom flickered. The vast world disappeared, leaving only a mess and the broken remains of the Shuo Star Sea. Without the support of the Shukyu Phantom, the starry sky could no longer withstand the pressure of the Tao annihilation. The response of the Tao annihilation was also extremely rapid. Wisps of black air quickly emerged from all parts of the Shuo Star Sea. It seemed that this starry sky would not be able to wait for the day of life's recovery. At this moment, the Xuanwang Immortal Ferry seemed to have crashed into a storm, and the hull shook violently. It looked like it was about to fall apart. Li Fan vaguely remembered that in his previous life, Ziyi just waved her hand gently and forcibly opened up a path in the void swallowed by the Tao annihilation. Walking in the void of Tao annihilation was easy and freehand, without any danger at all. However, when Li Fan tried to cross the mountains and seas himself, the situation was completely different. Even if, purely from a theoretical point of view, the current configuration of the Xuanwang Immortal World could definitely cross safely. But it was just theory. The Xuanwang Immortal Ferry, facing the Tao annihilation for the first time, encountered various situations that did not appear in the previous deductions. The most obvious was the ubiquitous erosion impact of the Tao annihilation. The Xuanwang Immortal World was only close to perfection, not truly perfect. The cracks in the hull had been filled by Li Fan as much as possible, but they had not been completely eliminated. The moment they entered the Tao annihilation, the power of corrosion flowed into the Immortal Ferry along these cracks. In an instant, the sky of the Xuanwang Immortal World was covered with a layer of black cloth, becoming dim and dull. Not only in the sky, but also in every corner of the world, countless tiny black cracks appeared at the same time. A terrifying aura flowed out of these cracks. It was the image of the Tao annihilation swallowing. As the master of the Xuanwang Immortal Ferry, Li Fan was not alarmed and quickly instructed Mo Sha and Dao Yichong to fill these cracks as much as possible. At the same time, he crushed a phantom in his palm. Infinite energy poured out from the broken phantom. It swarmed towards all parts of the Xuanwang Immortal World. It was like a flash of lightning, illuminating the dark Xuanwang Immortal World. With the rapid replenishment of backup energy, the Xuanwang Heaven and Earth itself began to rapidly evolve. The areas swallowed by the Tao annihilation were regenerated. The cracks between Heaven and Earth gradually became smaller. The abnormality seemed to be about to disappear. However, these patching and plugging behaviors could not fundamentally prevent the erosion of the Tao annihilation. And the imperfect cracks in the Xuanwang Immortal World still remained. After being briefly repelled, the Tao annihilation quickly made a comeback. A large number of corrosive black cracks were generated in other different places in the Heaven and Earth. With the experience of the first wave of response, Li Fan was even less flustered. He patched up in an orderly manner. So in this kind of confrontation, the sky of the Xuanwang Immortal World kept changing back and forth between the dim and bright states. If you don't enter the mountains and seas yourself, you don't know your own rudeness. I originally thought that the Xuanwang Immortal World was close to a perfect state, but I didn't expect that there were still so many flaws when I entered the Tao annihilation. Fortunately, I have made sufficient preparations. And, Mo Sha and Dao Yichong, who were placed high hopes by Li Fan, were not only quickly adapting to living in the Tao annihilation, but also trying to repair the tiny cracks in the Immortal Ferry. The fewer the cracks, the smaller the wind and waves. The more perfect the hull, the more worry-free the crossing. The Xuanwang Immortal World was fine for the time being, but the condition of the creatures in the Xuanwang Immortal World was not optimistic. Crossing the Tao annihilation was already officially in the mountains and seas. Therefore, in the world of interwoven light and darkness, the magnificent and continuous illusory images of mountains and seas appeared from time to time. The infinite sea, the mountain above. These things that Li Fan had gradually become accustomed to. For the creatures in the Xuanwang Immortal World, they were still an incredibly shocking existence. More than 9/10 of the lives were instantly wiped out because they could not withstand the pressure of the mountains and seas the moment they saw the mountains and seas. They disappeared and fell too quickly, and even their remaining consciousness did not have time to be preserved by the Heaven and Earth. They did not even have the possibility of rebuilding in the state of Yin God. The originally vibrant Xuanwang Immortal World instantly became desolate. Seeing such a tragic scene, Li Fan, as the parent of Xuanwang, did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face. In his opinion, these lives that could not withstand even the first wave of wind and waves were completely worthless to him. Let them die. With a slight thought, a large number of new lives were quickly conceived again. What was really worth paying attention to were those who survived and were strong enough to serve as sailors. Although they barely saved their lives, most of them were also in a state of panic in the face of the illusory images of mountains and seas that flashed from time to time. What are these? Such a vast mountain and sea, I am in it, and I am not even an ant. Not even. The sea is overturned, and the mountains are upside down. They are about to overwhelm us. Outside of Xuanwang, is this the scene? Holy Venerable is above, Holy Venerable is above. Panic, fear, and trepidation occupied their minds. Countless fantasies were presented in their minds in a chaotic manner. Even if they tried their best to remain calm, it was difficult to protect their minds. Inevitably, they became crazy. Moreover, it was like falling into a quagmire. Once the fear of mountains and seas was generated, it would become deeper and deeper. At first, they could barely resist, but eventually they would completely fall. Just when all living beings were in awe of the power of mountains and seas and could not live in peace, a magnificent and stalwart figure reappeared above the sky of the Xuanwang immortal world. It was the open black lens bracket primal chaos Xuanwang world governing spirit firmament Holy Venerable close black lens bracket. Unlike in the past, this time, the Holy Venerable looked down, but a trace of sorrow flashed in his eyes, and he let out an inexplicable sigh. The sound was like thunder, continuous and endless, resounding throughout the heaven and earth. The huge figure of the Holy Venerable also emitted infinite warm light. Sound and light gathered together, as if bringing the still surviving beings to a warm haven. The terrifying illusory images of mountains and seas in their hearts slowly disappeared. The people who gradually regained their sanity all wept bitterly, knelt on the ground, and praised the merits of the Holy Venerable. However, they did not know that Li Fan only took action to save them because of the stability of the immortal fairy. These people who could not face the power of mountains and seas themselves had been included in the list of those who could be abandoned at any time. When they officially entered the mountains and seas and faced the impact of the Tao annihilation, they would be the time to contribute themselves. There are 762 people who do not shrink back from the power of the mountains and seas. There are 167 people who can face it calmly without fear. There are as many as 76 people who are even inspired and rise to the challenge. Very good, this is where the foundation of my Xuanwang immortal fairy lies. Being able to understand the hearts of the Xuanwang people at any time, Li Fan was still very satisfied with the current result. Although they were under the protection of the immortal fairy, and what they saw were not real mountains and seas. However, in fact, these people had already met the most basic mental requirements for crossing the mountains and seas. However, this is just the first wave. The real disaster is still behind. Li Fan thought silently in his heart. If crossing the Tao annihilation was so simple, then I am afraid that countless transcendent experts would have appeared in the mountains and seas these years. Based on Li Fan's understanding of the Tao annihilation, he knew that the Tao annihilation was extremely cunning and possessed its own offensive consciousness. When it sensed foreign objects floating on the Tao annihilation, it would soon launch a more violent offensive against them, until it completely swallowed them. The longer you stay in the Tao annihilation, the harder it is to survive. Thousands of waves, as long as you can't hold on to one, you will lose all your previous efforts. Fortunately, this journey is not too far. Li Fan's prediction was correct. After safely passing a period of time, the erosion of the Tao annihilation not only did not subside, but became more and more fierce. Not only were there numerous strange phenomena in the heaven and earth, but even the entire heaven and earth could not control the violent shaking. The collapse of mountains and the change of river flow were just common occurrences. Even more, a large number of stars fell from the sky. That was the phenomenon caused by the death of the Xuanwang immortal world's nascent soul realm cultivators who could not withstand it. According to common sense, once one achieved the nascent soul, one could be immortal and coexist with the Xuanwang heaven and earth. But the current situation was that the Xuanwang heaven and earth itself was in a state of crisis, and the cave area refined by the nascent soul cultivator was accidentally swallowed by the Tao annihilation. Naturally, they had no reason to survive. Only those on the investiture of the gods and the Tao harmonization people could survive safely under the protection of the Xuanwang immortal fairy. The wind and waves are really a bit too big. Li Fan stood in the heaven and earth and said so. This crossing can be said to be quite embarrassing. The non-stop repair consumed a full 3 Xuanwang immortal fairy phantoms. But fortunately, we finally persevered and did not disintegrate. Even, the overall state of the immortal fairy can still remain intact. As long as we get out of the Tao annihilation, we can instantly restore to its peak state. The most important thing is that the first time we went into the water, all the flaws of the immortal fairy were exposed. When I return to the shore, I will refine it, and the immortal fairy will be truly perfect. Li Fan was quite satisfied with the results of this crossing experiment. Rest ahead and resupply. The light-wielding Star Sea had arrived. 1603. The Book of Heaven destroys Guangwu. The Xuanwang immortal ship arrived, descending upon the Guangwu Star Sea. A single stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The sudden appearance and rapid impact of this enormous immortal ship, without any warning, caused the entire starry sky to tremble violently. In an instant, dozens of rays of light flew out from the depths of the Guangwu Star Sea, coming to investigate. The aura emanating from each figure was no different from that of a true immortal. In the previous life, Zi pacified the Guangwu Star Sea, leaving behind more than 300 true immortal purple talismans. And there were also many nameless individuals stationed at the dam. Within the Xuanwang realm, there are only 99 true immortals. However, the advantage lies with me. Li Fan lightly waved his hand, and a beam of light soared into the sky, instantly rising along the boundary line of the Xuanwang immortal realm, directly separating this small space from the Guangwu Star Sea. Those Guangwu true immortals who came to investigate flew to the edge of this barrier, but it was as if they had encountered a natural chasm, unable to advance even half a step further. At the same time, within the Xuanwang immortal realm, 99 Dao integration cultivators flew out together, meeting these Guangwu true immortals head-on. Without a word of unnecessary nonsense, they immediately unleashed their full-strength killing moves. The Xuanwang Dao integration cultivators, relying on the open black lens bracket power close black lens bracket of the Xuanwang immortal realm and borrowing the boundless connection of the 4 great heavenly gates, achieve the realm of open black lens bracket immortality close black lens bracket. The true strength they could display was actually somewhat weaker than that of a true immortal, especially after leaving the Xuanwang immortal realm. However, at Li Fan's prompting, the Xuanwang immortal ship suddenly bloomed with infinite light and phantom images. In an instant, it enveloped the battlefield of immortals, making it seem as if they were fighting on their home turf. Meanwhile, the Guangwu true immortals were suppressed by the Xuanwang heaven and earth. With the rise and fall of strength, and still fighting with numbers, there was not much suspense in the battle situation. After ascending to the immortal realm, it was not so easy to be killed or subdued. Generally speaking, even if one couldn't win, they could escape and preserve their own life. However, the Xuanwang Dao integration cultivators each held a open black lens bracket immortal binding lock close black lens bracket bestowed by the Xuanwang Holy One. Once restrained by the immortal binding lock, even a true immortal would instantly become like immortal, losing all divine powers and magic. Therefore, in this initial battle, the Xuanwang immortal realm side hardly exerted any effort and easily won. At Li Fan's prompting, the first batch of captured Guangwu true immortals were all imprisoned in a 9-story exquisite Xuanwang pagoda manifested in the outer heavens. Once all the captives were imprisoned inside, the pagoda door slammed shut. After a moment, the Xuanwang pagoda began to emit a large amount of Xuanwang qi outwards. Half of this Xuanwang qi dissipated into the heavens and earth. The other half, however, flew directly towards the group of Dao integration cultivators. As the Xuanwang qi entered their bodies, the memories of cultivation and the feelings of enlightenment of true immortals instantly flooded into the minds of these Dao integration cultivators. Although not complete, only some scattered fragments, it was definitely a great supplement for these cultivators who had just entered the immortal realm. "Thank you, Holy One, for your compassion," they sincerely and gratefully said. Following the Holy One's instructions, they seized the time to digest the gains bestowed by the Xuanwang pagoda. The so-called immortal binding rope, its core is actually the power of Wuji, combined with various immortal arrays to refine a simple treasure. Although the refining technique is relatively simple, even somewhat crude, the level of power is too high, and it naturally has a restraining effect on ordinary true immortals. Within the exquisite Xuanwang pagoda, Mosha and Daoyi insects are everywhere. Once a true immortal is imprisoned within, Mosha and Daoyi insects will devour them, feeding back the true immortal foundation to the outside world. This is what is called, using war to support war. The nourishment of more than 30 true immortals is only dispensable for the current Xuanwang immortal realm. After suffering such a huge loss all of a sudden, the Guangwu Star Seaside was obviously a little dumbfounded. For a long time, there was no more movement. They didn't even send anyone to test the waters. However, it was obvious that they would definitely not let it go so easily. Li Fan also took advantage of this time to urge the Xuanwang immortal ship to drop anchor, trying to take root and dock within the Guangwu Star Sea as much as possible. Saying it was dropping anchor, it was actually the Xuanwang immortal realm turning the space area originally belonging to the Guangwu Star Sea into its own. At the edge of the Xuanwang immortal realm, countless invisible Daoyi insects flew out frantically, gnawing at everything outside. These Daoyi insects were like the activated Xuanwang boundary. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of gray armor was added to the periphery of the Xuanwang immortal ship. The immortal ship needs further refinement to reach the realm of perfection. These are the consumables needed for refinement. Of course, these alone are far from enough. In the outer heavens, above the Xuanwang pagoda, a huge transparent furnace reappeared, visible only to Li Fan. With a gentle point, the furnace expanded outwards in an instant, enveloping the entire Xuanwang immortal ship. With a flash of yellow light, Pippa leapt to the top of the furnace, protecting the immortal ship. The strands of Xuanwang Qi released by the Xuanwang pagoda, as well as the starry sky devoured by the Daoyi insects outside, gathered and merged in the furnace. They transformed into wisps of misty Qi, drifting towards the Xuanwang immortal ship, revealing the many flaws exposed in the Dao annihilation. While presiding over the refinement, Li Fan's gaze also occasionally drifted to the depths of the Guangwu Star Sea. For such a long time, there's been no movement. They shouldn't be afraid, but want to accomplish everything in one battle. Just as Li Fan had expected. After more than half a day of calm, a stream of light rapidly sped from the Guangwu Star Sea. In an instant, it had reached outside the Xuanwang boundary, beyond the surging light curtain. The stream of light stopped, revealing its true appearance. It was a seemingly ordinary bead. As expected, it's you, the Dao Epic Projection Bead. As this thought flashed through Li Fan's mind, infinite light and shadows, from the ancient past to the eternal future, all the Dao techniques and divine powers that all possible beings had ever used, burst forth in this light and shadow. The dazzling and intense light enveloped the Xuanwang immortal realm. At this moment, under the full eruption of the Dao Epic Projection Bead, it could even easily destroy an entire possibility. However, since Li Fan already knew of the existence of the Dao Epic Projection Bead, how could he not take precautions? Although divine powers are vast, a single ship can sail. Faced with the siege of divine power projections from countless different geniuses, Li Fan's expression did not change at all. Calm and composed, he watched as the Xuanwang immortal realm was hit hard by countless projections at the same time. Just like when it previously sailed into the Dao annihilation, the Xuanwang heaven and earth trembled violently. This time, it was not a large-scale, intense tremor, but as if being hit by billions of hailstones at the same time. The small and dense whistling sound of explosions, accompanied by the occasional huge roar, drowned the entire world in these noisy sounds. It was like being caught in a torrential rain. The Xuanwang immortal ship inevitably suffered damage. However, under the blessing of the eternal Great Tao and the feedback shadow of Li Fan's sitting heaven incantation, all the losses only existed for a moment. Then, they were quickly repaired. Not only that, the imprints left by these Dao techniques and divine powers in the Xuanwang realm were also recorded by the huge furnace covering the heaven and earth. The more powerful the divine power spell, the deeper the damage it caused to the Xuanwang realm, and the more obvious the imprint it left behind. Therefore, it is more easily replicated. With a casual wave of Li Fan's hand, another long scroll slowly formed in the celestial heavens, besides the investiture of the gods, which recorded countless names. It was as if countless brushes were diligently writing on the long scroll. All the divine abilities recorded in the Dao Epic Projection Pearls were replicated onto this scroll. Dao Epic Projection can only be used once. But my myriad Dao Heavenly Scroll can be used repeatedly. Li Fan stretched out his hand, and a Xuanwang Immortal Realm phantom in his palm floated towards the scroll. The originally recorded illusory images quickly became solid after absorbing the Xuanwang phantom. From time to time, streaks of lightning flashed, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. The divine abilities contained in the Dao Epic Projection Pearls were not endless either. After pouring down like a torrential rain for a full 3 years, they were finally exhausted. And when the Xuanwang Immortal Realm revealed its intact appearance from the submerged light and shadow, the Guangwu Star Sea fell into complete silence. And before they could react, a scroll of heavenly scripture had already drifted over. The heavenly scripture stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, seemingly encompassing the entire Guangwu Star Sea. After a flash of light, endless phantoms of divine abilities emerged from it. It was as if a torrential rain was pouring down, instantly submerging the Guangwu Star Sea. Returning the favor in the same coin, Li Fan chuckled and crushed another Xuanwang phantom in his palm. He threw out another scroll of heavenly scripture. The rain became even denser, pitch black, completely covering the original appearance of the Guangwu Star Sea. Occasionally, there were fluctuations of aura, seemingly trying to break free from the projection of divine abilities. Li Fan immediately added another scroll of heavenly scripture. After 9 scrolls of heavenly scripture were smashed down in a row, the Guangwu Star Sea completely lost any ability to resist. And this continuous reign of divine abilities lasted for 20 years. When Li Fan finally retracted his divine abilities, the Guangwu Star Sea was already a devastated scene. Vitality was gone, filled with the aura of death and destruction. Everywhere were broken walls and ruins, and even the few remaining pillars that stood were scarred. With a thought from Li Fan, the Xuanwang Immortal Realm cultivators, who had been suffocating for too long, swarmed out to clean up the battlefield. In the current situation of the Guangwu Star Sea, even if there were still nameless survivors, they must be in a state of serious injury and near death. It would not be difficult for the Xuanwang cultivators to subdue them. Li Fan did not care about these unimportant matters and went straight to the location of the Guangwu Star Sea Dam. As expected, the middle-aged man whom he had met once and who was suspected to be the leader of the Guangwu Star Sea was also ragged and staggering, fleeing to this place. Sensing Li Fan behind him, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed a look of resentment. "You and I have no grievances, why do you inflict such a deadly blow? Possessing treasures is already an original sin. Holding supreme treasures and not using them is an even greater sin." Li Fan said this indifferently. He didn't even bother to ask the other party's name and casually suppressed the middle-aged man. After all, it is also a nameless, it cannot be wasted. Let me see, his Tao is revival. Hey, Li Fan shook his head, not caring at all. Then, he focused his attention on the center of the Guangwu Star Sea Dam, which had become dilapidated. The bombardment of the 9 scrolls of heavenly scripture seemed to have had no impact on the Tao annihilation gathered there. On the contrary, the increasingly strong fluctuations of Tao arts had made the Tao annihilation even more active. I can't sense the aura of that transcendent remains. Even the Rat Emperor is not here. The Rat Emperor is hard to say, but judging from the expression that revival showed before his death, the transcendent remains should have already been salvaged by them at this point in time. The reason why it's not here is probably to put it back into the mountains and seas to lure other drifting anomalies. Li Fan carefully sensed the Guangwu Dam again. Sure enough, he found some faint connections in the surrounding remaining pillars, like threads extending into the central Tao annihilation. If I didn't have the previous experience of crossing the Tao annihilation, I would really have some difficulty discovering these threads. It should also be made from the remains of transcendent, or transcendent failed powerhouses. After some judgment, Li Fan stretched out his hand and gathered these threads in his hand. Then, he gently lifted. The other end of the thread did not move at all. Li Fan was not embarrassed, and threw these threads into the Xuanwang Immortal Realm. The dense swarm of Tao 1 insects were responsible for connecting the threads to the Xuanwang Immortal Realm. Then, amidst the roaring of heaven and earth, with the help of the power of the entire Xuanwang heaven and earth, he finally slowly dragged the thread. But only for a moment, Li Fan felt the huge resistance force at the end of the thread. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and instantly crushed dozens of Xuanwang Immortal Realm phantoms. The power soared, and the Xuanwang Immortal boat exerted great force, bringing the thing under the dam and in the Tao annihilation vortex out. It was the lone sail remains of the mountains and seas that Li Fan had seen once. However, compared to what he had seen before, this corpse was more complete. This was the second transcendent powerhouse Li Fan had faced besides Xie Subai. Even if the other party had fallen, Li Fan did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Moreover, there was another thing attached to him. A black box, which was like jade but not jade, like gold but not gold, was adsorbed on the head of the transcendent remains. The parts where the two came into contact seemed to have merged into one. It was as if a person had grown a black box head, which looked very strange. I didn't see this thing in my previous life. Li Fan was not sure if his early salvage had affected and changed anything. But no matter what was loaded in the black box, Li Fan could not let go of the transcendent remains. Because he, for once, felt the throbbing of Still True again. Hungry. This was the faint wave that Still True faintly transmitted. In the previous life, when he saw the lone sail of the mountains and seas in this transcendent remains, Still True faintly showed the idea of wanting to devour it. This time, even though he was in a deep sleep, he still sent a message to Li Fan. Perhaps, if Still True can devour it, it can wake up from its slumber. Such a thought flashed through Li Fan's mind, and he no longer hesitated. He directly released Mo Sha to test it. Rolling dark clouds enveloped the transcendent remains in the black box. However, Mo Sha, which had been tried and tested, suddenly ran into a wall. It was as if it had directly bitten on a steel plate. Although Mo Sha could devour it, the speed of devouring and the consumption was extremely high. Without much progress in devouring, Mo Sha's dark clouds themselves were first consumed by most of it. It was like killing 100 enemies and losing 8,000 of your own. This was a situation that had never occurred before. As expected of an existence that can drift in the mountains and seas. Dao annihilation until now. 1604. Annual Rings of Mountains and Seas. Perhaps it was the extremely similar characteristics of Mo Sha and Dao Yan that triggered the defense mechanisms of the detached remains in the black box. Bizarre changes also occurred rapidly in both of them. On the originally smooth surface of the black box, many protrusions suddenly emerged, resembling distorted and pained faces. As if stimulated by something, they surged wildly, trying to burrow into the remains' head. However, the detached remains seemed completely unaware of the black box's intrusion, only showing a reactive change to Mo Sha's attack. Accompanied by a fierce wind sound from an unknown source, a lone sail rose against the wind. The Mo Sha dark clouds were instantly repelled by an unfathomable force of isolation. If it was like biting into a steel plate before, then now, with the appearance of this lone sail, there seemed to be an insurmountable barrier between it and the remains. Previously, it could slowly gnaw away, exchanging its own 8,000 for the enemy's 100. But now, it was completely helpless against the opponent. The Guangwu Star Sea, which was gradually falling into a crisis of turmoil and destruction due to the sudden fall of the Immortals, suddenly regained its calm with the appearance of this lone sail. It was as if it had attracted all the wind and waves between the mountains and seas. In the Star Sea, only this sail rustled in the wind. Everywhere else was silent. This is the Tao of Transcendence. Li Fan murmured, staring intently at the lone sail manifested within the remains. This was the second time Li Fan had seen its existence. Because he had personally crossed Dao Yan, Li Fan's understanding of this lone sail was even deeper this time. However, this flag is clearly much newer than what I saw in my previous life. Logically speaking, the Tao of Transcendence shouldn't be corroded so quickly in just 10,000 years. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to look at the black box attached to the remains' head. The approaching Mo Sha dark clouds caused the myriad wriggling faces on the black box to resemble parasites, trying to invade the lone sail. Being able to traverse mountains and seas and resist Dao Yan, the defense of the lone sail was naturally not something these parasites could break through. However, these remains were not a true detached powerhouse in the true sense. Although it still possessed the power of transcendence, it was now just a corpse. Even if it could block the attacks of billions of parasites, it could not completely isolate all their erosion. And only one parasite could Zhao Xing enter the lone sail. Li Fan saw that a large number of distorted faces were gathering in the tiny holes on the lone sail. This black box can actually erode the Tao of Transcendence of others. Li Fan was secretly shocked to see this. Perhaps the black box doesn't have the ability to traverse mountains and seas, but by parasitizing on the detached remains, it can also survive in Dao Yan. For Li Fan, the lone sail in front of him was of great use for the Xuanwang Immortal boat to traverse the mountains and seas. How could he allow these parasites to gnaw on it? Since Mo Sha won't work, then let's switch to Dao Yi insects. With a thought, the Mo Sha dark clouds receded like a tide. Replacing them were boundless, invisible swarms of Dao Yi insects. This time, the situation was reversed. Without sensing the threat of Dao Yan, the lone sail within the detached remains gradually disappeared. On the contrary, the black box seemed to clearly see the countless Dao Yi insects around it. Those distorted faces kept roaring and hissing, as if to demonstrate. The Dao Yi insects were naturally not frightened by it, and launched a fearless collective charge towards the black box. In an instant, they submerged the black box like a tide. Li Fan clearly saw that the moment they came into contact with the faces on the black box, a large number of Dao Yi insects seemed to be evaporated, disappearing into thin air. And the exterior of the black box, as a result, had a few more faces. Even Dao Yi insects can be absorbed and transformed, this black box. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Under his command, Dao Yi insects poured in from the Xuanwang immortal world. If you like to swallow, then I'll let you eat your fill. Unlike the newly born Mo Sha power, after Mo Sha is consumed, it needs a certain amount of time to recover its vitality. But as long as Li Fan was willing, with sufficient energy support, Dao Yi insects could grow exponentially. The erosion and consumption of a mere wooden box was completely negligible for the swarm. Like moths to a flame, Dao Yi insects launched continuous suicide attacks on the black box. The principle was the same as the black box's erosion of the lone sail. Even if the black box could block almost all of the insect swarm, as long as one Dao Yi insect broke through the blockade and officially came into contact with the surface of the black box, then the swarm's attack efficiency would increase exponentially. And with the blessing of Li Fan's palm's Xuanwang immortal world phantom, the Dao Yi insect swarm didn't have to worry about its own losses at all. With this ebb and flow, the black box gradually couldn't hold on any longer. All 8 sides were occupied by countless terrifying faces. The newly born faces had no room to accommodate themselves, and the black box trembled incessantly as if it had been violently impacted. It was as if something wanted to break free from the inside. Buzz. When the extremely high-frequency vibration of the black box reached a certain threshold, it suddenly stopped. A faint light flashed, and all the faces that had previously appeared on the surface of the black box were purified and disappeared. And the few Dao Yi insects that had successfully invaded also completely disappeared in this purification sweep. The black box returned to its original state, as if all the previous efforts had been in vain. Not only that, but it seemed that even the nature of the black box itself had undergone a strange change. The smooth offensive of the Dao Yi insects was also frustrated. It was like facing something completely different, and it would take a lot of corpses to test it again. However, what Li Fan was least afraid of was consumption. If Li Fan's will did not change, the offensive of the Dao Yi insects would not weaken in the slightest. Slowly, the surface of the black box was once again filled with countless distorted faces. The familiar scene was staged again, faint light flashed, and everything returned to its original state. The black box changed its appearance again. However, a smile appeared on Li Fan's face. Because through these 2 observations, Li Fan was already certain that the faint light that emerged from the black box to purify and change its own nature was consuming the black box every time it was activated. Then let's fight to see whose foundation is deeper. Li Fan snorted coldly, and instantly crushed several Xuanwang immortal world phantoms in a row. The offensive of the Dao Yi insect swarm, which had been strengthened, was even more fierce. The faint light that flashed and exploded on the black box from time to time appeared more and more frequently. Li Fan watched from the sidelines as the 2 armies fought. I don't know what the essence of this black box is. Its foundation is even far greater than my Xuanwang immortal boat. If I didn't have the power of the phantom fed back by the sitting heaven art, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to compete with it. Li Fan frowned slightly, and a small piece of wood floated up on his fingertip. It was a small piece that the Dao Yi insect swarm had successfully gnawed off from the black box after unremitting efforts. From the outside, the black box as a whole was a dark black color. But when peeled off and looked at separately, its color was like the clear blue sky. Interesting. Li Fan cast this streak of green light into the Xuanwang immortal realm, slowly refining it with the method of refining the Dao. As wisps of green qi rose from the wooden block, they were absorbed by the world. The distance between the sky and the earth in the Xuanwang immortal realm increased slightly because of this. The power of world growth. The Xuanwang heavenly Dao, completely subdued by Li Fan's might and not daring to show its self-awareness for a long time, now made a long-lost plea to Li Fan. It seemed that this green qi was a rare and great tonic for it. The nourishing effect could even be compared to the many methods used during its initial ascension and sublimation. Since absorbing green qi was beneficial to the Xuanwang immortal ship, this request was naturally acceptable. An entire piece of green wood was thrown into the furnace, and the alchemic fire instantly blazed. Green qi drifted out, and after a period of refining, it reappeared in the Xuanwang world. This time, no living beings in the Xuanwang realm benefited. Only the Xuanwang heaven and earth themselves absorbed and grew. And in Li Fan's eyes, the deck and hull of the Xuanwang immortal ship gradually took on a hint of green. As the material of the entire immortal ship changed, the sturdiness of the hull also rose to a new level. This is only a very small piece from the black box. Li Fan stared at the remaining part of the black box, his heart skipping a beat. If it could be completely refined and absorbed. However, Li Fan also knew the principle of haste makes waste. Even if he could refine the entire black box, it was not advisable to feed it all to the Xuanwang immortal realm at once. It was good for the immortal ship to become stronger, but it had to be done gradually. Too much strength suddenly could lead to a loss of control. Moreover, given the mysterious nature of this black box, it might have the ability to revive a corpse. He still needed to be careful and verify it further. Next, the green qi absorbed by the Dao 1 insect was directly invested by Li Fan into a phantom image of the Xuanwang immortal realm in his palm. With the blessing of green qi, the phantom image showed signs of slowly solidifying. Everything within the world was lifelike. It was like a miniature sculpture, no different from the actual world. The Mo Sha shadow cloud, which had been injured and frustrated before, now quietly appeared beside Li Fan. Li Fan fed this green Xuanwang wood carving to Mo Sha. He hoped to use Mo Sha's devouring and analytical abilities to figure out the details of the black box. If it was the complete black box itself, it might be able to resist Mo Sha to a certain extent. However, this fragment that had been stripped off was no longer Mo Sha's enemy. Very smoothly, the Mo Sha shadow cloud swallowed the wooden sculpture. After a brief silence, the shadow cloud churned endlessly. In a very short time, it quickly expanded by a circle. As if it had enjoyed a full meal, Mo Sha's feedback finally came belatedly. A series of blurred images flashed through Li Fan's mind one after another. That was a possibility, the process of being born from the mountains and seas. In the mountains and seas, there are countless possibilities. As the mountains and seas merge, these possibilities are fading. But in the past, many possibilities were created from scratch, evolved from the mountains and seas. Even the mountains and seas themselves are growing and changing. The different stages of the mountains and seas also have significant differences in the possibilities they evolve. It is like a circle of mountains and seas annual rings, which can reflect the state of the mountains and seas themselves to some extent. This green qi comes from the possibilities evolved in the early stages of the mountains and seas wild growth. There, not only is there no immortal realm, even animals and humans do not exist. Everything in sight is the most primitive form of life, green algae covering the world. But the vigor of their vitality is no less than that of ordinary true immortals. Li Fan saw that, with the growth of the mountains and seas, this ancient possibility was destroyed. But those green algae that covered the world did not disappear because of this. Instead, they were deposited and squeezed deep within the mountains and seas, and merged with other possibilities again. Like immortal ghosts, they stubbornly survived, witnessing the birth and destruction of one possibility after another. Of all the possibilities they have experienced, those that are as vigorous as they are will be absorbed by them and become a part of them. Because of this, they have also become more complex than the original simple green algae. However, they are not the true path to longevity after all. After an unimaginable long time, they also slowly turned from prosperity to decline. Each time the parasitized possibility is destroyed is a devastating blow to them. Not to mention that the mountains and seas began to merge. They can escape the changes of the mountains and seas themselves, but they cannot escape this calamity of annihilation. Since they have no way out themselves. Out of the survival instinct cultivated over countless years, they began to look for beings who have the ability to survive under such a catastrophe. The transcendent powerhouses in the mountains and seas. However, those who can overcome the annihilation are not something that ancient objects of the mountains and seas like it can match. So it had to settle for the next best thing, focusing on the transcendent remains floating in the mountains and seas. The lone sail was not the first target it had parasitized and absorbed. Before this, it had successfully borrowed 7 wandering objects. And the newly discovered lone sail was the strongest and most suitable existence for parasitism they had found. Everything progressed very smoothly, until the lone sail remains were forcibly pulled out of the annihilation by Li Fan. Green to the extreme, then black, an ancient object of the mountains and seas. The life forms of these green algae are far less complex than humans, and it is difficult to say that they have a truly formed reason, only a simple consciousness. Therefore, memories are also fragmented. However, Li Fan can still get a glimpse of the prehistoric times of the mountains and seas from these broken pictures. If I'm not mistaken, this stage of the mountains and seas should be the stage where they have just absorbed the so-called creator god. Truly turning nothing into something, turning decay into magic. Taking each possibility that extends to the endless future as the driving force for growth, prompting the mountains and seas to transform and grow. It is completely different from the cultivation methods of ordinary living beings. It is also difficult for his cultivators to learn from it. Li Fan seemed to see that the birth and disappearance of each possibility was like an annual ring generated between the mountains and seas. Countless annual rings, overlapping and adding up in sequence. Finally, the endless mountains and seas of today evolved. It's just that trees have ends, and mountains and seas also have limits. When the mountains and seas themselves grow to the limit that they can hardly support, the great calamity of annihilation, the merging of mountains and seas, begins. Before Li Fan's eyes, countless possibilities representing the annual rings of the mountains and seas were crushed into ashes during the squeezing. The mountains and seas themselves were also broken into sections. The mountains and seas are continuous in the time dimension, a whole. However, because of the occurrence of the annihilation calamity, they are broken apart. The fragmented parts are the so-called everlasting void realm. 1605. The wind is right and the sails are full. What Li Fan saw before him, a substance of extreme green turning to black, was the accumulation of ancient mountain and sea artifacts across countless possibilities. It had long transcended the original category of green algae. It possesses no realm, cultivation, divine powers, or spells. Relying solely on the powerful survival instincts honed over many years, it can invade the transcendent Tao of even the strongest experts. Truly remarkable, Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yet, such an existence that he praised so highly was now slowly transforming into nourishment for the Xuanwang immortal world's continued evolution, under the relentless assault of the Dao One insects. It took a total of 3 years to charge and solidify 67 Xuanwang immortal world phantoms before the black box was completely consumed. With these reserves, the Xuanwang immortal boat's hull strength can be raised another level. The confidence in traversing transcendence increases by several points. 67 cyan wooden carvings were all in Li Fan's palm. After pondering for a moment, he crushed one of them. He attempted to directly absorb the cyan energy slowly overflowing from the wooden carving with his own body. After the Dao One insect's absorption and transformation, the consciousness belonging to the ancient mountain and sea artifact had completely disappeared, leaving only pure, condensed vitality. Li Fan had already verified this on the Xuanwang immortal world, so he dared to directly absorb it with his true form. Creation furnace, Dao embodiment. As the cyan energy was slowly absorbed, a flush appeared on Li Fan's face. Moreover, countless tiny rumbling sounds, like thunder, echoed from all parts of his body. With the two major body refinement secret techniques working in tandem, Li Fan attempted to transform the mountain and sea artifact's power into his own. Although Li Fan's path to transcendence was now fixed as the Xuanwang immortal boat, as the Xuanwang parent, he had absolute control over this transcendent immortal boat he had personally built. Not to mention, the worship of countless living beings within the Xuanwang world increased this control daily. The moment he steered the boat across the mountains and seas, the Xuanwang immortal boat would completely transform into his Tao. But just like Huan Zhen, before truly becoming one's own power, there was always the risk of losing it at any time. Li Fan had to prepare for the worst and add another layer of insurance for himself. Even if the crossing fails in the future and the immortal boat is destroyed, after I jump off the immortal boat, I can still survive with ease. Every smallest particle of his body seemed to transform into a heaven-supporting, earth-standing furnace. The marks engraved on the furnace were left by the myriad aspects Dao network, ceaselessly absorbing the cyan energy of the mountain and sea artifact, tempering and transforming his own flesh and blood. As if he had simultaneously consumed many great restorative elixirs, Li Fan only felt his blood surging endlessly, his heart pounding violently. It felt as if it could jump out of his chest at any moment. Only when he personally tasted it could he have a truly concrete understanding of the vitality contained within this mountain and sea artifact. This vitality is different from the life of longevity. It's more like adaptation, evolution, survival. Li Fan's body already had some residual power of the great Tao of longevity. Now, After absorbing this new power of life, Li Fan discovered that there was no conflict between the two. Even, the residual power of the great Tao of longevity, when combined with the survival power of the mountain and sea artifact. As if stained by cyan, it actually exhibited a different kind of change. Although still within the scope of the great Tao of longevity, it seemed to have opened up a new branch, becoming unique and different. This is, Li Fan was someone who had almost completely attained the Tao of longevity. His understanding of longevity in the mountains and seas could be said to be second only to Lord Shukyu. After a careful taste, he understood the reason for the mutation of longevity in his body. Lord Shukyu, in sharing longevity, doesn't mind the younger generation innovating and opening up new branches. He even encourages doing so, gathering under longevity, letting 100 flowers bloom, each displaying its own unique abilities. When the Tao path matures, it can even break away from the main path of longevity, establish a new sect, and achieve a completely new Tao. Lord Shukyu, worthy of the name open black lens bracket supreme virtue close black lens bracket. Li Fan exclaimed in admiration. Being able to consider his disciples so comprehensively, Lord Shukyu was probably the #1 teacher in the mountains and seas. Absorbing the cyan energy of the mountain and sea artifact was even beneficial to expelling the residual great Tao of longevity from his body. After understanding this, Li Fan no longer had any concerns. He absorbed and refined the cyan energy, pushing himself to the limit his body could withstand. Anyway, just one Xuanwang wooden carving could satisfy his body refinement needs. It wouldn't affect the strengthening of the Xuanwang Immortal boat. With sufficient raw materials, the creation furnace art and Tao embodiment art could operate on their own by instinct. Li Fan simply activated them and no longer paid too much attention. Instead, he focused his attention on the remaining goal of this harvest, the transcendent remains. After removing the mountain and sea artifact attached to his head, the fallen transcendent expert finally revealed his true appearance. His face looked as it did in life, as if he had only fallen into a deep sleep. He was quite handsome, with an indescribable sense of freedom between his brows. It was just that a small, bloody hole gnawed out by the mountain and sea artifact between his eyebrows was extremely discordant. Without Tao annihilation being triggered, the transcendent true meaning within the transcendent remains did not manifest. Li Fan was not reckless and directly used ink kill to force out that leaf of the mountain and sea lonely sail. The Tao 1 insects still need some time to adapt and evolve. Li Fan was very patient. He was speaking to himself, but also reassuring Huan Zhen. After the threat of the mountain and sea artifact was cleared, the mountain and sea lonely sail was completely exposed, and Huan Zhen's desire for it surged like a tide, wave after wave. It was far stronger than the last time he had glimpsed it from afar. Most likely because Ziyi was by his side in the previous life, Huan Zhen had some concerns. But now, this transcendent true meaning belongs only to me. Moreover, Huan Zhen is still in a state of serious injury and deep sleep. He urgently needs this transcendent true meaning to repair his injuries. Li Fan understood in his heart, but he did not lose his composure because of it. He waited unhurriedly for the Tao 1 insects to completely digest and adapt to the mountain and sea artifact. While waiting, the Xuanwang Immortals also had unexpected gains while cleaning up the Guangwu Star Sea battlefield. In addition to finding the Tao sword and Tao saber he had seen in his previous life, he also discovered 3 other powerful Tao treasures that were not used in time. They were a stone-severed hand, a blood-stained, hole-filled cyan shirt, and a withered yellow branch. All of them came from outside the Xuanwang, the last remnants of other possibilities that were destroyed in Tao annihilation. From these 3 items, Li Fan glimpsed the demise of 3 possible paths. However, when he glimpsed the Rat Emperor's memory in his previous life, he had sighed with emotion. Now that he had seen more, he was no longer surprised. Although these items were powerful, they were no longer useful to Li Fan. He threw them towards the Xuanwang outer heavens for future use. With all preparations complete, Li Fan officially began to steal the mountain and sea lonely sail. In the previous life, Ziyi had personally made a trip to take it away. This showed that even for transcendent experts, it had a certain value. Li Fan naturally treated it with the utmost caution. Li Fan dismissed all the Xuanwang Immortals, sending them back to the Xuanwang Immortal realm. Alone, Li Fan faced the discarded remains of a transcendent ink kill. With a thought, the ink kill dark clouds surged forth. An aura akin to the annihilation of the Tao instantly forced out the solitary sail suspended within the remains. When the solitary sail appeared, the winds calmed and the waves stilled. It was as if an invisible giant hand heavily pressed down on the ink-kill dark clouds. The originally turbulent, boundless dark clouds completely subsided. Ink-kill naturally wanted to resist, but no matter how it churned, it couldn't harm the solitary sail in the slightest. At most, it could only cause the solitary sail to sway slightly. From Ink-kill's perspective, Li Fan slowly observed the power of this mountain sea solitary sail. Though the mountains and seas are distant, I will cross them with a single sail. Anyone with such ambition and perseverance is definitely a peerless genius. It's a pity they died so silently in the mountains and seas. Unlike Zi's heaven-reaching Great Dao, this mountain sea solitary sail didn't possess such overbearingness and exclusivity. Zi's heaven-reaching Great Dao wouldn't allow anyone to enter without her permission. However, Li Fan sensed a hint of shared voyage from this mountain sea solitary sail. If we happen to meet in the mountains and seas, and my small boat isn't capsized, what harm is there in giving you a ride? As if a soft laughter echoed in his ears, Li Fan was slightly stunned. This person is quite heroic. Even I wouldn't mind making friends with him. It's just a pity, I wonder how this person died. A trace of doubt couldn't help but arise in Li Fan's heart. The solitary sail wasn't completely damaged. It had enough power to resist the annihilation of the Dao. It shouldn't have led to his death. Dao 1. If he wanted to uncover this secret, it was time for the Dao 1 insects to appear. The familiar scene unfolded once again. However, this time, it wasn't a mountain sea ancient artifact that was corroding the discarded remains of a transcendent, but rather, an endless swarm of insects. The Dao 1 insect's corrosion was even more efficient than that of the mountain sea ancient artifact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds came, and Li Fan's vision blurred, as if he had fallen onto a vast ocean. Besides this ocean and a solitary boat, there was nothing else. The surroundings were sometimes filled with raging winds, sometimes calm and tranquil, and sometimes with torrential rain. Yet the solitary boat remained incredibly stable, sailing forward. This is, the memory of the Transcendence remains from when they were crossing the mountains and seas. Li Fan's heart stirred, and he carefully examined it. The ocean before him seemed to have no end. The scenes in the memory were almost completely repetitive. All were scenes of the boundless ocean. The original owner of the solitary sail had a calm and unwavering state of mind. On the contrary, Li Fan, as an observer, gradually became somewhat impatient. Because this voyage was simply too long. It shouldn't be like this. How could crossing to other possibilities take so long? Li Fan looked into the distance, trying to glimpse traces of other possibilities within the mountains and seas. But the solitary sail seemed to completely ignore them, as if it hadn't noticed them at all. It continued to sail forward steadily. I've already observed them, so there's no way the owner of the remains couldn't have seen them. So, after a moment, Li Fan understood. Ordinary possibilities were not what he sought. Transcendence, what is transcendence? Leaving the ordinary world and heading to the legendary other shore. Li Fan stared blankly at the boundless ocean before him. The other shore, where is it? Zi, Black Sky Physician, Xie Subai, and others he had encountered all came and went in an instant. Li Fan naturally assumed that the distance to the other shore wasn't far. As long as one had the strength to cross the mountains and seas, they could naturally reach the other shore. But now, it seemed, that the truth wasn't so simple. At this point, Li Fan had a vague guess about the cause of the solitary sail's death. But he still needed his complete memories to confirm it. The Dao 1 insects relentlessly invaded, and the solitary sail's memories surged in like a tide. The solitary sail's owner might have truly been an extremely peaceful person. Li Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of hostility from him. Instead, he felt as if he was bathed in a spring breeze, his body and mind happy. Even when facing the endless ocean, it was the same. He sailed alone in the infinite sea, his heart broad-minded and not diminished by the hopeless situation. Even if this ocean was wider than he could imagine, Li Fan, from an observer's perspective, gradually felt despair. The solitary sail, however, remained optimistic. At the very least, I have seen and personally traveled this ocean. A soft laugh echoed in his ears again. The solitary sail continued to sail, with no end in sight. Li Fan took the initiative to withdraw from the solitary sail's memories. Not everyone has such a broad-minded temperament. At least, Li Fan didn't possess it now. Especially since he already knew the solitary sail's ending, knowing that there would be no end ahead. Prolonged immersion in the solitary sail's memories even caused a faint sense of irritability and hostility to arise in Li Fan's heart. His mind was unbalanced, and murderous thoughts arose. It reminded him of the time when he went against the flow in the river of time and almost got lost. However, I at least have many familiar things in the past time nodes, like lighthouse beacons, to guide me. But the solitary sail sails on the infinite sea, and has nothing. Only a vague direction. Entering the solitary sail's memories again, Li Fan didn't choose immersive experience, but rather, he looked cursorily, only focusing on the key points. As a result, there were no key points. Or rather, the solitary sail that was always suspended high was everything. Until the Dao 1 insects completely broke through the defense line of this transcendent true intent, Li Fan grasped all the memories within it. The scene didn't change much. Until the solitary sail died of old age on the infinite sea. It was difficult for Li Fan to estimate how long this period was. It must have been extremely long. That was a long time that even a strong person who could calmly face the annihilation of the mountains and seas couldn't overcome. Transcendent strong people still have an end. Li Fan first felt a little unbelievable. At the same time, he truly understood the value of Guard Mount's longevity great Dao. However, the lifespan of a transcendent strong person must be extremely long. So, Li Fan vaguely understood. The era in which the solitary sail strong person lived may have been the ancient period when the other shore was first established. At that time, there were few transcendent people, and not many people knew where the other shore was. They could only rely on the vague sense of direction in their hearts to go on their own. As pioneers, naturally no one could show them the way. Thus, they got lost and drifted in the mountains and seas until now. 1606. Really woke up. In a sense, Gu Fan can be considered one of the pioneers of the other shore. It's just that he didn't succeed in reaching it. No wonder Ziyi was so cautious about him, and even made a trip in person. Li Fan didn't get to experience Gu Fan's complete journey in the Shanhai through immersive means, but that didn't hinder the Daoyi swarm's devouring process. A single living being might not be able to fully see the Shanhai journey. But the Daoyi swarm reproduces for thousands of generations, like the foolish old man moving mountains. Gu Fan's experience, for them, is long, yes, but can be exhausted. His complete remains, floating in the Dao annihilation for countless years, are slowly dissolving. Only that transcendent true meaning, a lone sail, shines like a brilliant pearl, appearing before Li Fan. At the same time, two desires emanate towards him. One from the Zanhuang immortal realm, and the other from the sleeping Huan Zhen. Now Li Fan has two different choices. One is to erect this lone sail on the Zanhuang immortal boat, which can greatly increase the safety of the immortal boat crossing the Shanhai. It can be said that as long as there is the protection of the lone sail, Li Fan achieving transcendence with the Zanhuang immortal boat is a certainty. The second is to feed it to Huan Zhen. Huan Zhen has a certain chance of waking up directly from his slumber. If Huan Zhen can help, even if transcendence fails and the Zanhuang immortal realm is destroyed, Li Fan can calmly start over. One has a 100% certainty, the other is completely unknown. However, Li Fan didn't hesitate much and directly chose the latter, feeding the lone sail to Huan Zhen. The Shanhai lone sail disappeared in an instant. Without its suppression, the originally calm Guangwu Star Sea gradually became turbulent. The tide of Dao annihilation is approaching more and more. Li Fan returned to the Zanhuang immortal realm, preparing to set sail again. After devouring the lone sail, Huan Zhen's craving desire temporarily disappeared. But to Li Fan's disappointment, he did not wake up because of it. However, it should be soon. Li Fan's mind settled, and a familiar light screen suddenly flashed before his eyes. But before he could see the characters jumping on it clearly, the light screen disappeared again. After being plunged into darkness for a long time, the light screen reappeared, repeating the cycle. This light screen is naturally Huan Zhen's panel. From the many fleeting glimpses, Li Fan saw a few lines of fragmented text. Name, Li Fan, quote. Virtualization charging in. Divine blessing. Change from the heart, illusion. Unlike the past, when the panel displayed detailed information, the current panel is fragmented, with only a few lines of text complete. Even Li Fan's realm and lifespan cannot be displayed. However, compared to the past, a new entry has been added. Previously, the divine blessing column displayed the complete illusion as truth. But because Huan Zhen is in a deep sleep, the complete illusion as truth ability cannot be used, which is understandable. What is this newly appeared change from the heart? Could it be related to the lone sale's intent that was just absorbed? Li Fan concentrated his mind, trying to obtain information from this fleeting, fragmented light screen. Huan Zhen's current state is extremely unstable, between slumber and awakening. He is no longer like in the past, when Li Fan could receive feedback on various information as soon as he thought about it. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for Li Fan to know the specific information of this newly appeared divine blessing ability. The only good news is that the transcendent true meaning is really useful for repairing Huan Zhen's injuries. If one doesn't work, then 2, 3. The Shanghai is so big, and there are so many transcendent experts, there's no worry about running out of materials. Finally, I see hope. Li Fan was not impatient. While the Zanhuang Immortal boat was having its final supply and repair time in the Guangwu Star Sea, he wholeheartedly pondered Huan Zhen's panel. When the Guangwu Star Sea was dug 3 feet into the ground and there were no more available resources, the Zanhuang Immortal boat prepared to sail towards the next gathering place of vitality. Li Fan finally pieced together the specific meaning of change from the heart from Huan Zhen. Do as you please, cross the Shanghai. All methods of transcendence can be learned and changed. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and tried to activate the divine blessing function. In the past, when Huan Zhen was complete, even if he was a mortal cultivator, he could activate illusion as truth with a single thought. He could achieve a complete and perfect state of illusion as truth, and he himself would not have any side effects. But now, things are different. The most obvious thing is that the activation of the divine blessing requires consumption. Just like when he casts it himself, the moment change from the heart is activated, Li Fan's expression changes slightly. The power in his body, as if sucked by a whale, is emptied in an instant. If Li Fan had reacted quickly enough and crushed 3 Zanhuang Immortal Realm wood carvings for emergency use in a row, he would probably have been sucked into a skeleton by now. Although he would not necessarily die, he would definitely suffer a great loss of vitality. This suction is like a deer hanging its horns, without any warning or trace to be found, and only targets Li Fan himself. Other external objects, such as the great heavenly venerate immortal puppet clone, and even the Zanhuang Immortal Realm, or even Mo Sha, Daoyi insects, etc., cannot provide Li Fan with help. Therefore, Li Fan was so embarrassed. The consumption is so huge, and the effect is truly extraordinary. The Shanghai lone sail that had been fed to Huan Zhen and disappeared reappeared suddenly. Only this time, it appeared in Li Fan's body. It was as if it was the transcendent true meaning that Li Fan had condensed himself, and there was no disharmony in Li Fan's body. Like my arm. Sensing the lone sail in his body, Li Fan was inexplicably surprised. Looking into the distance at the dead end in front of the Guangwu Star Sea, his figure flickered and disappeared into the primordial possibility. And he did not carry the Zanhuang Immortal boat. However, Li Fan's departure only lasted for a brief moment. Soon, Li Fan fell out of the void in a somewhat embarrassed manner. But there was an inexplicable excitement on his face. So that's how it is, just like in the past, Huan Zhen could freely transform Foundation establishment strange objects. Now, I can also rely on Huan Zhen's unfathomable power to change the path of transcendence as I please. Li Fan, who ventured alone into the Tao annihilation and entered the Shanghai, had not yet reached the realm of transcendence and did not have the Zanhuang Immortal boat to protect him, should have been swallowed by the Tao annihilation in an instant. However, facing the boundless wind and waves in the Shanghai, Li Fan, although under some pressure, could barely support himself. It was precisely because of the lone sail transformed by Huan Zhen. Li Fan seemed to have transformed into the transcendent expert who left his hometown alone countless years ago and went to the distant other shore. Relying on a lone sail, he traveled alone in the Shanghai. But Li Fan also knew that this lone sail path was not something he had truly comprehended himself, but was transformed by Huan Zhen. The most critical thing is that Huan Zhen is still in a deep sleep. Not to mention that the transformation requires Li Fan to provide consumption himself, it is also unknown how long it can last. Once the change from the heart effect disappears, and Li Fan is still in the Tao annihilation, waiting for him, I'm afraid there is only the path of death and annihilation. So Li Fan was extremely cautious and only dabbled a little. Soon he returned from the Shanghai to the primordial possibility. Mo Sha. But not only did he not immediately exit the solitary sail state, he also allowed the Ink Kill Yin cloud to launch an attack on himself. Inkkill only faithfully executed Li Fan's orders, even if the target to be attacked was Li Fan himself. Boundless, rolling yin clouds surrounded Li Fan. Without any restraint, they went all out, vowing to engulf Li Fan. It already has the true Tao annihilation, with 70% of its power. I am currently in the dual state of open black lens bracket illusion as truth close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket change from the heart close black lens bracket. Let's see how long I can last. A solitary sail illuminated the surroundings. Li Fan sat upright beneath the sail. Although the yin clouds were fierce, they could not do anything to him. After persisting for a full 103 breaths, Li Fan noticed that the light of the solitary sail suddenly became dim. A strong wind rose abruptly, the solitary sail rustling, as if it would break away from Li Fan at any moment. This level can still last for a while. However, this intensity of transcendence true intent cannot safely navigate in the mountains and seas. Moreover, the erosion ability of the mountains and seas Tao annihilation is far above Inkkill. The absolute safety time is only 50 breaths. In the case of burning a Xuanwang Immortal Realm wooden sculpture, thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. Even if the power of his feedback illusion was sufficient, he couldn't withstand such consumption. Although the ability is strong, it can only be used as an emergency at critical moments. If I truly want to cross the mountains and seas, I still have to rely on the Xuanwang Immortal ship I built. The result was somewhat disappointing, but Li Fan did not have the slightest regret. Because he faintly had a feeling that with the further awakening of Huan Zhen, and his own understanding of the changes between truth and falsehood, and the true intent of the solitary sail, this conversion efficiency will be further improved. In the end, it's because I haven't grasped the true intent of the solitary sail. I need Huan Zhen in a seriously injured state to help me complete the transformation. So the consumption is somewhat shockingly large, and it can even be said to be unsustainable. However, after another Xuanwang wooden sculpture burned out, without the support of an external source, the solitary sail gradually became increasingly dim. Li Fan did not continue to add fuel, but simply sat and watched the changes in the solitary sail. Like a lamp running out of oil, the solitary sail changed from solid to illusory, and the specific light and shadow became smaller and smaller. Eventually, it only lasted for a tiny point of light. But perhaps because it was in the Xuanwang Immortal Realm, and there was no Tao annihilation threat from the outside world. This last point of light unexpectedly lasted for a long time. It lasted for a full 100 days before it completely extinguished. As expected, I was right. In the absence of Tao annihilation, the true intent of the solitary sail will not dissipate so quickly. It's enough for me to slowly comprehend. Unlike directly contacting the solitary sail before, when Li Fan comprehended this transcendence true intent transformed by Huan Zhen, he would not be so immersed. Naturally, he could stay out of it and experience everything the solitary sail had experienced from an outsider's perspective. However, the feeling of immersion in the mood will not be distorted or changed as a result. Huan Zhen's action is indeed extraordinary. Once again enjoying the convenience brought by Huan Zhen, Li Fan felt joy from the bottom of his heart. The path of transcendence is extremely difficult and obscure. But compared with the changes between truth and falsehood, and the great Tao of longevity, it is weaker by more than one level. Within 100 years, I should be able to comprehend it to a great extent. Li Fan concentrated his mind on the solitary sail in his mind, which was like a faint light, and thought like this. At that time, even if I can't rely on my own strength to cross the mountains and seas. But standing a flag on this Xuanwang Immortal ship is definitely not a problem. 100 years, only 100 years, and I will be able to truly transcend and sail to the mountains and seas. It was as if he saw the continuous scenery of the mountains and seas before his eyes, and Li Fan's heart was filled with excitement. Of course, during these 100 years, in addition to enlightenment, I can't be idle either. The Xuanwang Immortal ship still needs to be continuously condensed, minimizing its own gaps and increasing its stability as much as possible. The light-wielding star sea no longer has any value, let's go to the next one. Under the immortal ship's signal, the Xuanwang heaven and earth once again trembled and roared, sailing into the Tao annihilation. All the way through the wind and waves, heading towards the nearest star sea of life. Hopefully, I can still have this harvest in the next place. According to the information collected in the light-wielding star sea, there are as many as 12 star seas of life that have been identified near the light-wielding star sea, including the Shuo star sea. The light-wielding star sea has some communication with them. Li Fan's next destination is the so-called open black lens bracket Heavenly Deer Star Sea close black lens bracket. Unlike the simple starry sky scenes of light-wielding and Shuo star seas, in the Heavenly Deer Star Sea, there is a huge mountain range spanning across. It is said that when the Immortal Realm was destroyed, it fell out of the Immortal Realm. Countless immortal cultivation worlds, like floating islands, are attached to this huge mountain range. There are 3 unnamed true immortals occupying the 3 largest mountain peaks of Heavenly Deer Mountain. The strength of this Heavenly Deer Star Sea is not weak. But it's useless. Behave and become the material for me to condense the Xuanwang Immortal ship. 7 days later, the Xuanwang Immortal ship broke through the Tao annihilation and descended on the Heavenly Deer Star Sea. The huge ship body directly collided with Heavenly Deer Mountain. In the earth-shattering collision, countless floating island worlds in the Star Sea were destroyed. 3 angry shouts came from the top of the mountain range. However, before they could show their figures, the continuous Heavenly Deer Mountain had already been cut off in the middle. For all living beings in this Star Sea, it was an extremely terrifying catastrophe. Almost 99% of the lives were wiped out in this collision. And those who were lucky enough to survive watched in stunned silence as Heavenly Deer Mountain, which they regarded as a god and relied on for survival, was brutally dragged into that huge immortal ship. After that, endless Taoist magic power and light and shadow drowned them. It was even smoother than conquering the light-wielding Star Sea. With the Heavenly Book transformed by the Tao Chronicle projection, ordinary unnamed ones were no match for him. They were captured by the Xuanwang Immortals before they could even meet Li Fan. Conquest, plunder, to promote the growth of the Xuanwang Immortal Realm. The sitting heaven art feeds back power to the Tao Chronicle projection with sufficient energy, and the conquest efficiency is significantly improved. This forms a positive cycle. After refining the 2 sections of Heavenly Deer Mountain into masts for hanging solitary sails, Li Fan thought with some complacency. The rumors that this Heavenly Deer Mountain came from the Immortal Realm were indeed true. It was even quite ancient, originating from the beginning of the Immortal Realm and retaining the aura of the Xuanyuan beginning spirit formation. It was still quite useful for the Xuanwang Immortal Realm. It took another half a year to clean up this starry sky. After a short rest, Li Fan continued to the next Yin Void Star Sea without stopping. In this way, Li Fan spent 10 years almost leveling all the starry skies near the light-wielding Star Sea. Wherever he passed, life was wiped out, and destruction reigned. 1607. The beginning of time gave birth to living beings. The original possibility is probably not going to hold up. Li Fan stood on the Xuanwang Immortal boat, gazing into the distance, observing for a long time. He came to this conclusion. Compared to 10 years ago, the situation in the primordial starry sky was very different. Whether there was still vitality remaining was another matter, but the most crucial thing was the drastic decline in overall stability. If the surviving primordial starry sky was previously like countless scattered islands surrounded and divided by the Sea of Annihilation, where occasional waves on the sea allowed the islands to barely survive by using themselves as barriers, then now, a terrifyingly huge tsunami is brewing on the Sea of Annihilation. It is almost foreseeable that in the face of this tsunami that is about to engulf everything, all these islands will cease to exist. Fortunately, the Immortal Boat is about to be completed. Even if the primordial starry sky is destroyed, it won't have much impact on me. Li Fan's actions of conquering the Starry Sea, plundering resources, and condensing the body of the boat were progressing smoothly, but his understanding of the lonely sail of mountains and seas was somewhat unsatisfactory. It wasn't a problem with Li Fan's comprehension, but because Li Fan's temperament was too different from that of the lonely sail. If the mountains and seas meet by chance, and my small boat is not overturned, what harm is there in giving you a ride? Li Fan gently savored the flavor in the words, and after a long time, he shook his head slightly. With my temperament, I would definitely have to collect a ticket. However, even though it went against his inner instincts, in order to completely comprehend the detached true meaning of the lonely sail, Li Fan was still willing to change his thinking. In these years, the resources plundered by the Immortal Boat have been more than enough, even somewhat saturated. Next, I might as well try to be a good person again. On the Sea of Annihilation, the wind and waves surged. However, the Immortal Boat quietly shuttled like a ghost. Compared to the earth-shattering power displayed every time it sailed 10 years ago, the current safety showed the Immortal Boat's ability to control annihilation even more. As the saying goes, great skill appears simple. Li Fan softly chanted, and the moment the word, simple, was finished, the Xuanwang immortal boat had once again pierced through annihilation and arrived in a new sea of remaining vitality. This time in annihilation, I traveled for a full half a year. The distance from the already deceased Guangwu Starry Sea is too far, and there is no communication between them. This is a completely unfamiliar realm. Even so, Li Fan's heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. The closer he got to the realm of transcendence, the more equal he saw all living beings. Unnamed, true immortal, mortal. There was no difference. The arrival of the Xuanwang immortal boat did not attract the attention of the creatures in this starry sea. At this moment, they were caught in the panic and despair before the sudden arrival of the calamity. This starry sea has no name. Because in their perception, they should be the only surviving starry sky in the lower realm. When the immortal realm was destroyed in the past, 12 true immortals collectively fled here. Over the years, under the protection of the true immortals, not only did the mortal civilization not wither, but it became even more prosperous. Among the 12 true immortals, half of them had even advanced to the unnamed realm. The true immortals also tried to find traces of their other companions, but even with the power of the unnamed, they were still unable to cross annihilation. They were trapped on this isolated island. So they began to seek a way to leave the original possibility. It was just that before they could figure out anything, the annihilation tribulation suddenly went out of control. The wind and waves gradually rose, with the momentum to engulf them in an instant. At this moment, the 12 true immortals gathered together again to discuss countermeasures. In this mortal starry sea, their existence was so eye-catching that Li Fan, who had just arrived, saw them at a glance. So he secretly conducted some reconnaissance. The relationship between these 12 true immortals seemed to be extremely good. They were not divided into two factions of superior and inferior just because 6 of them had achieved the unnamed status. Instead, there was another ranking. Because the one they called Big Brother was just an ordinary true immortal. Annihilation is indeed unreasonable. According to our observation and deduction, it should be stable for at least 10,000 years. Enough for our brothers to all become unnamed. But now, the situation is collapsing too fast. Annihilation, annihilation. It reminds me of the terrifying scene when annihilation suddenly arrived and the immortal realm was destroyed. We were still careless. Think about it, weren't most of the immortals in the immortal realm so optimistic at the beginning? They even wanted to resist and tame annihilation. No one expected it to come so quickly. Seventh brother is right, annihilation is unpredictable and cannot be judged by common sense. The current situation is probably the same as it was back then. Annihilation has arrived and cannot be reversed. The key is how to find a way to survive. As the immortals spoke, they all turned their eyes to Big Brother. The leader of the 12 true immortals was a dwarf old man. His beard and hair were all white, and he was full of vigor. It was just that his figure and appearance were like a child. When he opened his mouth, the two tones of old and childish overlapped, sounding quite strange. The original plan was for our brothers to work together and use the 12 unnamed to form a method of transcendence to seek a glimmer of life. In the current situation, it is definitely too late. But our brothers have already made an oath, not to seek to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but only to seek to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. The 6 of you who have become unnamed will definitely not abandon us. As it stands now, we can only try a risky move. If all 12 of us become unnamed, we have a 60% chance of surviving. If only half of us achieve unnamed status, the possibility of surviving will plummet to 10%. 10%, that's so high, we can definitely try it. That's right, that's right. If it doesn't work, we'll just fall into annihilation. Anyway, we've lived for so many years, so it's worth it. The 12 true immortals were not frightened by the bleak prospects at all, but instead their emotions were unusually excited. It seemed that the chance of survival was not 10%, but 99%. The old man coughed lightly, suppressing everyone's excited emotions. That being said, we still have to find a way to increase our safety as much as possible. We have been managing this starry sea for tens of thousands of years, and it is already quite large. Although no one has achieved true immortal status, if used properly, it can add 0.5% to our chances of success. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the others became different. Some couldn't bear it, some were thoughtful, and some were excited and eager to try. But it was obvious that no one stood up to object. After all, there was a difference between immortals and mortals. Boss, do you mean, like we did back then, completely destroy their true spirits? The third of the 12 true immortals asked. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly fell silent. The dwarf old man nodded heavily, which was considered a default. It's harmful to heaven and earth, harmful to heaven and earth. Actually, it's not impossible. Anyway, we are about to leave, and this possibility will most likely have no future. Even if we cut off the path for future generations, it's nothing. After a series of eye exchanges, everyone officially decided. In addition to the so-called complete destruction of true spirits, the 12 true immortals seemed to have other life-saving methods. One of them took out a fragment emitting different colors, and assembled it into a circular sphere of light in the center. Within the sphere, the slow sound of a heartbeat could be faintly heard. It was as if something was sleeping. This primordial life form has been raised separately by us brothers for tens of thousands of years. Although we still haven't been able to hatch it, we have each comprehended some divine powers from it. As expected of a life form that existed since the beginning of the immortal realm, the dwarfish old man sighed. To say we aren't reluctant would be a lie. It's a pity, but if we don't have its help for this crossing, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a 10% chance. So its sacrifice is necessary. The old man's words had already set the tone. The other 11 people all had reluctance in their eyes as they looked at the sphere of light. But faced with such a treasure, their opinions were also extremely unified. There were no dissenters. That's natural, no matter how mystical it is, it's just an external object after all. Everything must prioritize the lives of us brothers. If we lose this chance for transcendence, there will be others in the future. If we lose our lives, then everything is truly gone. Alright, since that's the case, let's begin, the dwarfish old man commanded in a deep voice. After speaking, he took the lead and slammed his own head. The old man groaned, and a flush of red appeared on his face. Following this, the heartbeat in the sphere of light paused, as if it had also suffered great harm. It wasn't just the old man connected to the sphere of light. The other 11 people hadn't even taken action yet, but it was as if they had also been affected by the injury. After resting for a while, and waiting for everyone to adjust, the second brother continued to act. The life force of everyone seemed to be connected together. As long as one person was injured, the others would have corresponding changes. But in contrast, the vitality of each of them was far beyond the norm. Although none of them had comprehended the Tao of longevity, their vitality was incredibly vigorous. After a round of self-harm, none of them suffered any particularly large impact. On the other hand, the sphere of light in the center was already on its last breath. The already slow heartbeat was about to stop. Even faint sounds of weeping could be heard from within. Give it the final blow. The immortals all had complex expressions, but none of them intended to hold back. However, at this moment, a strange wave suddenly descended, locking onto the sphere of light. A moment later, the sphere of light disappeared before everyone's eyes. Being in the Star-Sea environment ruled only by the 12 true immortals for too long had caused them to lose sufficient vigilance against external enemies. At this moment, with the sudden anomaly, they were all slightly stunned. Their first reaction was not to suspect an external enemy invasion, but to look at the people beside them. From this subtle detail alone, it could be seen that although the lives and vitality of these 12 true immortals were bound together through some mysterious method, their hearts, however, were not necessarily truly one. Which immortal friend is playing this joke with us? But after all, they had been brothers for tens of thousands of years and knew each other well, so they quickly reacted. They scanned their surroundings with surprise and anger, searching for the thief. Immortal friend, playing a joke. What responded to them was a faint cold snort. Without playing the role of a phantom thief, hiding and sneaking, Li Fan's figure appeared openly within the encirclement of the 12 true immortals. He glanced disdainfully at everyone, and finally his gaze landed on the sphere of light in his hand, whose life force was already extremely weak. He didn't put the 12 true immortals in his eyes at all. However, faced with Li Fan's unasked for taking and contempt, the 12 true immortals present dared to be angry but dared not speak. Only because, along with Li Fan's appearance, the immortals all felt an boundless and continuous mountain pressing down on their shoulders. This mountain was too heavy, and even with the combined force of the 12 of them, it was difficult to move an inch. The 12 true immortals were filled with indescribable fear. It should be known that 6 of them had already achieved the Nameless Realm. Nameless true immortals could withstand the annihilation of the Tao. However, even they found it somewhat difficult to withstand the might of the person in front of them. thinking about how there hadn't been any traces of other true immortals in this star sea for 10,000 years, and yet this person appeared abruptly today. Therefore, they already understood Li Fan's identity. Transcendent. The so-called heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. This primordial life form is not easy to nurture. You want to hunt it for your own selfish gain. This is not a good deed. Li Fan shook his head and gently patted the sphere of light. The sphere of light, which was heavily injured by the 12 true immortals, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, as if it had received great nourishment, its heartbeat became faster and faster, and increasingly clear. The 12 true immortals immediately widened their eyes. Because in just this instant, the growth of the sphere of light had already exceeded their tens of thousands of years of nurturing in the past. It should be known that in the past, it was the joint effort of the 12 of them, supplied by the power of the entire star sea. It was not as good as a single pat from this transcendent expert. This is transcendence. The dwarfish old man was stunned and lost in thought. As if he had suffered a great blow, his expression became somewhat dazed. While continuing to feed the sphere of light in his hand with Zanhuang wood carvings and ancient objects from the mountains and seas, Li Fan said to the 12 true immortals, "What you seek is nothing more than to survive in the annihilation of the Tao. I still have the strength, and it's not impossible for me to carry you along for a ride." These words were spoken extremely lightly, but to the ears of the 12 true immortals, they were as heavy as thunder. Initially, because of Li Fan's forceful seizure and the huge difference in strength between them, they had already prepared themselves for death today. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better, and they suddenly saw where life lay. "This, is Senior speaking the truth?" the dwarfish old man asked with some disbelief. Li Fan chuckled. "Crossing the annihilation of the Tao, in your eyes, is an incomparably arduous task. But to me, it is a smooth journey." As he spoke, a lone sail appeared in everyone's eyes. Like a sea-stabilizing needle, appearing alone, the wind calmed, and the waves subsided. Since the mutation of the annihilation of the Tao, the sense of doomsday crisis that had been lingering in everyone's hearts, collapsed in an instant upon witnessing the mountains and sea's lone sail. The 12 true immortals also had no more doubts about Li Fan's strength. He was definitely a transcendent expert. "You must not gaze at this sail for too long. My Tao of transcendence is not your Tao." The 12 true immortals were immersed in the mountains and sea's lone sail displayed by Li Fan, but before long, Li Fan took the initiative to put away the lone sail phenomenon, kindly reminding them, "If you want to seek transcendence, you must first walk out of a path that belongs solely to you. The 12 of you are one, which can barely be considered a method of crossing. It's just a lower grade one." Li Fan commented indifferently. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 12 true immortals all became somewhat dim. The dwarfish old man even smiled bitterly. In the past, when the annihilation of the Tao arrived, the immortal realm was destroyed. If it weren't for this symbiosis method, we would have already fallen into the tide of the annihilation of the Tao, so how could there be transcendence today? Being able to cross the mountains and seas is already satisfactory. I don't seek the upper grade, or the lower grade." The old man said with his head lowered. "To have such awareness is not bad." Li Fan praised indifferently. The faces of the 12 true immortals then looked a little better. 1608. The blazing flames burned the mountains and seas. Li Fan stared intently at the light sphere in front of him, its heartbeat accelerating, seemingly on the verge of hatching at any moment. The 12 true immortals were also curious about the true appearance of this primordial being, whom they had collectively nurtured for tens of thousands of years without success, and were also secretly observing it. "Tell me about the origins of this thing," Li Fan asked calmly. Faced with Li Fan's might, the 12 true immortals dared not conceal anything and recounted everything. "When the immortal realm still existed, we were all immortals of the Zuyu star region. The Zuyu star region, within the boundless immortal realm, was a very special existence. Strictly speaking, it did not belong to the true immortal realm. Instead, it was a desolate star region that lacked immortal appearances and was ignored by successive immortal emperors." Zuyu star region. Li Fan found information about this star region in his memory. Is that the immortal realm territory where it is said that terrifying creatures exist, and which was abandoned halfway after only being partially developed? But it seems to be just a legend. Until the destruction of the immortal realm, there seemed to be no real evidence of this creature's existence. The dwarfish old man nodded repeatedly. "Senior is wise. Indeed, that terrifying creature never appeared from beginning to end, thus slowly attracting true immortals like us who were unwilling to be restrained and unwilling to travel millions of miles. However, the three sages are, after all, the three sages. Their vision is beyond our comprehension. That terrifying creature truly exists. And it has been in a state of slumber, until the advent of the Tao annihilation tide, when it was awakened. Recalling the scene they had witnessed, the faces of the 12 true immortals all revealed varying degrees of fear. Rather than saying that the Zuyu star region was swallowed by the Tao annihilation tide, it would be more accurate to say that it was buried in the confrontation between this terrifying creature and the Tao annihilation tide. Unable to see its full form, only able to vaguely glimpse parts of its fleeting image. As vast as mountains and seas, contending with the Tao annihilation tide without losing ground. The dwarfish old man displayed the scene in his memory of the terrifying creature confronting the Tao annihilation. This monster's power was indeed alarming. We were completely unable to intervene in the battle between the terrifying creature and Tao annihilation, only trying to avoid it and desperately seek survival. The fierce battle lasted for nearly half a day, and then this stalemate brewed an even larger scale of Tao annihilation. The Zuyu star region was instantly swallowed, and the light and shadow of that terrifying creature also slowly disappeared into the Tao annihilation. Only a shining light sphere was left, still struggling. Seeing this, we took it out with us as we fled. After all, it was left behind by a creature that could contend with Tao annihilation, and it must be of great value. Perhaps it contains the path to transcendence. And the fact is just as we expected. In these years in the lower realm, half of us have been able to attain the Tao of namelessness, all thanks to this light sphere. The dwarfish old man explained everything in detail. Li Fan frowned and interrupted him. You were only ordinary true immortals at the time, so how could you have survived the Tao annihilation catastrophe back then? The 12 true immortals smiled wryly, exchanged glances, and then slowly revealed the matter. To let Senior know, this is our brother's greatest secret. The Zuyu star region was not fully developed. Therefore, it was one of the star regions in the immortal realm most easily eroded by Tao annihilation. The immortals in the star region, prepared for a rainy day, each had their own research on how to survive in Tao annihilation. Among them, true spirit utter destruction is the most effective method recognized. However, the dwarfish old man hesitated for a moment before continuing. It is too detrimental to heavenly harmony and is regarded as a forbidden technique. We only activated it together at the last moment when the Zuyu star region was almost completely swallowed. What forbidden technique can enable true immortals to resist Tao annihilation? If it were truly so miraculous, why would the immortal realm have been destroyed? Li Fan's tone carried a hint of suspicion. This matter is absolutely true, this junior dares not utter any falsehoods. Immediately, the dwarfish old man slowly recounted this true spirit utter destruction technique. After hearing this, a rather subtle expression flashed in Li Fan's eyes. In short, if Tao annihilation is likened to a great fire that burns everything, then true spirit utter destruction is, in order to defend against the burning of this fire on the star region, to completely burn the star region in advance for standby. The star's vitality and continuation are ignited, leaving only ashes. Even if the ultimate fate of these ashes is still to be swallowed by Tao annihilation, the speed at which Tao annihilation encroaches will be greatly reduced compared to a normal star. Even, to some extent, the ashes after these stars are burned can be used as a simple wooden boat to cross Tao annihilation. We also knew a little about this true spirit utter destruction technique back then. We persisted until the last moment before the Zuyu star region was destroyed, and there was really no other way to continue to support it. Therefore, we chose to burn all the remaining remnants of the star. Using some ashes, we built a boat of escape. We arrived in the lower realm in a disheveled state. Li Fan vaguely sensed that what this dwarfish old man said was still somewhat untrue. But Li Fan was not a person to haggle over details, and he was not very interested in how they specifically survived. On the contrary, the true spirit utter destruction technique he mentioned was indeed genuine. This kind of method of harming oneself by 10,000 and damaging the enemy by 800 has no meaning to implement under normal circumstances. It only has value in extreme situations where the possibility is about to be swallowed by Tao annihilation. But for Li Fan, it has great reference significance. In fact, Li Fan had once displayed a similar divine ability. In his previous life, when he was trapped in the tribulation of the fusion of the three Taos, Li Fan chose to self-detonate in order to save himself. The foundation of immortality, the great Tao of longevity, was transformed into fuel that burned everything. Infinite light ignited the original possibility and everything around it. Truly, in some respects, it achieved the isolation of Tao annihilation, the burning of mountains and the filling of seas. It's just that, compared to my crude method of forcibly igniting with the power of the same rank as mountains and seas, the ignition efficiency of this true spirit utter destruction technique is much higher. Because this technique found the foundation of existence as fuel. True spirit, or rather, potential, spirituality. Li Fan quietly circulated this technique in his body. It was mastered faster than other magical powers he had learned. Even at the very beginning, he already had a feeling of ease. But at the same time, Li Fan also felt his spiritual sense constantly and frantically warning him. A little carelessness will instantly ignite a raging fire. This technique uses one's own spirituality as a spark and bait. One must first ignite oneself, use oneself as a guide, and ignite the possibility in which one is located. Then, one must extinguish the flames in one's body as quickly as possible. If it is too late, there is only one ending, being buried in the sea of fire together. And even if one is calm and quick, the consumption of one's own spirituality by this technique is obvious. Every time it is used, one's own potential will be greatly reduced. If it is used too much, one will become completely useless. Li Fan squinted his eyes and looked at the 12 immortals around him, who were inexplicably apprehensive, and immediately understood something. The 12 people live together and set fire together. If they share the burden together, they can indeed minimize the loss of their own potential. HMPH, those who can do this are definitely not just slightly knowledgeable about true spirit utter destruction. It is very likely that they are the creators of this technique. Their strength at the beginning should have been more than that. It was precisely because they used the true spirit utter destruction technique that their strength was greatly damaged. Li Fan instantly saw through the secrets hidden by the 12 true immortals. Perhaps these 12 true immortals did not expect that there would be someone in the world whose physique was so compatible with the true spirit utter destruction forbidden technique. You must know that because the consumption of the technique is one's own potential spirituality, the cost of practicing this technique is actually too great. There are often not many opportunities to practice. Only those who are extremely familiar with the theoretical basis of true spirit utter destruction can successfully implement it in the first practice. Under normal circumstances, even if you try 3 or 5 times in a row, there will be no possibility of igniting the possibility. On the contrary, you will refine yourself into a waste. But Li Fan is an anomaly. This true spirit utter destruction is really an outright evil method. I don't know who created it. A hint of displeasure seemed to flash across Li Fan's face. If I am not mistaken, what this evil method can ignite is not just a single possibility. It may even affect other possible existences. The dwarfish old man quickly lowered his head and said, "Senior is really insightful, there is indeed this possibility. However, it is only a possibility after all. First, the mountains and seas are too vast, but the potential of living beings in the world is limited. The burning fire often burns for a while, and after losing the support of the true spirit fuel, it will stop on its own. Secondly, there is Tao annihilation between the mountains and seas. Tao annihilation, as a natural barrier, also has a great effect on suppressing the burning fire. Taking this star sea as an example, if we do it and ignite this place, even a single possibility will not be affected, and the fire will only be limited to this corner." Li Fan smiled, meaningfully. "You have studied this technique quite deeply." The dwarfish old man smiled wryly. "The only way to save oneself, one has to study it hard." Li Fan did not continue to delve into it. "Since I am here, you don't have to use this evil technique anymore. With just 12 people, I still have the ability to carry you for a while. It's just that, the mountains and seas are boundless. Do you have a destination? That other shore great world, or the Taiwei Holy Dynasty? Or should I just find the nearest possibility that has not been swallowed by Tao annihilation and leave you there?" Li Fan asked extremely kindly. Seeing that Li Fan seemed to be really considering taking them along the way, the 12 true immortals were all pleasantly surprised. They exchanged glances, not knowing what they were communicating internally. After a while, the dwarfish old man still opened his mouth in fear and trepidation, returning to Senior. "We have heard of that other shore great world. However, we have never heard of the Taiwei Holy Dynasty. I wonder if Senior can introduce it to us." Li Fan naturally had no objections. The Taiwei Holy Dynasty was created by a peerless powerhouse in the mountains and seas, the Taiwei Holy Emperor. In a word, he narrated the beginning and end of the Holy Dynasty in detail, and the 12 true immortals were fascinated by it. There are such strong people in the mountains and seas. We were really short-sighted in the past. However, this Taiwei Holy Emperor is a bit too domineering. We went to the Zuyu Star region because we didn't like being controlled by others. The other shore great world. Li Fan opened his mouth and interrupted everyone's reverie. The journey to the other shore is far away. If you really want to be with me, you still need to be mentally prepared. The mountains and seas are vast, and the road ahead is long. Perhaps, by the time you reach the end of your lifespan, we will not have reached the end. The 12 true immortals did not hear the earnest meaning in Li Fan's words. They automatically ignored words such as long and far, and said that they had made a decision. In their opinion, with the long lifespan of true immortals and nameless true immortals, no matter how far the other shore is, it would not take so long. They would definitely be able to see the other shore in their lifetime. And staying here is a dead end. Compared to the true spirit burning exhaustion forbidden technique, the survival rate of achieving a lonely sail in the mountains and seas is obviously much higher. So their choice was obvious. If that's the case, then come up. Li Fan said lightly, and a lonely sail reappeared. Under the lonely sail was a narrow and long wooden boat. Although it was a bit small, the 12 true immortals could barely squeeze in. Everyone, if you have no objections, I will set off. Li Fan asked. The 12 true immortals nodded happily. If that's the case. As if a sea breeze was blowing, the lonely sail suddenly surged. The narrow wooden boat vibrated violently. A violent storm seemed to have been set off around, as if it would flood the lonely boat at any time. Dao annihilation, feeling the familiar and terrifying aura engraved in their memories, which was omnipresent around them. A little fear was uncontrollably revealed on the faces of the 12 true immortals. And what happened next added a few more points of shock to their faces besides fear. By the way, I just heard a rough description of the true spirit burning exhaustion technique you just mentioned, but there are still a few uncertain places. I need to personally test it and verify it. Anyway, you are about to leave, so I might as well give me this star sea and use it as material to experiment. The 12 true immortals were all stunned when they heard this. Before they could react to the meaning of Li Fan's words, Li Fan had already taken action. Obviously, Li Fan was not asking for their opinion, but notifying them with a hint of teasing. A spark lit up the starry sky. In just an instant, it became a prairie fire. Infinite light spread around the spark as the center. After a while, this star sea had been submerged in the blazing light. Good fire, what a big fire. Li Fan stood on the lonely sail, praising it. And the 12 true immortals squeezed on the wooden boat below. Seeing this scene, their faces were earthy and pale as paper. As if they had seen a ghost, their faces were full of disbelief. They were too shocked to even utter a word of questioning for a while. They simply did not understand why this person could successfully use the true spirit burning exhaustion forbidden technique for the first time. And even if this person's talent was outstanding and only seen in the mountains and seas, he obviously already had the ability to cross the mountains and seas, so why would he consume his own spirituality and ignite the starry sky in front of him? Although they also researched and used forbidden techniques, it was all out of desperation for survival. But the person in front of them, the white flames were endless. And Li Fan's face was also flickering and invisible in the firelight. 1609, the immortal boat entered the Tao and was annihilated. This familiar feeling is simply wonderful. Raging flames incinerate everything in this starry sea. The fire is so fierce that it pierces through the Tao annihilation, just like a Xuanwang immortal boat. It approaches other remaining viable starry seas in the original possibility. Without Li Fan's deliberate manipulation, the true spirit fire can sense the location of these ignitable objects on its own and spread towards them. Initially, the fire was confined to a single mountain peak, but for some reason, even after the entire mountain had been burned to ashes, the fire did not extinguish. Instead, it burned more and more fiercely, seemingly without any intention of subsiding. The raging fire stretched endlessly, burning mountains and boiling seas. The 12 true immortals had gradually realized the unusual nature of this mountain fire, and the fear in their hearts made them tremble uncontrollably. However, outside the narrow wooden boat, they were surrounded by Tao annihilation and true spirit fire. Either one could take their lives in an instant, so they dared not leave the wooden boat even half a step. They could only watch helplessly as this bizarre true spirit fire spread. Li Fan, on the other hand, was still immersed in the wonderful feeling brought about by the true spirit's utter destruction technique. Li Fan never does anything without a benefit. If it were merely the stimulation of light and shadow, he would never allow his own spirituality to be used as fuel to support the burning and spreading of the true spirit fire. Even though, theoretically, his current spirituality is infinite, he would not be willing to pay for meaningless expenditure. He was not indulging in the destruction brought about by the true spirit fire, but rather reveling in the process of spirituality being ignited as fuel itself. Li Fan had always known that spirituality was an extremely precious resource. Each time he activated reversal, a portion of his own spirituality would be deducted. And the upper limit that a cultivator could reach in their cultivation was also closely related to the amount of their own spirituality. But Li Fan had no idea how spirituality affected all of this. The process of the true spirit being completely destroyed and transformed into a burning fire gave Li Fan a concrete and clear answer. In the mountains and seas, the possibilities of the mortal world evolve like tree rings. The possibilities of the mortal world can be ignited, and our spirituality can also be ignited. And there is no difference at all between the firelight produced by burning these two. Living beings, like possibilities, are, in a sense, creations of the mountains and seas, an extension of the mountains and seas themselves. In other words, all living beings are the same as the mountains and seas, but only limited to the essence of spirituality. After all, the magnitude of living beings and the mountains and seas are far from the same level. While watching his own spirituality turn into fuel, and the true spirit fire burn fiercely, Li Fan's thoughts raced. This is also the fundamental reason why living beings, cultivators, can cultivate all the way to transcendence. It is precisely through the similarity between the spirituality of cultivators and the nature of the mountains and seas that the true spirit's utter destruction technique can use the so-called true spirit as bait to ignite the possibilities of the mountains and seas together. In his previous life, during the Three Tao's convergence tribulation, Li Fan resolutely chose to sacrifice himself in order to awaken reversal. The infinite light and brightness caused by the self-explosion instantly incinerated the original location and many surrounding possibilities. Originally, Li Fan thought that the reason for such power was mainly because he had obtained a portion of the longevity Tao from the guardian of the mound. Now it seems that it was entirely due to his own infinite spirituality. In the previous life, it was just a crude induction through self-destruction, but now, I have mastered a more efficient method. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Through repeated attempts at active ignition, I can continuously increase the efficiency of ignition. Li Fan doesn't like self-harm. Even if this level of self-harm can't hurt him. When the true spirit fire spreads, his own spirituality and the mountains and seas are inexplicably connected in a state of burning. Therefore, Li Fan can see the image of the mountains and seas. This feeling of facing the mountains and seas directly is very similar to what is described in Guardian of the Mound's ramblings. But in the past, the Guardian of the Mound saw the true image of the mountains and seas through his own eyes, sitting on the mountain and looking at the sea. And Li Fan, through the process of the mountains and seas being incinerated, glimpsed the original image of the mountains and seas through the ashes of the mountains and seas in the billowing black smoke. If this mountain fire is large enough, I can even see the entire mountains and seas at this moment. A thought suddenly surged in Li Fan's heart. Along with this thought, there was also an almost uncontrollable impulse. The so-called transcendence realm of the world is just comprehending the single Tao path evolved from the mountains and seas to the extreme. Seeing the entire mountains and seas means exhausting all the principles in the mountains and seas. Even the saint realm mentioned in the other shore is far inferior to this. Moreover, in Li Fan's view, reaching this step does not require any tedious comprehension of the Tao or the long journey of searching for one's own Tao path. Just provide one's own spirituality continuously and let the fire spread infinitely. Why not? Why not? The true spirit fire became more and more fierce, and all the remaining pillars of the original possibility had been incinerated. Only the ashes remained in the sky, still maintaining their original shape and struggling to support themselves. Boom! Before long, the ashes could no longer maintain the existence of possibility. The ashes scattered, and a ring of the mountains and seas completely disappeared. As if having lost some kind of shackle, after leaving the original possibility, the fire of the true spirit fire suddenly expanded several times. Everything it touched was ignitable material. Li Fan even felt that the pressure on him to provide spirituality had weakened a lot. But this smooth situation did not last long. The first thing to sense the abnormality in approach was actually Tao annihilation. Even though the original possibility had been burned into countless ashes, Tao Annihilation still did not give up its pursuit of them. Moreover, because the original, relatively large target was divided into countless tiny individuals, the wave of Tao Annihilation that was triggered was countless times greater than before. Like a torrential downpour, the true spirit fire, which was just starting to gain momentum, instantly fell into a precarious state. If there weren't enough fuel in the surrounding possibilities, this fire would probably be extinguished directly. And such a change instantly pulled Li Fan out of his unrealistic fantasies. He instantly woke up. The complete burning of the true spirit is also within the scope of the mountains and seas' own evolution. These ashes, after returning to the mountains and seas, will give birth to new rings of possibility after countless years of evolution. And the mountains and seas merging is to forcibly dig these spiritualities out of the mountains and seas. Where these things swallowed by Tao Annihilation will eventually go is not something that Li Fan can know now. But he understands in his heart that it should be inseparable from the Creator God, mentioned in the prophecy left by Sun Piao Miao. Originally, the mountains and seas and Tao Annihilation are opposed. Even if a cultivator in the mountains and seas uses the true spirit's utter destruction technique, it will not affect the confrontation between the two. However, I am an exception. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, and such a picture seemed to appear in front of him. If he insisted on setting a fire that would destroy the sky with his own infinite spirituality, even if he could burn the mountains and seas to ashes, the spirituality he would need to expend would also be astronomical. Perhaps it could even recreate the mountains and seas. These spiritualities, through the process of burning, are transformed into ashes all over the sky. Either return to the mountains and seas, or be swallowed by Tao Annihilation. In this way, wouldn't I be nourishing the mountains and seas and the Creator God with myself? Thinking of this, Li Fan's face suddenly became a little ugly. Unless I can completely burn the mountains and seas to ashes in one fire. Otherwise, the mountains and seas will be nourished and reborn, even better than before. This true spirit's utter destruction technique. Whose true spirit is it destroying? With the inexplicable change in Li Fan's concept, the trembling 12 true immortals saw a rather strange scene. The originally ecstatic Li Fan's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. They didn't know what caused this change. They didn't dare to ask either. HMPH, boring. After deducing it again in his heart, Li Fan confirmed this helpless fact and couldn't help but say coldly. Then he withdrew the output of his own spirituality. In the end, the current me is still too small compared to the mountains and seas. Even if I can support the endless burning of the true spirit fire, the mountain fire, which is already extremely vast in my eyes, is only like a tiny flame to the mountains and seas. Only if the speed of the fire burning is greater than the speed of the mountains and seas' rebirth and evolution, perhaps I will have a chance of winning. Moreover, other factors besides Tao Annihilation and the mountains and seas have not been taken into account. Li Fan recognized reality, but he was not discouraged by it. No matter what, this true spirit's utter destruction technique is truly worthy of being called a supreme divine power. It can be used as a powerful force to perish together, and it also has the effect of comprehending the mountains and seas. It integrates killing and cultivation. With this divine power in hand, even if I face those transcendent powerhouses in the other Shore Grand Era, I will have the power to protect myself. If I am forced into a corner, I will set a fire. The only flaw is that I can't use it too many times openly. Otherwise, the fact that my spirituality is infinite will inevitably be exposed. At that time, the outcome will probably not be better than if the fact that I possess reversal is leaked out. Without Li Fan's behind-the-scenes support, the great fire that incinerated the original and several surrounding possibilities was finally about to slowly extinguish. After losing the cover of the fire, the pressure of Tao Annihilation swept in. Knowing that this place was not a place to stay for long, Li Fan summoned the Xuanwang Immortal boat, intending to ride the wind and waves and leave. These ashes cannot be wasted either. After all, they were exchanged for by consuming so much of my spirituality. Glancing at the few ashes still swaying in Tao Annihilation, Li Fan thought to himself and moved his mind. The Xuanwang Immortal boat then absorbed these remaining ashes, turning them into a layer of pitch-black armor outside the Xuanwang Immortal boat. Other Shore Grand Era, the Xuanwang Immortal boat plunged into the mountains and seas in the direction Li Fan was looking. Boom! Colliding head-on with Tao Annihilation, the Xuanwang Immortal realm trembled violently in an instant. Li Fan had already rehearsed this scene countless times in his mind. And his preparations were also quite sufficient. Nameless heavenly pillar support, ink kill, Dao One worm, ancient objects of the mountains and seas. Now there is also a layer of protection from the remaining ashes of the mountains and seas. The impact received was far smaller than Li Fan had imagined, and soon the Xuanwang immortal boat's bumps slowly calmed down. However, Li Fan knew that this was just the beginning. It is not difficult to persist in Dao annihilation for a period of time. The difficulty lies in being able to treat Dao annihilation's storms with indifference, and go straight to the other shore. Therefore, Li Fan did not relax his vigilance at all, and countless dense Dao One worms, under his manipulation, guarded the Xuanwang immortal boat in groups, forming a huge buffer layer. Even if those swarms of worms that came into contact with Dao annihilation were swallowed by Dao annihilation in an instant. But immediately, a steady stream of backup swarms topped them. The speed at which the Dao One worms adapt is barely acceptable. But ink kill. Li Fan frowned slightly. Ink kill is an attempt by the original immortals to imitate the power of Dao annihilation. However, when this experimental imitation truly came to its original owner, it fell into a strange silence. Faced with the ubiquitous surging Dao annihilation, it was very obvious that it was not as active as it was in the possibility. In Li Fan's view, the current ink kill is like a wild beast raised by humans, suddenly returning to its original group. When it encountered fewer of its own kind before, it could still maintain its own sanity. But with too many of its own kind around, it gradually fell into doubt about its own identity. This change was something that Li Fan had not expected. Li Fan did not disturb it for the time being. Anyway, even without the power of ink kill, the Xuanwang immortal boat was not in any major trouble. He was just monitoring it at all times to prevent unexpected changes. The mountains and seas Dao annihilation is indeed an excellent place to comprehend the Dao of lonely sail. The further he went into the mountains and seas, and the further he was from all possibilities, the more Li Fan realized why his understanding of the Dao of lonely sail had always been lacking. Even what is seen through the erosion of the Dao One worms is still different from one's own personal experience. This feeling of loneliness and insignificance outside the Xuanwang immortal boat was a complete nothingness. Looking up, you can't see the sky, and looking down, you can't see the ground. As if the heaven and earth had disappeared from one's perception in an instant. The entire field of vision slowly became dim. Along with this darkness was the loss of vitality. Abundant and warm vitality is gathered in the possibilities of the mortal world. At this moment, as Li Fan goes deeper into the mountains and seas, the cold aura slowly overwhelms it. In the Xuanwang immortal realm, dark clouds gathered, covering the sun and the sky. A goose feather snow slowly fell. Even if Li Fan crushed the Xuanwang wood carving, causing the great sun in the sky to reappear. But it did not dispel the cold in the world. In the frozen world, the sun's rays seemed quite weak. As the ice and cold descended, the Xuanwang immortal boat's progress in Dao annihilation seemed to slow down. In the end, my foundation is not enough. I rashly broke into the mountains and seas without truly reaching the realm of transcendence. If I am not mistaken, my own path of transcendence is the best way to resist this biting cold. And my means of borrowing external objects can protect me, but cannot protect the beings in this Xuanwang immortal boat. Li Fan silently watched the people in the Xuanwang realm, whose vitality was slowly passing away as the world was frozen. After pondering for a moment, he lit a beam of fire. The immortal boat has only just set sail, and it cannot be overturned yet. It was only a weak flame, but it instantly dispelled the ice and cold in the world. It was the true spirit's utter destruction technique. The Holy One is merciful. The beings of the Xuanwang world all knelt and kowtowed in worship. 1610. Living beings gave birth to Tai Chi. Compared to casting the open black lens bracket true spirit utterly destroyed close black lens bracket divine power, the consumption of one's own spirituality from lighting a candle to dispel the ice cold within the Xuanwang immortal ship is almost negligible. For Li Fan, it doesn't amount to any burden at all. Yet, it can preserve the helmsman and crew on the immortal ship. Therefore, he does it casually. This extreme ice cold, what is the cause of it after all? The warmth produced by the burning true spirit fire only shelters the beings within the Xuanwang immortal realm. However, Li Fan, as the Lord of Xuanwang, proactively withdrew this protection. Directly facing the cold and lonely feeling between the mountains and seas. The Xuanwang immortal ship sails through the darkness, silently. The outside world seems to have lost the meaning of the passage of time. Li Fan stands on the high-hanging solitary sail of the immortal ship, as if he himself is this darkness before his eyes. In the crossing of mountains and seas, one does not know the passage of time. Within the Xuanwang immortal realm, 70 years have passed in an instant. Since the moment the immortal ship entered the Tao annihilation, the variables of the entire Xuanwang immortal realm seem to have been locked. In these 70 years, no more cultivators in the Tao integration realm have been born. It's not that Li Fan deliberately made restrictions in order to save the immortal ship's resource consumption, but rather it's due to the changes of the immortal ship itself. Long immersed in an environment far away from the mortal world, Li Fan also slowly realized the fundamental source of this chill that is like a maggot in the bone. Mountain and sea creatures are mostly born in the mortal world. And when we creatures leave the mortal world, we also move away from the most basic environment that we rely on from scratch, for nurturing and cultivation. It is like a fish out of water, a bird trapped on the ground, and underground creatures suddenly exposed to sunlight. Because of not adapting, it leads to destruction. The transcendent true intent condensed by the transcendent experts, in a sense, is the ability to safely survive this kind of drastic change. Although I have infinite spirituality, when I am far away from the mortal world, I will still feel this kind of daze and discomfort. Infinite spirituality may be related to time travel, the original me. And this body of mine is indeed a native creature between the mountains and seas, Li Fan thought silently. In the Xuanwang immortal ship, almost all living beings, including the 12 true immortals who boarded the ship last, could not escape this feeling of ice-cold loneliness. There is only one exception. It is the unknown primordial creature that once slept in the Zuyu star region and was later raised by the 12 true immortals together. The primordial creature's consumption of energy is really a bit unbelievable. For the past 50 years, he has not stopped feeding it for a moment. More than 100 Xuanwang wood sculptures have already been crushed. However, it is still one step away from the true gestation of this primordial creature. Fortunately, Li Fan has also faintly felt recently that it has begun to reject Li Fan's feeding. It's not that it has become an ingrate before it was born. But this primordial creature has reached the limit of what it can absorb in the gestation state, and can no longer eat. Li Fan invited the 12 true immortals to witness the gestation of this primordial creature in the light sphere together. After all, they have helped raise it for tens of thousands of years. It is worth mentioning that even after spending more than 50 years together crossing the mountains and seas, these 12 true immortals have still not seen the true appearance of the Xuanwang immortal ship. From beginning to end, they were forced to squeeze on the small wooden boat evolved by Li Fan. Relying on the solitary sail raised on the wooden boat, they sheltered themselves from the continuous erosion of the Tao annihilation around them. They did not realize that above the small wooden boat where they lived, there was another immortal ship that was many times larger. Most of their minds were used to fight against the loneliness that kept rising within their bodies. Occasionally, when they had the ability to spare, they seized every opportunity to try to comprehend the Tao of crossing. In addition, the gap between their strength and Li Fan was too great, so it was difficult to see through the truth of the Xuanwang immortal ship. Seeing Li Fan holding the primordial creature and suddenly appearing at this moment, they were all slightly stunned. Then they reacted and looked at the light sphere about to be born with very complicated expressions. Being able to witness the birth of a primordial creature today is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. It's not in vain that we worked so hard in the past. I just don't know if this primordial creature still remembers us. Senior not only saved us from fire and water, but also helped us fulfill our long-cherished wish. It is truly a compassionate mind, which is admirable. The 12 true immortals behaved very naturally, and it could not be seen that they had any complaints in their hearts. Li Fan glanced over them lightly, causing everyone's hearts to tremble slightly. The deathly silence in the field lasted for a while. Only then did Li Fan continue to speak. This beast should be coming out soon, so wait patiently. The 12 true immortals were full of complaints about Li Fan calling the primordial creature a beast. However, they did not dare to express anything, and could only nod and smile in agreement. This wait was another 9 years. For true immortals, it was just a time of closing their eyes to comprehend the Tao, passing by in a flash. On this day, the strands of fluctuations coming from the light sphere in Li Fan's hand awakened everyone on the wooden boat. A black crack appeared from the center of the light sphere. As if the shell had broken, infinite light and shadows burst out from this crack in an instant. It was actually the howling of mountains and seas, and countless possibilities were born from the image of destruction. As if facing the mountains and seas directly, everyone on the boat could not help but immerse themselves in this scene. However, they did not notice that a black line was hidden in these lights and shadows. It shot towards the weakest of the 12 true immortals. Until the black line was close at hand, this true immortal named Shigiven, who cultivated the Tao of open black lens bracket nurturing close black lens bracket, realized this sudden attack as if from a dream. However, before he could even show a change in expression, he was about to be pierced through his body by this black line. A beast is a beast after all. At this moment, Li Fan's cold voice suddenly sounded. A hand arrived later, and firmly pinched the black line. Roar! The sound of howling, like the collision of mountains and seas, came from the black line. The 12 true immortals suddenly felt bursts of thunder in their ears, and only felt dizzy. The Tao they had comprehended was faintly showing a trend of dissipating in this roar. Fortunately, the 12 true immortals shared their lives. With the help of the other 11 people to share the burden, Shigiven was lucky enough to save his life. The horror of the primordial creature can be seen from this. But this beast could not move in Li Fan's hands. It could only keep making threatening roars. The 12 true immortals therefore saw the true appearance of the black line. It was like a wooden stick that had been rounded, with countless complex but non-repeating patterns faintly appearing on it. At each end of the wooden stick, there was a face. It didn't look like a human face. It was just a black and a white expression that kept wandering and changing, showing the essence of face. This primordial creature, rather than being a living being, was more like a magic weapon that had been tempered. Although it was only newly born, its nature was still fierce. At this moment, it fell into Li Fan's hands, unable to advance or retreat, and did not give up struggling for a moment. Along with bursts of mountain calling and tsunami-like roars, the patterns around its body quickly wandered and separated as if they had come alive. They gathered separately at both ends of the wooden stick. The primordial creature was therefore instantly divided into two, one completely black and the other covered in snow white. The two were like two snakes, biting each other's heads and tails, and spinning rapidly. In an instant, they formed a Tai Chi pattern, surging in Li Fan's palm. A strange force was born with it, as if someone had pushed Li Fan hard, and the shackles that were originally holding the primordial creature tightly loosened because of it. The color of the Tai Chi diagram rotated and darkened in an instant, as if escaping to another place. Outside the Xuanwang immortal ship, the originally calm Tao annihilation suddenly stirred up bursts of wind and waves. It was as if something had plunged into the sea. Not good, that beast is going to run. The 12 true immortals exclaimed in shock when they saw this. Li Fan just sneered. He gently hooked his hand towards the direction where the Tai Chi diagram escaped. The noise in the Tao annihilation suddenly became louder. One after another, turbulent waves kept impacting the Xuanwang immortal ship. The people on the ship encountered the biggest shock they had experienced since crossing the mountains and seas. It was as if there were two ancient behemoths fighting fiercely underwater. This kind of change was far beyond the expectations of the 12 true immortals. They stared at the void outside the ship with their eyes fixed, and occasionally glanced at Li Fan, who was calm and relaxed, next to them. They didn't know what kind of magical power this senior was using, that he could capture the enemy in the Tao annihilation. It was simply unheard of. The fierce battle in the Tao annihilation did not last too long. No matter how fierce it was only in its initial state after all. Soon, the movement in the Tao annihilation slowly calmed down, and the Tai Chi diagram quietly returned to the wooden boat. Stopping and turning, it could not be maintained after all. It turned back into the shape of a wooden stick. The patterns on the wooden stick seemed to be sparser than before. And the black and white expressions at both ends also seemed to be listless. This thing was born at the beginning of the opening of the mortal world, imitating the birth and evolution of the great Tao. However, it ultimately does not have intelligence. It does not know the root cause, it only gets its shape, and it is difficult to get its spirit. Therefore, after such a long time, it is still like this. Li Fan tapped the wooden stick lightly with his finger, and commented lightly. The 12 true immortals nodded and understood when they heard this. The one who shot and grabbed the Tai Chi wooden stick from the Tao annihilation was naturally Mo Sha. After 50 years of thinking and adaptation, Mo Sha finally recognized his identity. He completely separated himself from the omnipresent Tao annihilation around him. He only exists as Mo Sha, the spirit of the Xuanwang immortal realm, and Li Fan's lackey. Unlike all other creatures and forces in the mountains, seas and mortal world, Mo Sha entering the Tao annihilation is really a bit like a fish in water, with ease. The erosion power of Tao annihilation is almost ineffective against Mo Sha. And even when there are other existences around, Mo Sha can even use the power of Tao annihilation to fight the enemy first. Just now, capturing the Tai Chi wooden stick was his first try. If he didn't rely on Tao annihilation, but only relied on himself to compete with the Tai Chi wooden stick, he was afraid that he would fall into a bitter battle. But with the help of the surrounding general trend, Tao annihilation, capturing it was only a matter of moments. And the reason why Li Fan was able to break through the details of the primordial creature so quickly was also due to Mo Sha's credit. If Tao annihilation is a boundless ocean, almost all creatures in the mountains and seas are illiterate. Some transcendents have the ability to swim. And Mo Sha is a fish that is born to live in this ocean. Even if the immortal ship capsizes, with Mo Sha saving me, I can be safe and worry-free. He did not show the existence of Mo Sha to the 12 true immortals. After he completed his mission, Li Fan ordered him to return to the Xuanwang immortal realm. And feeling the departure of Mo Sha's aura, the Tai Chi wooden stick, which was originally seriously injured and seemed to be dying, suddenly became alive and well again. However, Li Fan only flicked his fingers a few times in a row, suppressing the strength it had accumulated in an instant. After repeating this, the Tai Chi wooden stick finally recognized the gap between each other's strengths. He became temporarily honest. In the mountains and seas, there are such wonderful creatures. Primordial creatures are even older than the immortal realm. They often symbolize the ancient Tao paths between the mountains and seas. It is said that after a true immortal subdued a primordial creature, he comprehended the Tao from it. The moment he proved the nameless Tao, it was the time to directly reach transcendence. I see that the Tai Chi Tao derived from this beast is also good. The 12 true immortals, who had witnessed Li Fan subduing the Tai Chi wooden stick, sighed one after another. However, Senior is already powerful enough. This wooden stick is not of much help to Senior. As soon as Shigiven said this, everyone on the boat became quiet. Shigiven also realized the inappropriateness of his words, and was about to smile bitterly and apologize. But he heard Li Fan say frankly, "Indeed, this thing is almost useless to the Tao path. However, it is very useful for this journey." The 12 true immortals were puzzled when they heard this. But they saw that Li Fan actually threw the Tai Chi wooden stick, which had barely recovered a little strength, into the Tao annihilation again. The Tai Chi wooden stick seemed a little unbelievable, and stayed in place for a moment. Then he woke up from a dream and fled frantically towards the depths of Tao annihilation. "Senior, this," the 12 true immortals were about to ask. But they suddenly realized that the sailing speed of the small wooden boat under them seemed to have become faster for some reason. Looking closely, they found that the Tai Chi wooden stick that had fled into Tao annihilation seemed to have thin black lines connected to the boat. It was because of the connection of these black lines that the Tai Chi wooden stick seemed to be pulling the wooden boat to sail quickly in Tao annihilation. It can still be like this. The 12 true immortals were all stunned. Although primordial creatures have strong vitality, they cannot survive in Tao annihilation for a long time after all. So when they are trapped in Tao annihilation, if they want to live longer, they will instinctively look for food to replenish. Primordial creatures are unique existences in the mountains and seas. Their ability to perceive possibilities and vitality is far superior to us cultivators. We are on this vast Tao annihilation, and it is difficult to distinguish directions. They may be able to feel the existence of food in the distance. Li Fan stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the Xuanwang immortal ship slowly changing direction under the traction of the Tai Chi wooden stick. A strange expression appeared on his face. And recalling Li Fan's act of burning the original possibility with the fire of true spirit without explanation, a chill rose in the hearts of the 12 true immortals. It was said that he would take them to the other shore of the great world, but now it seems. Afraid of Li Fan's power, the 12 true immortals did not dare to show the slightest objection. They just praised Senior's unpredictable magical powers in unison. Under the panicked escape of the Tai Chi wooden stick, it pulled the immortal ship forward for 40 days. When it was about to run out of fuel and disappear in the Tao annihilation, Li Fan rescued it in time. 1611. The mountains and seas reveal their true colors. The Tai Chi wooden stick was on its last breath, both the black and white faces on its ends had become as pale as paper. The patterns on the stick's body had almost completely disappeared, leaving only a few remnants. Having survived the disaster, it became completely docile. Facing Li Fan's Xuanwang illusory figures feeding, it was extremely impatient, even showing an obsequious expression. It only slowly recovered after a hearty meal. But it didn't stay obedient for long. Only 3 days later, the Taiji wooden stick relapsed. Having realized the power of Li Fan, this time it didn't choose to attack Li Fan again. Instead, it directly jumped out of the boat and fled towards the source of the smell it had sensed earlier in the Tao annihilation. It didn't realize at all that the Xuanwang immortal boat was closely following behind it. Although this beast has intelligence, its level of wisdom is really not high, the eldest of the 12 true immortals, the dwarf old man named Ruan Ruiyu, said mockingly. Senior is right, a beast is a beast, the others all echoed in agreement. The Taiji wooden stick's memory was really bad. Each time it was tortured to near death in the Tao annihilation, it would immediately instinctively escape into it as soon as it had the chance. It seemed that there was something on the Xuanwang immortal boat that was even more terrifying than the Tao annihilation. After the initial few jokes, the 12 true immortals finally realized something. Even if the Taiji wooden stick didn't have high intelligence, as a creature's instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, it shouldn't be completely absent. 1 or 2 escapes could be said to be temporary greed overriding reason. But if it was always like this? Everyone looked at Li Fan, who was standing alone at the bow of the boat with an unfathomable expression. A chill rose in their hearts again. The questions that were about to be asked were forcibly suppressed. In the hearts of the 12 true immortals, they already regretted getting on this thief ship a little. It was said to be sailing to the other shore of the great world, but from the current situation, the other party didn't seem to want to take them there so easily. But other than continuing to stay on the boat and going all the way to the end, they had no other choice. Entering the Tao annihilation without authorization was a dead end. Rebel against Li Fan might lead to an even faster death. The 12 brothers could only silently endure the bitterness in their hearts. The 12 true immortals didn't know that they had misunderstood Li Fan on this point. It wasn't that he didn't want to take them to the other shore of the great world. But Li Fan also didn't know where this so-called other shore was or how to get there. Theoretically speaking, there should be many lighthouse beacon-like existences in this vast mountain and sea, guiding the specific direction of the other shore. New transcendent powerhouses only need to persist in finding the nearest lighthouse. Then continue to sail towards the next lighthouse, and they will be able to reach the other shore of the great world after a long time. But I don't know why, I have been drifting in the Tao annihilation for so long, but I have never seen any traces of a lighthouse. There are 2 possibilities. I haven't condensed my own transcendent true meaning, so even if the lighthouse is right in front of me, I can't see it. This possibility is not very high. After all, this lone sail above my head is not fake. The other possibility is that traversing the mountains and seas requires so much time. Just like what I saw in the lone sail's memory. Without direction guidance, the time required for traversing can exhaust a transcendent powerhouse's lifespan. But if there is clear direction guidance, even if the required time is reduced by 100 times, it is still an unimaginably long time. Li Fan was mentally prepared for this. He didn't expect to reach the other shore so quickly. When Ziyi descended, he repeatedly mentioned not wanting to help with errands and not making this trip for nothing. This shows that even in the eyes of an old transcendent powerhouse like him, descending from the other shore is not a negligible expense. But earlier, when the original possibility repeatedly involved those transcendent powerhouses, they seemed to sense and descend instantly. Sailing through the waves in the Tao annihilation, Li Fan felt a faint premonition in his heart. In this vast mountain and sea, there seems to be no such thing as the passage of time. Or rather, the passage of time only affects them. No matter how long they stay here, it will not affect any possibility in the mortal world. It seems a bit incredible, but having once flowed against the river of time, Li Fan can barely understand the reason. Leaving the mortal world and entering the mountains and seas is like leaping out of the river of time in an instant. At the moment of leaping out, the river of time seems to be relatively frozen. Only when entering again will the river of time flow again. If the mountains and seas themselves are regarded as a large tree growing vigorously from bottom to top, then the many possibilities in the mortal world are the rings on the tree trunk. Down represents the past, up indicates the future. The rings representing possibilities are not just flat surfaces, but 3-dimensional, running through the tree from top to bottom according to time. Originally, if there was no Tao annihilation, the past and future of the mountains and seas would be connected as a whole, complete. Those who can flow against the time can freely shuttle between different positions on the tree. But because of the appearance of Tao annihilation, the mountain and sea tree is cut off in the middle. Even if one can reverse time, the range of activity is limited to the current section of the tree trunk. Moreover, the tissues between the rings that originally belonged to the tree trunk have been mostly swallowed by the Tao annihilation. Ordinary creatures can only survive in the lines of the rings. I am flowing against the river of time, which is to shuttle through the mountain and sea tree vertically along the traces of the rings from top to bottom. And transcending is to leave the ring line where you are and walk in the cross-section of the mountain and sea tree, resisting the Tao annihilation. Whether vertical or horizontal, it is only limited to one tree trunk. And the other shore of the great world. Having personally traversed the mountains and seas, Li Fan had a concrete and vivid understanding of the mountain and sea pattern. But so far, he still couldn't imagine what kind of existence that other shore was. But what is certain is that the other shore is completely independent compared to the many possibilities in the mountains and seas. If a forced analogy is made, perhaps it can be seen as hollowing out a certain position of this tree trunk from top to bottom, creating a place. Even without experiencing the river of time or crossing the Tao annihilation, one can smoothly go to all time nodes of all possibilities. If there is really such ability, then it truly deserves the name of the other shore. Li Fan imagined the situation of the other shore, and his thoughts surged. And the Taiji wooden stick, which was frantically fleeing in the Tao annihilation, finally brought the Xuanwang immortal boat to a place where vitality gathered after dozens of attempts. It was not a complete possibility, but a fairy coffin floating above the Tao annihilation. I don't know how long it has been drifting, the surface of the fairy coffin has become pitch black. Even though they were still some distance away, Li Fan and the 12 true immortals on the wooden boat could vaguely perceive the ominous aura attached to it. The Taiji wooden stick didn't discriminate. Regardless of what was buried in this fairy coffin, it turned into Taiji in black and white. It directly covered the drifting fairy coffin, as if biting it hard. The black and white Taiji diagram rotated rapidly, causing the light and shadow of the fairy coffin to become distorted and blurred. It slowly fell into the vortex transformed by the Taiji diagram. Although the protection of the fairy coffin was still intact, there were faint signs of being swallowed by the Taiji diagram. Just as the Taiji wooden stick was about to swallow this fairy coffin, Li Fan pulled the line and forcibly dragged it back from the Tao annihilation. Back on the Xuanwang immortal boat, it still bit the fairy coffin tightly. Li Fan flicked his fingers several times, shaking the Taiji wooden stick so much that the patterns on its body collapsed. Only then was it forced to let go. Hiding in a dark corner, it stared fiercely at Li Fan, who had snatched food from its mouth. Li Fan didn't care at all, and quietly placed the fairy coffin in front of him. On the wooden boat, the 12 true immortals showed solemn expressions. Unconsciously, they had moved closer to each other. "Senior, there seems to be an ominous thing in this coffin," Ruan Ruiyu reminded. "Ominous?" Li Fan chuckled, completely nonchalant. He opened the coffin. In an instant, infinite light burst out from the coffin. Black air accompanied by blood light was eerie and terrifying. A figure dressed in a bright yellow emperor's robe, with an incredibly noble bearing, suddenly appeared in front of Li Fan and others. After a moment of silence, the figure coldly questioned, "Since you have seen this emperor, why don't you kneel?" "Immortal emperor." Ruan Ruiyu was stunned when he saw this figure, and couldn't help but exclaim. Just as everyone was shocked, this noble figure suddenly took the opportunity to attack everyone. The clothes on his body gradually became tattered. The human head turned into a huge rat's head. The 12 true immortals were terrified, and were about to become food for the rat's mouth. As expected, it's you. Li Fan had expected it. A transparent furnace rose up, like a towering surrounding wall, sealing the rat immortal inside. The 12 true immortals were still in shock, looking at the monster in the furnace with lingering fear, which gradually completely retreated from the human body and completely transformed into a rat. Li Fan looked at the old acquaintance in front of him, watching him struggling crazily in the furnace but always unable to break through the blockade. "It seems that I really haven't left the origin too far. It is still within the range that Guangwu Star Sea can salvage in the Tao annihilation. To be specific, it is still a near-sea area." The rat emperor in front of him was no different from what he had seen in his previous life. Devouring an entire possibility, the rat emperor's power was beyond doubt. However, in front of the current Li Fan, he had no power to fight back. In the furnace, he was slowly refined, turned into nourishment to strengthen the Xuanwang immortal boat. Li Fan looked expressionlessly at the rat disintegrating in the furnace, turning into countless lights and shadows. But in his mind, he was thinking about other things. "I got the Tay Tay Emperor, and was able to reverse the river of time. However, when I returned to 10,000 years ago, the Tete Emperor at the past time node also disappeared. This proves that those who have realized the reverse principle have become special existences attached to the river of time, running through the mountain and sea tree up and down. The transcendent powerhouses in the other shore may also have this ability, but it should be with the help of the special nature of the other shore. If relying only on their own path, it is probably impossible to do this. However, whether it is a reverser or a transcendence, they should be unique existences in a section of the mountain and sea tree. No matter which time node they die in, it is considered a complete death. Even the so-called reverse of time cannot change this. And Wanjun, Li Fan frowned slightly. As a power of the same level as the mountains and seas, it can directly reset and restore the state of the mountain and sea tree. As long as it does not exceed the scope of the mountains and seas, it will be affected by it. However, it is not yet certain whether the scope affected by Wanjun is only this section of the mountain and sea tree where I am, or all of the mountains and seas. There is a way to prove it. Shukyu Gong. In the previous life, Shukyu Gong was not within the mountains and seas, but in the eternal silence void outside the mountain and sea tree trunk. If Wanjun has not affected him, then he must still have some memories about me and Chengdao in the previous life. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel nervous. It seems that after going to the other shore of the great world, even if Wanjun wakes up, it cannot be easily used. At least, before figuring this out, I should try not to expose myself in the eyes of those saints. Li Fan naturally did not dare to ask Shukyu Gong directly. Even Ziyi and Chengdao, the two people who could contact Shukyu Gong, might become the fuse for Wanjun's exposure. Chengdao was fine, he was discussing the Dao with Li Fan entrapped in the Xuanwang Immortal boat. Ziyi was not something Li Fan could control. I can only hope that the scope that Wanjun can affect is larger. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to flee before I even reach the other shore. Li Fan tried to calm the sense of urgency in his heart. Li Fan was not a person who worried about things that might not happen. It was just that after the current reasoning, he learned that Wanjun's existence had the possibility of being exposed. Naturally, he had to take some precautions for the future. Don't stop eating because of choking, you must go to the other shore. It is also impossible to be blindly optimistic and not make any preparations. However, after taking stock of all the powers that could be used, Li Fan had not yet found a way to retreat completely in front of Shukyu Gong. The saints only care about the continuation of the mountains and seas. The only thing that can make them feel a little jealous is the burning true spirit secret technique I just learned. This method, a flash of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and he had made a decision, it must be used well. Although the burning true spirit technique has the effect of burning mountains and boiling seas, the disadvantage is that the fire of the true spirit burns and spreads too slowly. Unless I have prepared early, scatter the seeds of fire in different possibilities and different time nodes in the mountains and seas. A single spark can start a prairie fire. And my infinite spirituality is enough for me to spread the seeds of fire throughout the mountains and seas. By then, when I have a thought, the mountains and seas will burn. Although it is likely that I will be jointly extinguished by the transcendent powerhouses on the other shore before I burn the mountains and seas. And the spirituality I consume to ignite will also turn into nourishment for the mountains and seas. However, the mountains and seas that have experienced heavy damage may not be able to survive the erosion of the Tao annihilation. The other shore transcendence, dare not gamble. This deterrent method should be effective. Li Fan thought repeatedly, and the anxiety in his heart gradually disappeared. It seems that before going to the other shore, I need to make sufficient preparations. Just right, proceed slowly. Every time I reach a possibility, I will lay down a dark hand. Other transcendent powerhouses are the unity of all selves. But I want to go from 1 to 10,000. Hehe. 1612. Sparks spread across the mountains and seas. Immortal Realm, Langwan Star Region. Tens of thousands of true immortals gathered, including many unnamed existences. The immortal chancellor remains in seclusion, we need to think of a way as soon as possible. The nearby suspended K Star Region, Suibang Star Region, and Do Spoon Star Region have all been swallowed by Tao annihilation. It seems that our Langwan Star Region is not far from being destroyed. The key is that the Tao annihilation is a dead end. Our Langwan Star Region has become a closed place. There is no escape, no way out. Everyone, don't panic and don't lose your composure. I have already sent a message to the Immortal Chancellor. He has replied and will leave seclusion in the next few days to organize the resistance. A few more days. I think we'll all be dead by the time Lin Zhaoye comes out. No, we must get him out today and demand an explanation. The scene was chaotic. The unnamed true immortals were still able to maintain their composure with some effort. Ordinary immortals had already been disturbed by the desperate situation of being surrounded by Tao annihilation, and were faintly going mad. It was not just because of the life and death crisis, but also because, under the siege of Tao annihilation, the immortals slowly discovered that their infinite authority was also affected. This slow deprivation over time was, in some ways, more terrifying than instant death. In the center of the immortals were a group of unnamed existences. They were discussing completely different topics in private. Fellow Taoists, have you heard about the rumors of the world-saving immortal ship today? Tao annihilation is approaching, disaster is imminent, and the immortal chancellor is not awake. This world-saving immortal ship is probably the only way for us to escape, so how could we not have heard of it? But this immortal ship has arrived quite strangely. We have never heard of it before. However, the claim that the world-saving immortal ship can cross Tao annihilation should be true. Although I have never seen the owner of the ship, I have met the 12 unnamed ones on board. To put it bluntly, any one of these 12 unnamed ones is probably stronger than Lin Zhaoye. Brother Zhao, is this true? How could I speak falsely about matters of life and death? Even if the rumors of the world-saving immortal ship are true, the conditions for boarding the ship are a bit too harsh. Either offer ancient treasures of the mountains and seas, or serve as a slave for 100,000 years. Everyone, what do you say? Can we join forces to seize this so-called world-saving immortal ship? The group of unnamed ones were chatting non-stop, but after this statement, the field suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but look at the speaker. It was Chu, who was quite notorious among the unnamed true immortals of the Langwan Star region. The path he cultivated was related to fanning the flames and instigating without limits. Those who listened to Chu's advice never had a good ending. Seeing everyone's cold faces, Chu smiled awkwardly. Forgive me, it's just a habit. At this point, some words cannot be said casually. The owner of this immortal ship is clearly a transcendent powerhouse. Now that the Tao annihilation calamity has arrived, the immortal realm is falling apart, and the star regions are struggling for their lives. In this case, the world-saving immortal ship is likely to be the only way for us to survive. Serving as a slave for 100,000 years is acceptable compared to falling. Moreover, although it is said to be serving as a slave for 100,000 years, according to the 12 unnamed ones, they rarely need to take action. Not only can they personally visit Tao annihilation in an untranscended state and comprehend the great Tao of the mountains and seas. There is also hope that they will be carried together to the legendary great world of the other shore. After some discussion among the immortals, the atmosphere became lively again. Many unnamed ones were obviously moved. But where exactly is that world-saving immortal ship now? A group of unnamed ones constantly scanned the Langwan Star region with their eyes, trying to find the trace of the so-called world-saving immortal ship. But they found nothing. They did not know that a magnificent giant ship was parked in the Tao annihilation cloud surrounding the Langwan Star region. It was the profound yellow immortal realm. However, compared to before, the state of this profound yellow immortal realm was a bit strange. It seemed to be made of a phantom, but all the living beings in the profound yellow world were in a purely physical state. One of the original 12 true immortals of possibility, Lu Liangkai, had already been promoted to the unnamed realm. He came to the outer heavens of the profound yellow immortal realm to report the progress to Li Fan. So, this possibility is indeed hopeless. Without revealing his true face, Li Fan's voice faintly came from the horizon. However, Lu Liangkai did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, and nodded solemnly. According to the practice, I am collecting available people. When Tao annihilation completely swallows this possibility in 10 years, the Renyan immortal ship can sail again. There was no reply from Li Fan for a long time. Lu Liangkai's heart tightened, thinking that Li Fan was not satisfied with the progress of his work, and added, 5 years. If we further stir up Tao annihilation, we can further accelerate the speed of destruction of this possibility. At this time, Li Fan finally replied, give you half a year. Liangkai, you are still too weak after all. I have already told you, if the possibility you encounter is still in a stable and prosperous state, then quietly leave my phantom. Leave quietly and quickly. If it has been targeted by Tao annihilation and is in a precarious situation, Then help it to break down as soon as possible, collect available people and things, and strengthen the immortal ship. You have been sailing in the mountains and seas for many years, how can you not know that the mountains and seas are vast and have countless possibilities? If everyone is as procrastinating as you, then how long will it take for us to complete the plan and sail to the other shore? Although Li Fan's words were calm, cold sweat had already begun to drip from Lu Liangke's forehead. Half a year. After half a year, we will definitely set sail again. After Lu Liangke finished speaking, he only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and was left outside the profound yellow heavens. As if relieved of a burden, he breathed a long sigh of relief. The prestige of the senior is becoming more and more terrifying. Lu Liangke looked outside the profound yellow immortal ship, through Dao Annihilation, and landed in the Langwan star region. Better a dead friend than a dead me. Everyone, don't blame me. After only a moment of hesitation, Lu Liangke had already made a decision. He still remembered that the first time he personally promoted the surge of Dao Annihilation, when an entire possibility was submerged, witnessing countless lives fall because of him, his heart was like being subjected to endless thunder, and his whole person almost collapsed. But later, after doing it too much, he slowly got used to it. He muttered words, half bowing to the profound yellow heavens, "Please, kill holy body." After a long time, a black phantom, in response, quietly appeared between heaven and earth. Without looking at it, it plunged directly into the Dao Annihilation cloud outside the immortal ship. A moment later, wind and clouds surged, like a storm gathering and descending. It approached the Langwan star region, which was already only a corner of land left, inch by inch. Your remaining time is running out. Lu Liangke sighed slightly. At this moment, inside the real profound yellow immortal ship, Li Fan sensed that Kill seemed to have become stronger again, and nodded slightly. He didn't know how long it had been since he had set the plan to spread the true spirit fire seed throughout the mountains and seas. Li Fan had been practicing the original plan all these years. At first, it went quite smoothly. With the Taiji wooden stick and Kill and Daoyi insect clearing the way, the profound yellow immortal ship was able to smoothly shuttle through different possibilities, quietly leaving behind the true spirit fire seed. But later, Li Fan discovered that doing so was smoother, but the efficiency was still too slow. Even if it had been riddled with holes by Dao Annihilation, the mountains and seas were still too vast. At this rate, even if Li Fan exhausted his entire life, he would not want to complete the plan to spread the true spirit, which threatened the mountains and seas, in his lifetime. To create a great fire that poses a threat to the mountains, the sea, and the other shore, the initial spark must cover at least about 1% of the entire range of the mountains and seas. In this way, in the short term when I am in danger, I can ignite everywhere and burn the mountains and boil the sea with the fire of the true spirit. 1% of the mountains and seas seems insignificant. However, for monks, it is already an unimaginably huge number. Only by experiencing it personally can one understand what kind of realm the infinity of the mountains and seas represents. It was impossible for Li Fan to complete the established plan by himself. So he decisively changed his thinking. Using the sitting heaven art to feed back the phantom of the profound yellow immortal realm to create a slightly weaker profound yellow immortal ship. Let the 12 true immortals be the helmsmen to replace Li Fan and manipulate these immortal ships to sail to various parts of the mountains and seas. This was only the first step. Just as Li Fan had explained to Lu Liangke, what the 12 true immortals needed to do was to swim through different possibilities and place the true spirit fire seed. At the same time, subdue available people. Then let these newly joined unnamed true immortals control the new profound yellow immortal ship to carry out a new round of mission. So constantly repeating. To date, I have nearly 1,000 profound yellow immortal ships sailing in different corners of the mountains and seas. But even so, it is still a distant future to complete the plan. Li Fan sighed slightly. Fortunately, I have not gained nothing. As true spirit fire seeds were placed in place, Li Fan, who was in Dao Annihilation, could clearly feel the self from different possibilities in the mountains and seas. These spiritualities separated from the mountains and seas were like his eyes and tentacles, helping Li Fan to further and more comprehensively spy on the mountains and seas. If I said that I was groping like a blind man in the past, then now there are tens of thousands of people helping me grope together. Although the giant elephant is large, it is slowly showing its true colors. Just like I had previously expected. In Li Fan's mind, there reappeared the scene of a section of rotten wood that had been hollowed out. Countless red stars were distributed throughout the broken wood. Even though it had not yet occupied most of the area, it was already quite large in scale. The more I see and feel, the stronger I become. Just like Xie Subai and the others are pursuing unifying all selves every time I complete a placement on a possibility, it means that I am absorbing myself on that possibility. From 1 to 10,000, from 10,000 to 1. Different paths lead to the same goal. And because of the strengthening of Li Fan himself, the sitting heaven art can continuously generate feedback power to condense into a new phantom of the profound yellow immortal realm. This can support Li Fan's plan to spread the stars. Of course, this plan was not always smooth sailing. The profound yellow immortal ship built by the Phantom did not have the mountain and sea lonely sail sitting in town, and its stability in Tao annihilation was much worse. If the Tao annihilation wind and waves were larger, there was a risk of capsizing at any time. However, even if the Phantom immortal ship was swallowed by Tao annihilation, Li Fan did not suffer too much loss. The unnamed true immortals who served as helmsmen were countless in the mountains and seas. Even if they were all dead, they could recruit more at any time. The real variable came from the changes in Tao annihilation. At first, Li Fan didn't feel much. However, when more and more, about 100 phantom profound yellow immortal ships capsized in Tao annihilation, Li Fan finally noticed something was wrong. Outside the real profound yellow immortal ship, the Tao annihilation wind and waves were inexplicably larger. Only then did Li Fan realize, every time Tao annihilation swallowed the profound yellow immortal ship, even if it only swallowed the phantom, its understanding of the profound yellow immortal ship still increased by 1 point. After more than 100 profound yellow immortal ships were destroyed, the degree of erosion of Tao annihilation to the real profound yellow immortal realm had undergone a qualitative change and risen to a higher level. This was what Li Fan perceived. This is what makes Tao annihilation really difficult. Therefore, reluctantly, while maintaining the plan to spread the true spirit fire seed, Li Fan had to try to reduce the immortal ship capsizing rate. Not to seek 100% safety for the immortal ship, at least, to make the growth rate of his own strength exceed the growth of Tao annihilation's erosion ability. Otherwise, before he could spread the true spirit fire seed, he would fall into Tao annihilation first. This was the reason why Li Fan had said so much to Lu Liangkai earlier and was so patient. If it had been before, Lu Liangkai would have been thrown into Tao annihilation by Li Fan long ago. With the change in Li Fan's attitude, the Phantom Immortal ship had more support from Ink Kill, Dao Yi Insect, and other forces, and the accident rate was greatly reduced. Not only did the efficiency of placing Li Fan's true spirit improve a lot, but it also unexpectedly promoted the birth of many transcendent powerhouses. You must know that the time these apostles, carrying Li Fan's orders spent performing tasks in different possibilities only accounted for an insignificant part of their careers. Most of the time, they were sailing between the vast mountains and seas, facing Tao annihilation at all times. In a sense, this was an excellent place to comprehend the true meaning of transcendence. In ordinary possibilities, there was no such suitable place that could allow these unnamed true immortals to come into contact with Tao annihilation so closely and still be able to comprehend the Tao with peace of mind. Those who could be selected by Li Fan as apostles were all existences with outstanding qualifications in a single possibility. It was not surprising that some seeds of transcendence were born from them. Li Fan also directly told all the helmsman apostles that if they could prove the Tao transcendence and go to the other shore on their own without relying on the profound yellow immortal ship, they could go without hindrance. The 100,000-year agreement would be voided. If they met again on the other shore in the future, they would still have the opportunity to sit down and discuss the Tao. Li Fan was not afraid that his plan to spread the true spirit would be leaked, because except for the original 12 true immortals, these helmsman apostles who joined later did not know the fundamental reason why the immortal ship sailed to different possibilities. They only thought that it was Li Fan's unique method of cultivation. The original 12 true immortals were always firmly in Li Fan's grasp. The method of cultivating the unity of all selves is really efficient. If I see Xie Subai again now, even without the false prestige of intimidation, I can face him head-on for a few moves. 1613. The other side shines with light. Even with the strength of a near-transcendent expert, Li Fan was not in a hurry to go to the other shore. After all, what he needed to guard against now were sages like the Gravekeeper, who could traverse the void of eternal silence. Only after completing the plan to spread the fire of true spirit would he truly take this step. Although he had not yet officially entered the other shore, through the countless explorations of the Xuanwang immortal ship over the years, Li Fan had gained a preliminary understanding of the other shore. Most of it came from rumors about the other shore in various possibilities. And some were from Li Fan's own explorations. Just as I guessed, once you enter the other shore, you transcend the river of time and can freely travel to the past, present, and future. Of course, only within the time nodes of the current mountain and sea tree. But it's not without a price. Going there is easy, thanks to the sacred characteristics of the open black lens bracket other shore close black lens bracket. No matter which possibility or time node you go to. But returning to the other shore from the mortal world is not so easy. Before Li Fan's eyes, a section of broken wood manifested, representing the panorama of the mountains and seas in his deductions. In the center of the broken wood, a sphere of light flickered. The warm, incandescent light illuminated every corner of the broken wood. I previously guessed that the construction of the other shore involved hollowing out the mountain and sea tree, creating a miraculous structure from the perspective of space-time that could easily reach any corner of the mountains and seas. But in recent years, personally crossing the annihilation of the Tao, I have come to know the vastness of the mountains and seas. It is impossible to create something with the same scale and structure as the mountains and seas. Even if the immortals of the other shore truly possessed such strength, they would not choose such a laborious and unrewarding method. The true other shore is like this sphere of light. Although it is only the size of a grain of rice compared to the mountains and seas, its radiating power can cover all the mortal realms of the mountains and seas. Those transcendent experts who have not comprehended the Tao of reversal can smoothly travel to different possibilities and time nodes through the radiation rays of the other shore. The problem lies here. With a thought from Li Fan, the image of the mountain and sea tree instantly magnified tens of thousands of times. Because of this, it could be seen that even in the corners of the mountains and seas that seemed to be illuminated by light, there were still varying degrees of light and darkness. The radiance of the other shore ultimately cannot illuminate every place. Although I don't know where the other shore is anchored, it is almost certain that the farther away from the other shore, the harder it is to reach. Even, there may be situations where transcendent experts go and never return. A sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and all sorts of information about one of the possibilities that the Xuanwang immortal ship had reached floated before him. This possibility was probably the most remote possibility that the many apostles had explored so far. Its historical trajectory was almost completely different from Li Fan's original possibility. The three sages were only mentioned vaguely in ancient legends as the pioneers of the immortal realm. The immortals of the immortal realm had almost forgotten them. This possibility did not even have a ruling immortal emperor in its long history, and it had always been in constant strife. Because transcendence was almost hopeless due to the distance from the other shore. The immortals of this realm devoted most of their energy and talent to war. Dividing and merging and dividing. There had been tens of thousands of different-sized separatist immortal dynasties. But no peerless expert had ever appeared to unify the immortal realm. The closest to achieving the unification of the immortal realm was the open black lens bracket Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor close black lens bracket, a famous figure in the history of this possibility. The Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor rose suddenly, sweeping across the entire immortal realm, in a mere 300 years. Powerful, cold-blooded, and ruthless. That was the impression he left on the immortals of the world. However, just when the Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor was about to unify the immortal realm, he disappeared inexplicably. Just like when he appeared, silently. Without the crushing power of the Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor to suppress them, the soon-to-be unified immortal dynasty quickly disintegrated and fell back into chaos. The disappearance of the Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor also became the biggest unsolved mystery in the history of this possibility. There were many different opinions. And perhaps only Li Fan, this fellow outsider, could guess the truth. Judging from the crushing power displayed by this Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor, he should undoubtedly be a transcendent expert. I don't know why he came to this possibility. The so-called Immortal Emperor is naturally not worth mentioning in his eyes. He can be discarded at any time. And the reason why he waged war to unify was actually to return to the other shore. According to the records, the Holy Venerable Immortal Emperor had many strange habits. For example, he liked to collect the corpses of his enemies and turn them into weapons. Along the way, he slaughtered nearly 10,000 nameless true immortals. This is using nameless true immortals to build a ship to cross the world. He originally had the strength to transcend, but he still needed to use external objects to resist the annihilation of the Tao. This is probably because this possibility is too remote, in order to increase the probability of successfully returning to the other shore. Once the preparations are complete, he will naturally leave directly. Li Fan was so sure because the deeds of this holy venerable immortal emperor were too obvious. Secondly, before the Xuanwang immortal ship arrived at this possibility, it encountered a strange black banner in the annihilation of the Tao. The black banner was filled with monstrous resentment and white bones. Although it had been eroded by the annihilation of the Tao and was incomplete, it could still be seen that it was made of countless nameless true immortals. It was the object personally refined by the holy venerable immortal emperor back then. Such a treasure is still intact, but he discarded it at will. This shows that it is no longer useful to him. He has already reached the radiation range of the other shore's radiance and can return at any time. This black banner had now been re-refined by Li Fan to continue strengthening the Xuanwang immortal ship. And in the process of digestion, the terrifying figure occasionally glimpsed from the nameless remains could also confirm the identity of its former master to some extent. The radiance of the other shore does not illuminate all the mountains and seas. This is actually a good thing for me. The common goal of the people on the other shore is to traverse the void of eternal silence, go to the more ancient mountains and seas, and find a way to completely resolve the calamity of the merging of the mountains and seas. In order to facilitate saving the world, they should be closer to the past in terms of vertical time nodes. I just don't know what the time limit for this section of the mountains and seas to be traced back to is. Is it the end that Emperor Taitian encountered in the river of time back then? Just as Li Fan was pondering leisurely, the scene sensed by one of his Xuanwang immortal ships suddenly attracted his attention. Myriad forms Net. Where is this? After a moment, Li Fan understood. With a thought, Li Fan's phantom on the Xuanwang immortal ship instantly crossed the annihilation of the Tao and entered this nearby possibility. The sky was gloomy and dark, and endless garbage piled up like mountains. It stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. And a black liquid beast resembling an octopus was lying in these garbage mountains. Wielding countless tentacles, wantonly enjoying and devouring everything in the world. Although there were no other living beings here, this black beast lived a particularly carefree life. The black beast was naturally the myriad forms Net transformed by the power of Ink Kill. And this place was one of the many possibilities that the Lord of Zhanshang had once explored and traveled to. Previously, Li Fan had extended a portion of the myriad forms Net's power here through induction. Although the connection was quickly broken due to the separation of the annihilation of the Tao, the power of the myriad forms Net still successfully took root and spread here. Even though it had transformed into a behemoth, with the arrival of its master Li Fan, it obediently returned. Originally, residing in the phantom immortal ship here was just a portion of the power that Li Fan had separated. But after absorbing the myriad forms Net here, Li Fan's phantom instantly solidified from illusion, almost becoming the same as the real thing. Such a huge power, no wonder you are so happy and unwilling to leave. Even Li Fan himself was a little surprised for a moment. And this is just swallowing a small part of this endless garbage mountain range. Li Fan was immediately interested. He carefully recalled the gains of the myriad forms Net in this garbage dump. Although it was called garbage, it was actually the wreckage of buildings, magical treasures, and corpses. Li Fan tried to restore what had happened in this possibility through these countless fragments. But it seemed that there was a mysterious and inexplicable power that always lingered on these fragments, making it impossible for Li Fan to see their complete appearance even if he pieced together the puzzle. Such a large garbage mountain, but I can't even put together a complete thing. But it can be determined that the one who destroyed this possibility's civilization and created this endless garbage mountain was just one being. Although Li Fan had also done a lot of destructive things, they were all targeted, either to collect resources or to increase the efficiency of his advancement plan. And the existence that destroyed this possibility seemed to be just for destruction. The entire possibility, all the essence, is still perfectly preserved here. From the garbage fragments swallowed by Ink Kill, it can be vaguely inferred that this place was once the tip of an iceberg. It is not inferior to the original possibility. Even more so. Even so, it still turned into ruins in an instant. Moreover, it seems to be at the same time. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and deduced again in his mind. Even if I use all my spare power and use countless Tao-era projections, I'm afraid I can't achieve this effect. More importantly, such an outbreak will usher in complete destruction. Instead of these pieces of garbage that have been torn apart. This shows that the other party still has spare power. There are indeed countless experts in the mountains and seas. Strong is strong, but if they follow some kind of moral conscience like the Gravekeeper, I am not afraid. What I need to avoid most is this kind of crazy and chaotic character. Li Fan secretly reminded himself. Since I'm here, I might as well stay. The Phantom Immortal ship was parked outside. Li Fan released the myriad forms down at again, wantonly devouring the remaining continuous garbage mountain range. The fragments and remnants of an entire possibility, even for the current Li Fan, are definitely a feast. It took a full 50 years to completely devour it. After cleaning up enough, Li Fan found a foreign object in this endless garbage that did not belong to this possibility. A black fragment, shimmering with a strange metallic luster. It seemed to have broken off from somewhere. To be able to stand still in the devouring of ink kill. Li Fan was very cautious and did not directly touch it. Instead, he sent a Dao 1 insect to investigate. But unexpectedly, the Dao 1 insects all fell into a state of chaos the moment they approached the black fragment. They fell into mutual slaughter. Even with Li Fan's forced manipulation, he could only slightly suppress the chaos and could not completely reverse the killing situation. Li Fan decisively chose to abandon this batch of Dao 1 insects. Only when the last one remained did the mutual slaughter of the insect swarm end. However, the only victor did not stop because of this. It began to frantically gnaw at itself until it destroyed itself, and this farce was completely over. The black fragment lay quietly, witnessing this scene, seemingly revealing a silent mockery. It should be that the madness from this black fragment affected the Dao 1 insects. Li Fan was expressionless and continued to send out new insect swarms. As expected, this batch of insect swarms was once again dominated by chaos and uncontrollably slaughtered each other. But the biggest characteristic of the Dao 1 insects is their ability to adapt and evolve. Li Fan keenly noticed that after the sacrifice of the last insect swarm, the overall resistance of the Dao 1 insects to this chaos had slightly increased. Although the degree was minimal, the increase was real. What I am least afraid of is consumption. Anyway, I have plenty of time. Li Fan snorted coldly in his heart, and batches of Dao 1 insects had already begun to gather. There is no concept of time in the annihilation of the Dao. In a chain reaction-like increase, the number of apostles under Li Fan had grown to tens of millions. Therefore, it inevitably came into contact with the other shore in the Holy Dynasty. Fortunately, these two forces were detached from the world. Even if the Xuanwang Immortal ship had destroyed possibilities, they would not interfere too much as long as it did not endanger the mountains and seas. And Li Fan was also extremely cautious. Even if he gave up this opportunity to plant the fire of true spirit, he would not give transcendent experts a chance to discover his secrets. The plan to spread the fire of true spirit was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. I should be able to achieve my goal in about the same amount of time. On this day, Li Fan suddenly had a premonition in his heart. And the erosion of the black fragment by the Dao 1 insects finally had a qualitative change. Although it was still impossible to avoid the influence of the madness and chaos in the black fragment, the Dao 1 insects, under the manipulation of Li Fan's dominant consciousness, had been able to forcibly suppress this frenzied instinct for a long time. Thus showing a state similar to calmness. The black fragment brings not only madness, but also Li Fan's divine sense merged with the Dao 1 insect in front of him, which was emitting a strange aura. In an instant, the scene before him changed. His vision directly passed through the Xuanwang Immortal ship and leapt into the mountains and seas. The continuous mountains and seas seen under the original perspective was gone, replaced by black, twisted light bands rising into the sky. From these light bands, one could vaguely feel the fluctuations of countless thoughts. Similar in origin to the black fragment, most of them were filled with madness and chaos. Just by peeking from afar, Li Fan felt as if his mind had been invaded. Independent consciousnesses suddenly arose, whispering in Li Fan's ear, bewitching and inciting him. 1614. Those who share the same spirit as the mountains and seas. Crossing the mountains and seas. Devouring the mountains and seas, transforming into the mountains and seas. Devour, devour, devour. In Li Fan's eyes, the mountains and seas were no longer a continuous illusory image, but a delicious treat exuding fatal attraction. The black aura rising into the sky was the tempting scent emanating from the mountains and seas. It was the ancient flavor of the mountains and seas themselves. Just like when he was a mortal cultivator and first saw Mo Sha. An extreme desire originating from the depths of his soul suddenly arose and threatened to completely dominate Li Fan's consciousness. Regardless of realm or strength, regardless of talent or temperament, As long as one possesses desire, they will be ignited by the black fragment, amplified countless times, and guided into greed for the mountains and seas. Cultivators within the mountains and seas inherently harbor a certain longing for them. If they are further induced, the hidden desires in their hearts will almost certainly be stimulated. The higher their strength, the more likely they are to pose a substantial threat to the mountains and seas, and the more this is true. Just as Li Fan was now thinking, everything I slaughter and kill can be transformed into my nourishment. Now that the true spirit fire seed is almost spread throughout the mountains and seas, all it takes is a great fire to turn the mountains and seas into a sea of crimson flames. Raging flames, ashes filling the sky. Delicious, delectable. The more Li Fan thought about it, the more he felt his plan was likely to succeed, and thus he became more impulsive. Should I really give it a try? A dangerous glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. One of these countless differentiated thoughts, having been bewitched and persuaded, actually attempted to send a signal of rebellion towards the main body. Calm down. However, at this moment, a cold voice emerged in Li Fan's mind. Like standing across the bank from the bewitching sound, it was not affected by it at all. This voice originated from Li Fan himself. This still conscious Li Fan was formed from countless Dao 1 insects. It was the main body, sensing something was wrong, that ordered the Dao 1 insects to come to the rescue. Although it was only a split of consciousness, in the current situation, it was actually more clear-headed than Li Fan's differentiated thoughts. This was the effect produced by the Dao 1 insect swarm constantly adapting to the madness and bewitchment brought about by the black fragment. With the reminder from the Dao 1 insect consciousness, Li Fan in this place also instantly awakened from his dazed state. Strictly speaking, he had not been completely bewitched just now. After all, he had repeatedly rehearsed the idea of trying to ignite the mountains and seas in his mind several times before. But each time, Li Fan ultimately rejected it. Even without the Dao 1 insect consciousness this time, he probably wouldn't really try to devour the mountains and seas. But it cannot be denied that Li Fan was indeed somewhat affected by this black fragment. To the point of temporarily losing sight of the future and the overall situation, focusing only on the gains and losses of the moment, as if his eyes were blinded. With the calibration and help of the Dao 1 insect swarm's consciousness, Li Fan completely calmed down, and was no longer moved by the bewitching sounds constantly ringing in his ears. After the insectified consciousness completely devoured the source of the bewitchment, the mountains and seas in Li Fan's vision finally returned to their normal appearance. But the fragrance, faintly emanating from the mountains and seas, did not completely disappear. But it still existed. Li Fan looked at the black fragment in his hand, which had been digested by the Dao 1 insects. The entity no longer existed in the mortal world, but the outline of the fragment still sketched out its original appearance. He clenched his right hand, but grabbed nothing. All 5 fingers passed straight through the fragment, as if its existence was just Li Fan's illusion. In the eyes of the Dao 1 insects, they have completed their mission. The black fragment has disappeared. But Li Fan pondered, and summoned the true immortal envoy parked on the Xuanwang immortal boat in Daoyan. He finally confirmed that, it seemed that no one other than Li Fan could see the existence of this invisible fragment. Moreover, this invisible fragment only existed attached to Li Fan. No matter where Li Fan went, it would always follow him. Is it threatening? Li Fan gently stroked the invisible fragment in his hand. He is now only one of thousands of split minds, or if he encounters an uncontrollable situation, the split mind can instantly dissipate itself, cutting off any possibility of affecting the main body. This had already been planned for when Li Fan sent countless Xuanwang immortal boats to all parts of the mountains and seas. So he wasn't worried about the safety of the main body. And the instructions from the main body also allowed him to study it boldly. Now there were no more worries. If I'm not mistaken, even if the Dao 1 insects evolve over many years, they will only devour the outer shell of this black fragment. Its true inner core is not at the same level as the current Dao 1 insects, so they are invisible to it. And the reason why I can see it? Li Fan already had a faint guess in his heart. I possess returning truth, accidentally obtained the great Tao of longevity, and even personally experienced the tribulation of the fusion of the 3 Taos. All are things on par with the mountains and seas. Therefore, the owner of this black fragment is probably an existence of the same rank as the mountains and seas. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, carefully pondered for a while, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The mountains and seas are vast and boundless, but he encountered an existence comparable to the mountains and seas so quickly and coincidentally. With Li Fan's personality, he couldn't help but feel a trace of suspicion in his heart. But thinking about it carefully, it has actually been many years since the initial destruction and his start of traversing the mountains and seas. Over these years, thousands of Xuanwang immortal boats have traveled almost everywhere in the mountains and seas. Time and space have accumulated to a certain degree. Discovering fragments left behind by those of the same rank as the mountains and seas does not seem like a coincidence, but a necessity. Under my large-scale exploration, as long as there are fragments left behind by those of the same rank as the mountains and seas in the mortal world, I will almost certainly find them. Li Fan suppressed the doubts in his heart. He began to carefully study the invisible fragment around him. Only he could observe the existence of this fragment, and the research could not be assisted by others. Fortunately, it was just a split mind that could be discarded at any time, so there were no worries. The first step is to find a way to make substantive contact with this fragment. Although the invisible fragment surrounded Li Fan, whether it was touching it or using divine sense, he could not truly touch the fragment itself. Even when Li Fan used the means of the refining Tao Medicine King scripture, placing it in a grand furnace, he could not sense its existence. Those of the same rank as the mountains and seas, only when one's body is on par with the mountains and seas, can they see, touch, and understand it. Li Fan suddenly remembered his experience in the previous life when he comprehended the great Tao of longevity. Cheng Dao, the true disciple of the Hill Guardian, cultivated diligently for hundreds of millions of years, but his understanding of longevity was not as good as his own sitting on the ground for a moment. It was precisely because he possessed returning truth that he was, to some extent, of the same rank as the mountains and seas. Although returning truth is now dormant, I can still use some of the changes between truth and falsehood to barely achieve being on par with the mountains and seas. However, the information about this fragment is unclear. If I am so reckless, I am afraid that I will repeat the same mistake and reproduce the disaster of the three Taos. After thinking for a while, Li Fan had an idea. Perhaps, I should borrow Shukyu Gong's longevity path once more. Over the years, through discussions with Cheng Dao, Li Fan had subtly confirmed that Shukyu Gong was indeed within the eternal silent void. Even if he activated the remaining longevity power within him, Shukyu Gong might sense it, but he wouldn't be able to return immediately. Moreover, according to Cheng Dao, the mountains and seas are boundless, and there might be quite a few who have obtained Shocho's longevity seed. Perhaps, Shukyu Gong even eagerly hopes that someone in this mountains and seas can truly inherit his mantle. Only then can he head to the more ancient mountains and seas without any worries. After much deliberation, Li Fan had no more concerns in his heart. After a brief communication with his main body, a surge of vitality inexplicably emerged from within him. His body, which had become incredibly solid due to devouring the possibilities of Garbage Mountain, completely transformed into being indistinguishable from his true body because of the appearance of this longevity power. Even Li Fan himself found it difficult to distinguish the difference between his current location and his main body. Adjusting his body posture, he brought the surrounding invisible fragments before him. Li Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the boundless vitality contained within, like a torrential river, submerged the fragments. As expected, the invisible fragments, which had shown no reaction to any other existence from the outside world, finally changed upon contact with the longevity power. Instantly, countless lines appeared within the fragments, like mirrors. Each mirror reflected the continuous scenery of the mountains and seas. However, what shocked Li Fan's mind was that the mountains and seas in the mirrors were not a single entity. Or rather, the fusion of the mountains and seas was far from reaching the current stage. The current mountains and seas, you are in me, and I am in you, making it difficult to distinguish each other. However, the mountains and seas depicted in the fragment mirrors were merely leaning against each other. The boundaries between the mountains and the seas were still very clear. Li Fan could even clearly see countless possibilities floating on the edge of the boundless sea, crashing against the mountains and seas above, turning into spray and dust. The state of the mountains and seas just beginning to merge, as depicted in the mountains and seas fable. Li Fan's heart stirred, trying to see more clearly. However, as the longevity power he spat out slowly dissipated, the fragments also returned to their normal appearance. How is that possible? The power of the longevity path has disappeared so quickly. Li Fan's heart instantly became alert. He knew that in order to eliminate the longevity power in his body, Li Fan had put in a lot of effort. He continuously sprayed blood, nurtured the Xuanwang immortal realm, and continued non-stop for decades before it had any effect. Theoretically speaking, the longevity power contained in the mouthful of blood that Li Fan had just spat out should have lasted for millions of years under normal circumstances without dissipating. But now, it's these fragments that are absorbing it. Li Fan stared at the invisible fragments, which seemed no different from before, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Perhaps sensing that Li Fan was of the same kind. The fragments, surrounding attachment to Li Fan became even closer. Without deliberate traction, the fragments would actively follow Li Fan. Li Fan hesitated for a while, but ultimately decided to continue. With another infusion of longevity power, the scene of the mountains and seas merging in their initial state was once again displayed in the fragments. This time, Li Fan, who was prepared, saw it even more clearly. There are living beings in the mountains and seas. Born in the sea, attempting to climb the mountains. Although they were only fragments that flashed by quickly, Li Fan could still glimpse what was recorded in the mountains and seas fable left by Sun Piao Miao. The sea waves crashed against the mountains, and countless civilizations and living beings turned into dust. However, new civilizations would always be born in the boundless sea, constantly exploring and conquering the mountains and seas. It was like a cycle, or perhaps a destiny that had already been predetermined. Once again, after the mountains and seas trembled and the civilization was destroyed, the mountains and seas fell into a rare period of calm. But something extraordinary happened. The boundless sea seemed to be boiling, and as countless possibilities evaporated, a terrifying roar faintly came from the depths of the seabed. It spread to the mountains above, constantly echoing among the mountains. It was like a mountains and seas symphony, magnificent, gorgeous, and shocking. That was a unique scene that was difficult to describe even with all the languages in the world. Li Fan stared blankly at this scene, and it was not until the scene in the fragments disappeared for a long time that he recovered. This is just a record of the invisible fragments. How thrilling it must have been when it was actually staged in the mountains and seas. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He already understood what he had just seen in the fragments. The exchange between the boundless sea and the mountains above. If described in human language, it would be the dialogue of mountains ah and seas ah that I once saw in the mountains and seas fable. However, the exchange between the mountains and seas is definitely not limited to this. This is the tendency of the mountains above and the boundless sea to merge, and it also contains their mutual resistance to the fate of merging. And also, even with Li Fan's current knowledge, it was difficult to analyze even 1/10,000th of its meaning. However, just listening to the echoes in the mountains and seas from afar, Li Fan felt that his understanding of the essence of the mountains and seas was constantly improving. His enlightenment efficiency was thousands or even 10,000 times better than wandering in the Tao annihilation. After all, one is a macro overview, while the other is lost in the endless inner microcosm. What the two sides see is fundamentally incomparable. If I can understand the principles and transcend with my own strength, it's not a problem. Li Fan was immersed in the mountain shouts and sea roars, unable to extricate himself. It was a pity that the scenes recorded in these invisible fragments seemed to be limited. Next, even if Li Fan continuously irrigated them with longevity power, the fragments only showed repeated pictures. This couldn't help but make Li Fan a little disappointed. It shouldn't be that it's deliberately deceiving me, but that it only recorded this segment of the scene. If I observe it from the outside world, the recorded scene can be completely played in a dozen or so breaths. But if measured by the time scale of the mortal world possibility, I'm afraid it's been billions of years. That's a period of history that is even longer than the life of Shu Qigong. Although Shu Qigong obtained the longevity path, the time node he was in was the end of the mountains and seas merging. Compared with the long life of the mountains and seas, it only occupies an extremely insignificant segment. These fragments can actually survive from the beginning of the mountains and seas merging until now. What exactly? Although no new pictures appeared, Li Fan still chose to continue irrigating with longevity power. Because he had already discovered that with the continuous infusion of longevity power, a low whisper slowly came from these fragments. Unlike the bewitching sound before, this time, the fragments were trying to communicate. 1615. Happy New Year, take a day off. Happy New Year, taking a day off. On New Year's Eve, I'll be with my family. Taking a day off. Wishing all readers a Happy New Year in advance, and may you be happy every day. 1616. Mountains and seas to seek rebirth. It was as if, on the verge of death, a cry for help was issued upon discovering a kindred spirit. Faint tremors, like the sound of mountains roaring and seas surging, emanated from the fragment. Li Fan knew that this was a unique language. It was a language created by the fragment mimicking the sound of mountain and sea communication that it had glimpsed. The voice of the mountains and seas. The current Li Fan was naturally unable to understand its meaning, but that did not prevent him from trying to analyze its inner meaning and carry out a certain degree of translation. The specific method was to continuously irrigate and cancel the irrigation, recording the changes in the fragment's vibrations. Then, various different permutations and combinations were attempted. Just as yin and yang can derive all things in the world. This simple giving and taking could complete the exchange between two beings in different mountain and sea eras. Even if it took a considerable amount of time. What era is this? Has the dynasty fallen? These simple 8 characters took Li Fan more than 30 years. Fortunately, the beginning is always the hardest. Afterward, the communication between the two became much smoother. The end of the mountains and seas, the world has experienced countless calamities. The dynasty has long been buried, fading from the memory of the masses, and I do not know what day this is. After this sentence was sent, the fragment froze as if sealed in ice, instantly falling into silence, almost returning to its previous transparent and invisible state. It seemed to be immersed in this unacceptable fact, and did not reply for a long time. Li Fan did not urge it, nor did he irrigate it with the power of longevity again. He just waited silently by the side. The silence of the fragment lasted for a full 3 years. It seemed that the concept of time for this ancient existence was different from that of the current mountain and sea creatures. Who are you? Thank you for recreating me, raising me from my deathbed. What came again was actually a word of thanks. Li Fan was speechless in his heart, but he did not reveal any flaws, and replied with a serious and earnest expression, a humble little immortal, not worth mentioning. Fortunate to have the grace of heaven and encounter the creation of longevity. A helping hand, not worth mentioning. Then, without giving the other party time to respond, he immediately took the initiative in the conversation and asked, "Who are you? Where do you reside? How can you survive the myriad calamities and exist to this day?" This ancient existence did not seem to hide anything from his benefactor. He slowly recounted his past. "I am a mountain and sea sacrificer, serving the monarch to communicate with the netherworld, seeking the heavenly path for the people. However, witnessing the changing world, I was unable to save it. I survived with frosted temples, holding guilt and grief. How dare this remnant body claim to be extraordinary, merely a decaying grass and a flowing firefly?" From the other party's words, Li Fan vaguely glimpsed a corner of the ancient civilization that once existed in the mountains and seas. It was a vast dynasty that called itself open black lens bracket ye close black lens bracket, born and evolved from the infinite sea, prospering and developing to its peak. The monarch, or even the subjects, possessed power close to that of the current immortals. The most powerful in the dynasty, and also responsible for guarding the dynasty's safety and future, was a group called Open Black Lens Bracket Mountain and Sea Sacrificers Close Black Lens Bracket. The dynasty's mountain and sea sacrificers were the first to recognize the current situation of the mountains and seas they were in, and to try to use the power of the mountains and seas for their own purposes. It was with their help that the Yi dynasty was able to establish a boundless and limitless vast power in the vast mountains and seas. The mountain and sea sacrificers prayed day and night, communicating with the netherworld and the spirits, able to glimpse the communication of the mountains and seas with the body of an ant. The older the mountain and sea sacrificer, the longer they were immersed in the communication of the mountains and seas. Their bodies seemed to be alienated, becoming existences tending towards the mountains and seas. Merely relying on a single living being, no matter how powerful, could not withstand this change for long. In order for the dynasty to be passed on forever, the mountain and sea sacrificers of past generations decided to merge all their bodies and consciousness into one. In order to resist the alienation of the mountains and seas. The erosion of the mountains and seas continued, but with the continuous addition of new priests from all over the dynasty, the mountain and sea sacrificers were able to continue steadily and peacefully according to plan. But one day, a change that no one had expected suddenly occurred in the mountains and seas. The mountains and seas actually have a day of fusion. Our spiritual platforms were damaged, and we gradually lost our true nature. Some fell into the abyss of madness, and some started the calamity of mutual destruction, like ants in a boiling cauldron devouring their own nest. All the sacrifices died, and I alone survived. Li Fan could feel the ancient being's inner compassion. In order to shorten the distance between them, Li Fan also showed similar grief. and showed this mountain and sea sacrificer the scene of his hometown's original possibility being destroyed in one. The same experience, coupled with the previous life-saving grace, really made him more trusting of Li Fan. The calamity you have suffered is 100 times greater than ours. Alas. Li Fan nodded painfully. The mountains and seas are completely covered, and there is no safe place. I can only build a drifting boat and hang it above the mountains and seas. The mountain and sea sacrificer responded, not a long-term plan, but a way to survive. Li Fan showed a dim expression. We know it ourselves, but the mountains and seas are merging, and we cannot stop it. Does the senior have any good strategies to teach us? This time, the mountain and sea sacrificer fell into a silence that was longer than all the previous ones combined. However, the longer the other party was silent, the more Li Fan looked forward to it. Because Li Fan vaguely felt that the mountain and sea sacrificer was not silent because of refusal, but was thinking about a truly feasible strategy. Perhaps, the regret of failing to save the dynasty as a mountain and sea sacrificer would be compensated in this life. I have a method, which was the result of the joint planning of the mountain and sea sacrificers of the past. Senior, please tell me everything. Fearing that the other party would have any concerns, Li Fan said directly. And as the mountain and sea sacrificers' tremor, like the ancient mountain and sea communication, continued to sound, Li Fan's eyes gradually lit up. It has to be said that the mountain and sea sacrificers are indeed the strongest collection of existences in the ancient dynasty of the mountains and seas. This method of saving the world is only higher and not lower than the current civilization's other shore plan. The fusion of mountains and seas is the general trend, which cannot be stopped or reversed. Even with the power of the mountains and seas themselves, it cannot be done. This is the view derived from the mountain and sea sacrificers, observation of the mountain and sea communication day and night. Accompanying the fusion of mountains and seas, there will inevitably be endless annihilation. However, this annihilation is for the creatures in the mountains and seas, for the mountains and seas. In fact, the fusion of mountains and seas is not really disappearing, but leaping to another, more advanced form of energy. This form of energy exceeds the cognition of the creatures born in the mountains and seas, so in their view, the fusion of mountains and seas is like annihilation. Like endless nothingness. The plan proposed by the mountain and sea sacrificers is essentially the same as the study of ink kill in the Rotten K Taoist temple. They are all trying to survive in the annihilation of the Tao. However, what these ancient civilizations are trying to do is even more extreme. Open black lens bracket ye close black lens bracket, born from the infinite sea, goes upward to the mountain above. From the beginning of being unable to adapt to the upper mountain, to finally successfully surviving and spreading in the mountains and seas. The Yi dynasty's mountain and sea sacrificers have great confidence in the adaptability of the dynasty's monarchs and people. So their plan is also very crazy, crossing the mountains and seas, and entering outside the mountains and seas. It's somewhat similar to the Heavenly Luo Emperor's plan. I don't know what Heavenly Luo Emperor relied on to support him in developing a plan to further sublimate the immortal world and transcend the mountains and seas. But the plans of these mountain and sea sacrificers are not just castles in the air. A strange look flashed in Li Fan's eyes. In the process of years of sacrificial peeping, the mountain and sea sacrificers, from the perspective of the mountains and seas, occasionally captured the existence that seemed to be the fusion of the mountains and seas. At first, they didn't understand. They didn't know what they were seeing. They just recorded and sealed it strictly as usual. Until later, when the calamity of the fusion of mountains and seas gradually arose and the dynasty collapsed, they remembered what they had recorded. The sound of the mountains and seas is loud, and the changes are very unusual. It seems to have a sense of panic. The mountain and sea sacrificers' record described the scene they had glimpsed at that time. In sharp contrast to the mountain and sea anomalies was a gaze that swept through the mountains and seas. It seemed to come from outside the sky, spreading throughout the mountains and seas in an instant, causing the mountains and seas to instinctively fear it. Using the word gaze to describe it seems mysterious and mysterious. But the fact is, that's exactly what happened. When the mountain and sea sacrificer, who had turned into a fragment, described the scene to Li Fan many years later. Li Fan actually really felt a sense of being watched. It is conceivable that the majesty of an existence that makes the mountains and seas fear for the creatures in the mountains and seas. It seemed that when mortals saw the hungry immortals, Li Fan's mind was suddenly subjected to a violent shock. Fortunately, the mountain and sea sacrificer reminded him in advance, and Li Fan was no longer the mortal he was then. After experiencing countless things, his will was firm and far beyond ordinary people. He forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. He followed the source of the gaze, and looked up. It seemed that above the mountains and seas, he saw a star hanging alone, illuminating the mountains and seas and ignoring all living beings. It really is it, the destination after the fusion of the mountains and seas, the existence that makes the mountains and seas very afraid. The mountains and seas will never be seen again. The so-called open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket. Li Fan only knew today that the various mountain and sea fables left by Sun Piao Miao were not virtual fingers, but the naturally emerging sights and knowledge after seeing the light and shadow left in the past. The moment he saw the open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket, for some reason, all the feelings of fear in Li Fan's heart disappeared. What replaced it was a sense of relief. It seems that for the creatures in the mountains and seas, dying in the annihilation of the Tao is not something to be afraid of, but it is their destiny. Li Fan's heart was peaceful. In the face of this destined ending, all his desires were completely calmed down. Without desire and without request, there is no motivation in the heart. The symbol of living beings also fell rapidly because of this. Although the vitality was not reduced, Li Fan gradually became like a living stone, and his reaction to the outside world became more and more indifferent. My friend, wake up. Just when Li Fan was about to sink and lose his independent consciousness, the roaring sound from the mountain and sea sacrificer woke him up. The anomaly of the star shattered suddenly. The mountains and seas he saw also no longer existed. Li Fan returned from illusion to reality. It was almost dangerous. Fortunately, I was saved by the senior. I am so grateful that I cannot express it, Li Fan said. Although there was also a slight wave of response from the mountain and sea sacrificer. In fact, since Li Fan had already learned about the existence of the open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket from the mountain and sea fables, how could he not have any precautions? With Li Fan's current level of will, he would never be completely bewitched by the star's gaze without any resistance. It was he who deliberately sank, and then let the mountain and sea sacrificer around him save him. In order to deepen the relationship between the two. Li Fan understood people's hearts and knew this way well. And it has been tried and tested. Sure enough, through mutual rescue, the trust between the two became more sufficient. Therefore, in the following continuous communication, Li Fan obtained more details about the Yi dynasty's mountain and sea sacrificer's plan to save the world. Although the mountain and sea sacrificer had a few strands of the star's gaze, it was obviously unrealistic to cross the mountains and seas with this alone. Their plan was to use the star's gaze as a spark to ignite and spread among the dynasty's subjects. Those who see the star sees them. It is difficult to get the true face of the star with the sight of ants. However, hundreds of millions of ants, with uninterrupted attention, may eventually exchange for the true gaze of the star. And when the star hanging high casts its gaze on the ants in the mountains and seas, it is the best time for the mountain and sea sacrificers to lead the open black lens bracket Yi close black lens bracket dynasty to complete the transcendence of the mountains and seas. The mountain and sea sacrificers' plan. There is indeed a certain possibility. Li Fan came to the conclusion after careful evaluation. It's just that it needs the vast territory of the open black lens bracket Yi close black lens bracket dynasty as a foundation. First of all, with the smallness of the creatures in the mountains and seas, the consumption required to attract the attention of the star must be extremely terrifying. And it is useless to maintain this intensity for just a moment. It needs to be accumulated over the years, an unimaginably long time. With just a rough calculation, Li Fan felt a chill down his spine for this extremely large number. With Li Fan's current strength, the moment he got the star's gaze, he almost wanted to eliminate all his desires and turn into a stubborn stone. Not to mention other weak creatures. The price of gazing at the star, although not death. But it is no different from death. Only this vast ancient dynasty spanning the mountains and seas can have the courage to implement this plan. But in fact, it's also a gamble. Li Fan shook his head secretly. No creature in the mountains and seas has ever known the true face of that open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket. Even if the star's gaze is really attracted, what will happen next, and whether it can be used to complete the transcendence of the mountains and seas, it is also unknown. The open black lens bracket Yi close black lens bracket dynasty's mountain and sea sacrificers are confident because of a characteristic ability that they inherently possess as ancient creatures of the mountains and seas. Just like some schools of fish, even in the boundless ocean, they always identify the direction. They rely on this ability to build a unified dynasty in the vast mountains and seas and endless possibilities. This ability is really enviable. Specifically, the current worldly saints cannot perceive themselves in other possibilities. Only when they reach the transcendental realm like Xie Subai and He Tianyi can they observe another self. But the people of open black lens bracket Yi close black lens bracket can perceive the simultaneous existence of countless selves from birth. At the same time, countless selves die. Similarly, countless selves are born. They have long been accustomed to this kind of life. And under the guidance of a unified will, they can allocate an infinite number of selves to perform any task together. The efficiency is unimaginable. 1617. The other side is far away. The people of the Mo dynasty had long since become indifferent to life and death. For the future of the dynasty, they could resolutely sacrifice themselves at any moment, whether it was a single possibility or the collective of all their selves within the mountains and seas. It was precisely because of this that the mountain and sea priests of the past had the confidence to use the lives of all living beings in the dynasty as a price to execute a seemingly illusory plan. Because they knew that even if only the last person of the Mo dynasty remained, as long as they waited for the gaze of the stars to descend and successfully completed sublimation, the Mo dynasty could be rebuilt outside the mountains and seas. What they did not expect was that the calamity would come so quickly and so fiercely. The plan had only just begun when the tide of annihilation devoured everything in the dynasty like a tsunami. The mountains and seas seem to have perceived our actions and have deliberately added obstacles. Even though the mountain and sea priest was left with only a fragment, he was still resentful about the destruction of the dynasty in the past. He solemnly told Li Fan this. Moreover, he repeatedly recounted in detail the time and scale of the disaster, and how illogical it was. At first, Li Fan thought that this was just a one-sided statement by the mountain and sea priest, distorting the facts due to his unwillingness to let go of the dynasty's demise. However, as he listened carefully, he also noticed the strange aspects of it. The calamity of annihilation is essentially the fusion of the mountains and seas. This also meant that the scale of annihilation born in the early stages of the mountains and seas fusion should be far less than it is now. But the calamity that engulfed the Mo dynasty back then. At that time, the Mo dynasty was spread throughout the mountains and seas, and annihilation should only have occurred in the areas where the mountains and seas were initially fusing. Li Fan's expression became somewhat solemn. In the countless years after surviving the calamity, but only existing as a fragment, the mountain and sea priest used his remaining consciousness to ponder the cause of all this. In the end, he only concluded that it was the consciousness of the mountains and seas that had perceived the Mo dynasty's plan to transcend. In the eyes of the mountains and seas, this was tantamount to utter betrayal. Therefore, punishment was brought down. This was one explanation. This was also the reason why Li Fan felt an extremely strong desire to devour the mountains and seas when he first came into contact with the fragment. Seemingly, the living beings of the Mo dynasty were innocent, but upon closer inspection, the people of the Mo dynasty were originally born from the mountains and seas. Now that the mountains and seas were encountering calamity, not only did they not provide support or make any contribution, but their first thought was to surrender to the unknown existence outside the mountains and seas. Even if the mountains and seas are not the opponent of the stars, can they not deal with you parasites? That's understandable, Li Fan thought to himself, nodding secretly after changing his way of thinking. If this guess is true, it is also a reminder to me. The infinite sea and the upper mountain are both great existences with their own wills, and not just stupid things to be slaughtered. I am afraid that I will have to be careful of the mountains and seas' retaliation in the future when I perform the act of burning the mountains and boiling the seas. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Fan did not show it. Instead, he asked the mountain and sea priest a question. The Mo dynasty perished due to annihilation, but annihilation is a force that even the mountains and seas cannot control. If the mountains and seas wanted to punish the Mo dynasty, they could use 1,000 different methods. Why would they choose this method, which would definitely harm themselves? Upon hearing this, the mountain and sea priest's incessant chatter came to an abrupt halt, and then he remained silent for a long time. In the end, he had only excluded all possible culprits, and finally only the mountains and seas remained as the only option. In fact, there was no sufficient or reasonable basis. My brother, in my humble opinion, perhaps the demise of the Mo dynasty back then was just an accident, Li Fan sighed lightly. Such a large-scale calamity of annihilation could even shake the foundation of the mountains and seas. It must have involved existences of the same level as the mountains and seas, or even the stars outside the mountains and seas. The mountains and seas were plunged into turmoil for a time. Although they eventually survived this calamity with their powerful foundation, the Moat dynasty, as a floating boat between the mountains and seas, failed to survive. Since then, the mountains and seas have deteriorated, and the trend of fusion has become increasingly rapid. Li Fan narrated his guess in detail. The Moat dynasty mountain and sea priest listened in silence. Obviously, compared to his original deduction, Li Fan's guess was more reasonable. However, for a time, he found it somewhat difficult to accept that the passing of his dynasty and the fall of countless living beings were just an accident. Or rather, it was not an accident, but an inevitability. The mountains and seas cannot even protect themselves, let alone the creatures living within them. The deceased are gone, my brother, you should let go of everything as soon as possible and look to the future. You survived by chance and were rescued by me by coincidence. Isn't this some kind of destiny? Perhaps you are destined to shoulder the mission of restoring and rebuilding the Moat dynasty. Call upon the gaze of the stars, complete the unfinished business of the past, and transcend beyond the mountains and seas. The mountain and sea priest, who spent all day spying on the mountains and seas, did not have so much experience in scheming. Having already established a foundation of trust with Li Fan, he was gradually persuaded by Li Fan's rhetoric. Even if you, my brother, believe that the mountains and seas are your enemy, then open your eyes and look at the surrounding mountains and seas. Annihilation has spread everywhere, and the mountains and seas are in a precarious situation. Isn't this revenge enough? From the changes in the mountain and sea priest's emotions, Li Fan felt that the other party should have been persuaded to some extent. However, the concepts accumulated over countless years could not be easily reversed. Fortunately, Li Fan persevered. While constantly irrigating him with the power of longevity and helping him recover, he also kept brainwashing him, persuading him to let go of unnecessary hatred and look to the future. The so-called rope saw cuts through wood, and dripping water pierces through stone. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. When Li Fan's plan to spread the seeds of true spirit was about to be completed, the resentment towards the mountains and seas that had accumulated in the fragments for countless years finally dissipated suddenly. White and brilliant light burst out from the fragments. After the light dissipated, a figure appeared. It was the mountain and sea priest. But not in the form of a human, but with a sea blue body and slender limbs. Although the facial features were similar to those of humans, there were obvious differences. The most significant was that his head was transparent. Blue light flowed within it like seawater. It seemed that one could see the various dazzling and fantastic lights shining inside at the same time. My friend, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wangsheng. Li Fan could clearly see that the colors flashing in Xiao Wangsheng's head at this moment were all gentle. He smiled slightly and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, my brother, on your rebirth today." A half-faint blue color of sadness flashed in Xiao Wangsheng's head. I must also thank my friend for your tireless help. The two had already established a deep friendship through long-term communication, so Li Fan was not polite at the moment. He asked Xiao Wangsheng about his next plans. Now that the dynasty has been overthrown, and there are no countless people to support it, the plan to attract the gaze of the stars must be changed. Xiao Wangsheng pondered for a moment and said slowly. He reached out and pointed into the distance. I can vaguely see that there seem to be a large number of powerful creatures gathered there. Among them, there are even quite a few who can be compared to my former prime. If we can persuade them to join the plan. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction indicated by Xiao Wangsheng. It was the location of the other shore great world. He couldn't help but smile wryly and told Xiao Wangsheng about the current situation of Shanghai again. Oh, that's the other shore. Xiao Wangsheng nodded. It's much weaker than I thought. Xiao Wangsheng said this. Naturally, he had his confidence. In the past, there were nearly 1,000 Shanghai sacrifices. And Xiao Wangsheng was just one of the younger ones among them. The longer they could survive in the state of Shanghai transformation, the more powerful they were. The strength of the Shanghai sacrifices back then was evident. In the past, even the Zhu temple was powerless in the face of the Shanghai tribulation. These people's so-called other shore salvation plan is ultimately futile. Xiao Wangsheng shook his head and commented. Perhaps it's because the true powerhouses in the other shore have already crossed the eternal silent void and gone to the more ancient past, Li Fan explained to Xiao Wangsheng. After hearing about the deeds of Shou Chougong, Lianshan, Guihai, Tai 3 sages, and many other powerhouses, Xiao Wangsheng put away the contempt in his heart. Just like you, brother Xiao. The concepts of the people in the other shore cannot be easily reversed. If we just go to their door and persuade them to carry out some stargazing plan, we will definitely be flatly rejected. We need to take our time. Xiao Wangsheng knew nothing about the creatures of the present era. Hearing Li Fan say this, he felt that it made some sense. He immediately asked, "What is your plan, my brother?" In his opinion, Li Fan was already a comrade, standing on the same front as him. After all, Li Fan had personally witnessed the stargazing, and even almost lost himself in it. According to Xiao Wangsheng's experience, anyone who has personally experienced the power of open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket will unswervingly carry out the stargazing plan. Because other than relying on open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket, no other method can survive this Shanghai destruction tribulation. Li Fan smiled slightly. The best way to persuade is to first integrate into the other party's group. Sincerely consider them and help them realize the wrongness of their current choices. When one impossible answer after another is eliminated, what remains can only be our plan. We don't need to persuade them. For their own survival, they will first persuade themselves. Hearing Li Fan's words, Xiao Wangsheng's mind instantly showed a fluttering color like a sandstorm. My friend, this plan is wonderful. It's just that I don't know how to join this so-called other shore. In his subconscious, Xiao Wangsheng still believed that he was a creature of ancient civilization, and there were many invisible barriers between him and the current Shanghai creatures. He instinctively believed that it was almost impossible to integrate into the other shore collective. However, Li Fan said dumbfounded, the other shore never restricts the threshold. As long as you can reach there, you are considered a member of the other shore. Of course, this is just superficial integration. If you want to truly become the core of them and have the ability to reverse their concepts, you need to make certain contributions. Although Li Fan had not yet truly set foot on the other shore, he had already seen many immortals from the other shore. He could roughly guess the situation of the other shore organization. Reaching is enough. It's that simple. Xiao Wangsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. Crossing Shanghai is just a common thing for Brother Xiao. However, for the vast majority of creatures today, it is something that is difficult to achieve in a lifetime. Even I need to build a Xuanwang immortal boat to go there, Li Fan sighed, and the emotions in it were not fabricated. Brother Xiao, please help me return to my main body. It's time for us to sail to the other shore, Li Fan bowed to Xiao Wangsheng. Xiao Wangsheng nodded. With the location guidance provided by Li Fan, Xiao Wangsheng's sight easily passed through the barriers of the endless Shanghai and saw Li Fan's main body standing at the bow of the Xuanwang immortal boat. He was showing a smile to himself. After nodding to indicate, he waved his sleeves and stepped forward, wrapping the phantom of the ferry boat under him. Now, if cultivators want to cross Shanghai, they need to comprehend more than the true meaning. But for Xiao Wangsheng, an ancient creature, wandering through Shanghai is an instinct. Even if he brought the burden of a phantom ferry boat, it was not difficult for him. Riding the wind and waves, traveling quickly through Shanghai. The real Xuanwang immortal boat felt the rising waves and fell into a slight vibration. However, after countless years of tempering and strengthening, the Xuanwang immortal boat had already been able to ignore this level of wind and waves. A figure shot out from the annihilation tide. The phantom of the ferry boat merged with the Xuanwang immortal boat. Xiao Wangsheng also stood in front of Li Fan's main body. The two had already tacit understanding and no longer talked nonsense. Manipulating the Xuanwang immortal boat, heading towards the other shore. If it were the normal sailing speed of the ferry boat, it would probably take hundreds of thousands of years to truly arrive. But now, Xiao Wangsheng stood alone at the bow of the boat, using his body as a guide. With his own strength, he pulled the entire Xuanwang immortal boat forward rapidly. The speed of the ferry boat was more than 10,000 times faster. Li Fan could see that this was not simply because Xiao Wangsheng's power was strong. But like his talent and instinct, he had mastered some natural skills for crossing Shanghai. Li Fan immediately humbly asked Xiao Wangsheng to learn. Xiao Wangsheng naturally did not hesitate to teach. For the people of the dynasty, although this is an innate skill, it also requires acquired learning and strengthening. However, it all happened before the age of 1. As if recalling the interesting things of the past, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Wangsheng's mouth. But soon he realized that the dynasty in his memory no longer existed. The smile quickly disappeared. Instead, he seriously taught Li Fan. The so-called transcendence of true meaning is certainly to cross Shanghai, but after all, it is to shuttle through with foreign objects and with difficulty. In fact, we are all creatures of Shanghai, originating from Shanghai. Using the power of Shanghai to cross Shanghai itself. How can there be any resistance? Xiao Wangsheng tried to help Li Fan understand the principle of assimilation with Shanghai. However, what seemed extremely simple to him, Li Fan could not learn anyway. Xiao Wangsheng could only comfort him. Perhaps times have changed, and creatures are also different. Li Fan remembered one thing and couldn't help but ask. In this era, in a single possibility, there is a saying of potential. There is a certain upper limit to the powerhouses that a certain possibility can give birth to. I wonder if there was so-called potential in Shanghai in the past. 1618. The weakest transcendence. Potential. Xiao Wangsheng seemed to have some difficulty understanding what Li Fan was saying. Within the dynasty, there are indeed occasionally one or two disabled people who cannot fully see the mountains and seas. However, firstly, we of the Mountain Sea Shrine help them recover. Secondly, the dynasty has hundreds of millions of people, so even if they are missing, it won't have much impact. But I have never heard of a large-scale disability situation occurring within a single possibility. It's no wonder Xiao Wangsheng keeps calling them disabled. After all, in his view, those who cannot synchronize with all possibilities are no different from being disabled. Li Fan didn't refute, but instead pondered in his heart. If we regard spirituality as a quantifiable resource, then the people of the open black lens bracket ye close black lens bracket dynasty have a level of spirituality that is universally far greater than that of the current mountain sea creatures. Both are nurtured from the mountain sea, yet there is such a difference. It seems that the mountain sea itself has gradually suffered great damage in the calamity of Tao annihilation. Li Fan didn't continue discussing this topic with Xiao Wangsheng, but instead discussed with him the matters needing attention after entering the other shore. Apart from our ultimate goal of encouraging the immortals of the other shore to support the stargazing plan, it's best not to conceal anything else. Even including Brother Xiao's origins. Even in this era of decline, which is being devoured by Tao annihilation, the possibilities within the mountain sea are still endless, and any situation is possible. Survivors like Brother Xiao from ancient civilizations are not particularly rare. And the people of the open black lens bracket ye close black lens bracket dynasty, except for Brother Xiao, have no survivors. As long as Brother Xiao doesn't reveal any flaws, you don't have to worry about the risk of our secret being exposed. Those who can go to the other shore are all talented, with great perseverance and broad minds. Their views cannot be reversed or changed in a short period of time. Perhaps it will take a considerable amount of time to achieve results. Brother Xiao, please don't be impatient. Li Fan repeatedly urged. Friend, rest assured, I have this much composure, Xiao Wangsheng said in a deep voice. Li Fan wasn't really considering things for the other party's sake, but just finding an excuse to delay him. And painstakingly, reviving, Xiao Wangsheng was precisely to have an extra guarantee after going to the other shore. He had once sparred with Xiao Wangsheng, as expected of a powerhouse from ancient times who had already become assimilated with the mountain sea. Even though the current Xiao Wangsheng is just a fragment, his strength should not be underestimated. Even igniting the true spirit fire of possibility would hardly hurt him. In Xiao Wangsheng's own words, only a calamity of large-scale collapse and annihilation of the mountain sea could truly threaten him. Open black lens bracket star close black lens bracket, that kind of powerful force that transcends the mountain sea. Other than that, standing within the mountain sea, he is almost an invincible existence. In the past, most of the mountain sea shrines were not very proficient in fighting techniques. This is because there was no single enemy within the mountain sea. The target could be eliminated with a single thought. So why study any techniques? Xiao Wangsheng explained. This is using one force to suppress all methods. Having tried various methods and failing to pose any threat to Xiao Wangsheng, Li Fan sighed with emotion. Although Xiao Wangsheng had nothing to teach Li Fan in terms of techniques or divine powers, this constant contest with someone assimilated with the mountain sea could greatly train Li Fan's adaptability when facing the mountain sea. Gradually, the howling sound from the continuous mountain sea became less and less shocking. Li Fan was also gradually able to sit by the mountain and watch the sea with indifference, like Lord Shukyu. In fact, during these years of implementing the true spirit transformation plan, with the footprints of the illusory profound yellow immortal boat, almost every corner of the mountain sea has been traversed. Li Fan's strength has also been increasing dramatically every day at an incredible rate. His own will covers 1% of the current mountain sea. Although he has not yet reached the point of all selves returning to one, he is not far from the concept of a true, transcendent, powerhouse in the other shore. Because Li Fan is different from other powerhouses who practice the path of all selves returning to one. For He Tianyi, Xie Subai and the others, their other selves and other possibilities have strengths and weaknesses. The strong ones may be at the realm of nameless true immortals. And the weak ones may not even reach the true immortal realm. After all, under the background of the rampant Tao annihilation, the destruction of the immortal world and the severing of the path to immortality is a very likely thing. Consuming another self who will not become a true immortal will only improve them to a very limited extent. But for Li Fan, those phantoms of himself that he secretly scattered out all possess a certain degree of his own strength, not weaker than a true immortal, with a guaranteed lower limit. Especially with the support of the unique structure of the myriad manifestation Tao network, he can also instantly lend a portion of his main body's power to his own phantom far away on the other side of the mountain sea. Moreover, these phantoms entrenched in different possibilities can continue to cultivate by plundering the resources in that possibility. The improvement of each point brings about the improvement of the whole. It can be said that if Li Fan hadn't deliberately concealed himself, his current rate of strength increase could have increased several times over. This is the efficient cultivation caused by having a unified will to coordinate, like the people of the open black lens bracket ye close black lens bracket dynasty. The increase in strength accumulated with each breath is something that cannot be achieved even if a single possibility spends tens of millions of years. This is also why the transcendent realm is a true qualitative change compared to ordinary nameless true immortals. It can turn the infinity of the mountain sea itself into a part of its own foundation. Li Fan recalled the scene when he first met Xie Subai and He Tianyi, which was really no different from an ant seeing the bright moon. No wonder transcenders are so indifferent to things in a single possibility. Everything you see is just an insignificant part of my vision. However, Li Fan also noticed that this rapid improvement by borrowing the infinite possibilities of the mountain sea also has a clear limit. Once this limit is crossed, the improvement brought about by expanding new possibilities will rapidly decline. And the current Li Fan has officially touched this limit. This is also why, after spreading his own phantoms to about 1% of the mountain sea and meeting the needs to ignite the true spirit fire at any time, Li Fan gave up continuing to expand, and instead turned to the real reason for the evolution of the other shore. To go further and reach the realm of a saint like Lord Shukyu who can cross the eternal silent void, I don't know what kind of method is needed. Regarding this point, Li Fan's knowledge is still completely blank so far. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the other shore to know the answer. Although his strength has completed a leap, Li Fan has not forgotten himself. He is very clearly aware that the method he is using is purely a method of opportunism. Compared with the open black lens bracket all selves returning to one close black lens bracket of the immortals of the other shore, his foundation can be said to be extremely unstable. At the very least, for existences like Black Sky Physician and Heretic Su Bai, even if the mountains and seas collapsed and most possibilities were annihilated, their strength would not be diminished in the slightest. But for Li Fan, with the disappearance of each possibility where his illusory figure was stationed, his strength would be weakened by a fraction. He wouldn't even need to be affected by the annihilation calamity, if a transcendent powerhouse were to take action and pinpoint and eliminate each possibility one by one. Then Li Fan would almost instantly be beaten back to his original form. There would be no need to confront Li Fan directly to inflict heavy damage on him. Moreover, besides igniting the mountains and seas and perishing together, Li Fan couldn't find any way to counter this. The transcendent whose strength grows the fastest is also the easiest to be killed, Li Fan mocked inwardly. Besides this, what made Li Fan truly understand his own weight was that all of this could not be preserved and recorded by stillness truth. Stillness truth only exists within the main body. Even with the addition of the Tao source function, it's only limited to a corner of the Xuanwang immortal ship. Once stillness truth is gone, this grand plan that I've built over endless years will vanish in an instant. And I'd have to accumulate everything all over again. My true strength is only that of a transcendent who has adapted to the turbulence between the mountains and seas. This was the predicament Li Fan currently faced, a predicament that even the awakening of stillness truth couldn't solve. So many years of accumulation are only enough for one splurge. Therefore, I must make the most of the advantages brought by this current powerful strength. I even need to borrow strength from others and leverage as much as possible. Li Fan glanced imperceptibly at Xiao Wangsheng beside him. Then, he looked in the direction of his gaze. Hopefully, I can find other unknown transcendent true intent in the other shore. Only the awakening of stillness truth is my true reliance. Whether it was Li Fan's bad luck, or the transcendent true intent was truly too rare. The Xuanwang immortal ship had traversed 1% of the mountains and seas. Yet, besides the solitary sail he found at the beginning, Li Fan couldn't find another transcendent true intent. Therefore, although many years had passed, the awakening of stillness truth was still nowhere in sight. Obviously, this kind of injury to stillness truth couldn't be healed by time alone. It needed the nourishment of external forces. It's more likely that the powerhouses in the other shore periodically patrol the mountains and seas, actively searching for and salvaging unknown transcendent true intent. That's why I haven't found anything, Li Fan couldn't help but think, recalling the caution with which the purple-clad figure had collected the solitary sail in his previous life. My friend, look ahead. In the midst of prolonged silence, Xiao Wangsheng suddenly spoke. Without the other party's reminder, Li Fan already knew from the huge tremor the Xuanwang immortal ship was experiencing. They were not far from the other shore. Just like how the closer one gets to the coast, the more obvious the waves become. Due to the existence of the other shore, the impact of Tao annihilation in this area of the mountains and seas was far greater than in other areas. The Xuanwang immortal ship hadn't been subjected to such shaking for a long time. Fortunately, it had been refined by Li Fan to be sturdy enough to avoid disintegrating in this storm. Li Fan stood tall, peering into the distance. A huge wall of light stretched across the horizon. Li Fan was very certain that before this, the mountains and seas he had seen did not have this wall of light. It only appeared suddenly after the Xuanwang ship passed through the Tao annihilation tide. Li Fan reached out his hand, feeling the warm radiance radiating outward from the wall of light, and faintly sensed a certain familiarity. During his travels through the mountains and seas, although he hadn't observed the existence of the other shore's light wall, its radiance had indeed almost shone in every corner of the mountains and seas. It was formless and shapeless. Before Li Fan had seen the other shore, he couldn't have realized its pervasiveness and existence. Only now that he had truly witnessed the other shore and recalled what he had seen and heard in the past could he belatedly realize it. Knowing allows awareness, ignorance renders one blind. This method is somewhat familiar. Almost instantly, Li Fan thought of the many relics left behind by Sun Piaomiao. The means Sun Piaomiao used to hide his secrets had extremely similar properties to the radiance of the other shore. While Li Fan's thoughts were churning, the Xuanwang immortal ship continued to move forward. When they were close enough to the wall of light, the surrounding wind and waves suddenly subsided in an instant. As if traversing through the void, just as the Xuanwang immortal ship was about to collide with the other shore's light wall. A crisp female voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Within the wall of light, multiple afterimages overlapped. A huge eye quietly appeared, staring intently at the Xuanwang immortal ship and the countless living beings within. The Xuanwang ship's forward momentum was cut off, and it came to a standstill. Li Fan, however, remained calm and said loudly, "This junior has gone through countless hardships, searching all over the mountains and seas, and finally arrived at the land of the other shore. I wonder if I have offended anyone. Why does senior obstruct me? Being able to get here means you already have the qualifications to join the other shore. It's just, everyone else comes alone, solitary and single. Someone like you, bringing your whole family, is a first in the mountains and seas. The Tao of carrying a ship, I must inquire about it." The huge eye did not have any emotional fluctuations and simply replied before disappearing on the wall of light. Li Fan pretended to wait patiently, but in reality, his heart was already stirring with slight waves. At first, he hadn't recognized it. But as the eye spoke more, Li Fan was startled to realize that its voice was 90% similar to that of the starving immortal. Could it be that I've met an acquaintance as soon as I arrived at the other shore? Fortunately, I had already given the starving immortal, who was sealed as a celestial pillar in the Xuanwang immortal world, to heretic Su Bai. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been in for some trouble. Xiao Wangsheng did not know Li Fan's inner thoughts and only stared at the wall of light. After a long time, he suddenly transmitted his voice, "My friend, this wall of light has some significance." "Oh, please tell me, Brother Xiao. When I see the wall of light, it is as if I am seeing the various sacrifices of the mountains and seas from back then," Xiao Wangsheng said quietly. Or rather, seeing the mountains and seas themselves. Upon hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. But with his current perception, he was still unable to glimpse the appearance of the mountains and seas from within. Xiao Wangsheng continued, if I am not mistaken, this wall of light is formed by the combined power of many who are of the same rank as the mountains and seas. Some of them have fallen into slumber. But most of them are still in an active state. It's just, they don't seem to be within this mountain and sea. But regardless, the foundation of this other shore is much stronger than I imagined. Li Fan and Xiao Wangsheng waited for a long time at the bow of the ship. It wasn't until 30 days had passed in the Xuanwang immortal world that the starving immortal's eye reappeared. Although your situation is very complicated, the sages, after deliberation, have still permitted you to enter the other shore. 1619. Li Fan meets all the saints. Once you've met the sages, you're free to move around. However, that only applies to you personally. Your arc of transmigration can only be parked within the star nexus of non-phase. The starving immortal informed him flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. As for you, after speaking to Li Fan, the starving immortal turned its massive gaze towards Xiao Wangsheng. Descendant of the mountains and seas, there are designated residential areas within the other shore. Most places within the other shore are also free for you to visit. There aren't as many restrictions. Now it was Xiao Wangsheng's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected that the massive eye would discern his origins at a single glance. It seems my friend was right. To safely blend into the other shore, it's best not to conceal anything. Li Fan reacted even faster, seizing the opportunity to ask, judging from your words, Senior, it seems there are many descendants of the mountains and seas like my friend within the other shore. Seemingly, it wasn't much of a secret. The starving immortal smiled and said, there aren't exactly many. It's just that these descendants of the mountains and seas have a fundamental difference compared to transcendent experts like us. They have more to talk about amongst themselves, so we simply arranged for them to live together. Li Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. We understand everything and are willing to accept all regulations within the other shore. Very well, that saves me the trouble of further explanation. For some reason, the starving immortal's words faintly revealed a hint of regret. On the massive wall of light, a beam shot out, locking onto the Xuanwang immortal arc. In a daze, Li Fan felt the scene before him suddenly change. Above the firmament, countless streams of purple qi gushed out from the void rifts, transforming into glazed bridges connecting various locations. These bridges seemed to lead to different areas, and one could vaguely glimpse the rapidly changing scenes at the ends of the purple qi bridges. A figure stood silently beside him, bearing a 9/10 resemblance to the starving immortal. The instant he saw this face, a hint of surprise appeared on Li Fan's face, perfectly timed. However, he quickly suppressed it. As a disguise, he took the initiative to bow. Greetings, Senior. The starving immortal keenly caught this detail and asked with amusement, you've seen me before. Li Fan smiled wryly and told the truth, Senior truly has discerning eyes. In my original possibility, I did indeed have a karmic connection with Senior. I even sealed Senior into a celestial pillar to resist the annihilation of Tao. With a hint of fear on his face, Li Fan recounted the entire story, including handing over that starving immortal to Xie Subai. Upon hearing of the tragic fate of another version of itself, the other shore starving immortal didn't show much anger. Instead, it said with utmost calmness, once you enter the other shore, all past karma is erased. Don't worry, no matter what grievances you had with me in the past, they are all written off after you join the other shore. Rest assured, I will never make trouble for you because of that. It's that other me you mentioned. The other shore starving immortal furrowed its brow and looked in a certain direction, Subai, HMPH. Clearly, Xie Subai hadn't brought the starving immortal celestial pillar that Li Fan had handed over back to the other shore. Instead, he had kept it for himself. Let's go, I'll take you to meet the sages. Without dwelling on the matter, the other shore starving immortal quickly returned to its usual expression and said calmly. Following its words, one of the countless purple qi bridges in the sky suddenly came to life, swooping down and stopping in front of them. The other shore is divided into many different areas, vast and boundless. Even for transcendent experts like us, traversing it on our own would be quite time-consuming. Therefore, we need the help of these rainbow bridges of guidance. After stepping onto the purple qi bridge, Li Fan felt the surrounding scene twist and change strangely. He faintly heard tremors and resonances like the exchange of mountains and seas, as if he were rapidly traversing the mountains and seas. However, being within the rainbow bridge of guidance, he felt no discomfort regardless of the obvious changes outside. However, Li Fan noticed that Xiao Wangsheng's expression had become extremely abnormal ever since they boarded the Rainbow Bridge of Guidance. This purple chi bridge, it seems to be made from those who share the same origin as the mountains and seas, Xiao Wangsheng transmitted with some difficulty. The other shore starving immortal seemed to hear the transmission. Strictly speaking, they are mountain and sea compatibles. Like birds soaring through the sky, fish leaping in the sea. Due to their innate abilities, these beings are more efficient at traversing and wandering the mountains and seas than most beings in the other shore. Therefore, the sages used their bodies to create the rainbow bridges of guidance, making it convenient for the immortals to travel to and from the other shore. Despite this explanation, Xiao Wangsheng's expression didn't improve much. After all, in his eyes, these mountain and sea compatibles were almost identical to his mountain and sea sacrifices. They were once revered existences in the dynasty. Now, they had been reduced to mere transportation tools. This other shore is even more dangerous than I imagined. No wonder my friend repeatedly gave such painstaking instructions earlier. Xiao Wangsheng fell into a long silence. He allowed the other shore starving immortal to occasionally say a word or two about the other shore. Actually, in theory, there's no need for me to explain everything word by word like this. Anyone who can reach the other shore on their own can complete all information exchange with me in an instant. However, you haven't met the sages yet. Most of the information about the other shore cannot be told to you. Once you gain the sages' approval, you will naturally know everything about the other shore. The starving immortal explained with boredom. Li Fan asked curiously, "Senior, I've been hearing you mention the name sages. I wonder, what exactly are the so-called sages?" The sages are naturally the various saints. Those who traversed the void of eternal silence and went to the previous segment of mountains and seas are respectfully called saints by us. Before leaving, the saints will leave behind a wisp of their intent in the other shore. This intent is not mixed with any personal emotions and is only for the continuation of the other shore in the mountains and seas. Within the other shore, there are currently 9 saints. The collection of their respective intents is what I call the sages. The other shore starving immortal solemnly introduced them to Li Fan. Then, the sages' approval. Li Fan's expression was somewhat subtle. Everyone's experience is different, but as long as you can return alive after meeting the sages, you'll be considered to have passed the test. Seeming to have glimpsed the fleeting expression on Li Fan's face, the starving immortal added, "But rest assured, the sages are extremely lenient. In the countless years since I became a guardian of the Tao, there have only been 2 cases of failing the test and being punished by the sages. And even those heinous criminals didn't perish because of it. Instead, they are toiling day and night in this eternal heavenly ladder of the other shore to atone for their sins." The other shore starving immortal didn't specifically say what the eternal heavenly ladder was. But from its tone, one could tell that the experience of being imprisoned there wouldn't be pleasant. Hearing the words of the starving immortal, Li Fan, though regaining his composure, felt his heart tighten. Even though he had anticipated facing trials upon arriving at the other shore, the thought of facing a joint trial by 9 powerhouses like the 3 saints still weighed heavily on his mind. I hope the illusion truth art can protect me. If it really comes down to it, I'll have to use the mountains and seas as leverage to bargain for my departure. He could still clearly sense the true spirit fire seeds he had planted throughout the mountains and seas even after entering the other shore. This realization brought him considerable reassurance. Compared to Li Fan's churning thoughts, Xiao Wangsheng was now completely calm. In his view, the dynasty's transcendence method, which invoked the gaze of the stars, was the only way to save everything. Since it was named after a saint, it should be extremely reasonable. If there's truly a method to save everything, there's no reason they would refuse it. Perhaps we don't need to subtly change their views. Directly meeting the saints, explaining the benefits and drawbacks, might convince them to accept it. After all, as a being who had survived from the ancient era of the mountains and seas until now, Xiao Wangsheng had his own ideas. Although Li Fan was his benefactor and friend, he wouldn't act like a puppet, doing everything according to the other's instructions. In Xiao Wangsheng's mind, now that the dynasty had been destroyed and he was the only surviving mountain and sea sacrificer, completing the plan to transcend the mountains and seas and continue the dynasty's mission outweighed everything else. Xiao Wangsheng's heart gradually became firm. Li Fan, however, didn't notice his subtle change. After staying on the Rainbow Bridge of Guidance for an unknown amount of time, the scene before them changed again. "I won't go in. Keep going, the saints are ahead." The starving immortal's voice echoed in his ears, but Li Fan's attention had already been drawn to the wondrous sight before him. It seemed as if he had returned to the mountains and seas. What surrounded him was an endless panorama of the mountains and seas. However, it was different from when he was a single, weak individual, drowning in the mountains and seas. It was even vastly different from what the gravekeeper saw from his mountain seat, gazing out at the sea. Now, Li Fan was as if he had ascended beyond the mountains and seas, hanging high in the sky. From above, he watched the mountains and seas change. Every ripple of the waves was the condensation of countless possibilities. On the quiet and majestic upper mountains, he could faintly glimpse the continuous immortal realm, resembling a sea of stars. And the black aura that covered the mountains and seas, winding and entwining like swimming dragons, was the annihilation calamity that was devouring the mountains and seas. The mountains and seas merged, and annihilation raged. This scene appeared before Li Fan in an unprecedented, concrete manner. Li Fan could not only clearly feel the destruction and threat of annihilation. He could even understand the Tao of the mountains and seas. This perspective is somewhat like the legendary star. It's not a realm I can reach, but the saints. Xiao Wangsheng was gone, only Li Fan remained in the entire space. Taking a deep breath and gradually calming down, Li Fan walked forward calmly. Above the mountains and seas, there seemed to be no concept of time. Li Fan took step after step, and what he saw, felt, and perceived didn't change at all. He almost had the illusion that he was treading in place. But through years of accumulating and scattering true spirit fire seeds, Li Fan had already cultivated extraordinary patience and perseverance. Since the saints are ahead, then as long as I keep walking, I will definitely see them. It wasn't that Li Fan had changed his personality and trusted the starving immortal of the other shore so easily. But it was derived from rational deduction. As the hope of many living beings in the existing mountains and seas, the other shore gathers countless transcended powerhouses in the hope of saving the mountains and seas. It would never play tricks on a newcomer like him. Otherwise, the other shore could not have been established at all, nor would it have survived to this day. Li Fan calmly stepped forward, regardless of the passage of time. He didn't know how long had passed until all other thoughts in his mind had subsided, leaving only the single, pure thought of moving forward. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed again. A ring surrounded him, enveloping him within. 9 figures stood above the halo, all looking at Li Fan in the circle. In that instant, Li Fan felt as if he was bearing the weight of the mountains and seas. His body and spirit were instantly crushed into countless fragments. This change happened so fast that Li Fan hadn't even broken free from the obsession of moving forward. He didn't have time to react at all. He saw himself already transformed into countless starlight-like fragments. It was just that there seemed to be a mysterious power in this ring that allowed Li Fan to maintain his completeness even in this shattered state. Gradually recovering, Li Fan felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Even though he was already in the illusion truth state, it was still the same. Because Li Fan noticed that at the moment he was crushed, the 9 figures outside the halo had rippled together. With the power of the saints, for them to collectively have emotional fluctuations. The fire of true spirit, burning the mountains and seas. Ha ha ha, interesting. A hearty laugh rang out, directly causing Li Fan's heart to sink to the bottom. This sentence had exposed the secrets of his infinite spirituality. Li Fan no longer pretended, his face instantly turning gloomy. The saints' methods were far beyond his imagination. All the silver-tongued arguments, conspiracies, and strategies he had envisioned were useless. At the moment of meeting, the saints had already shattered Li Fan's existence into countless light particles. And then perused them. Any past experience, any secret, any thought. At this moment, nothing could be hidden. Can peeping into people's privacy still be called a saint? As if his clothes had been torn off and he was naked and being watched, Li Fan said in exasperation. Faced with Li Fan's angry accusations, the saints didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Saint is a respectful term given to us by outsiders. In fact, we are just a group of pitiful insects trying to save the world. The other shore condenses countless people's efforts and involves the crisis of the entire mountains and seas. Naturally, no hidden dangers are allowed to enter. Privacy is not worth mentioning in the face of absolute survival. However, these 2 words, spoken from your mouth, are somewhat comical. Voices came from all directions. Li Fan, who had originally been consumed by anger, gradually calmed down at this moment. You saw my infinite spirituality. What else did you see? The saints responded. When truth is acted as falsehood, falsehood is also truth. The name you gave him, True, is not bad. Li Fan could no longer hold on, and his mind seemed to explode. 1620. Breaking through the mist. As Li Fan's greatest reliance, return to truth, had always been regarded by him as his deepest secret. Especially after learning of the ancient legends in the immortal realm, which hinted at a world-saving treasure possibly related to return to truth, Li Fan, fearing that return to truth would be snatched away, went to great lengths to conceal the existence of this peculiar treasure within his body. But he never expected that the moment he met the saints, return to truth would be exposed. Like a meal on a plate being stared at, Li Fan's eyes turned red, and he watched the 9 saintly figures standing outside the light with extreme vigilance. Although his heart was greatly shaken, Li Fan did not lose his reason because of it. He keenly grasped the hidden meaning in the saint's words. You've known about the existence of return to truth for a long time. What exactly is he? Li Fan instinctively asked. The saints remained silent, pointing their fingers at Li Fan's body, which had turned into countless fragments. From the billions of fragments of his body, countless brilliant lights simultaneously bloomed, as if something was being extracted from within. His foundation of existence became fragmented, and Li Fan's consciousness was overwhelmed by immense pain that was difficult to describe. He couldn't even utter insults, only instinctively let out painful roars. Echoing within the halo, as the extraction process continued, some ethereal figure seemed to flash across Li Fan's billions of fragments. With each flash, the figure seemed to become clearer. In contrast, Li Fan's fragmented body began to blur, like ice and snow melting. Burn, mountains, boil, seas. As if enduring endless torture in the Abbey hell, Li Fan's thoughts were intermittent. He couldn't even ignite the true spirit tinder that was spread throughout the mountains and seas, his only means of counterattack. And as if sensing Li Fan's thoughts, the saints told Li Fan in an extremely cold voice, although the other shore is within the mountains and seas, it can be regarded as an independent existence separate from the mountains and seas. Moreover, you are currently within the confinement created by our divine sense. How can your thoughts be transmitted out? Perhaps to make Li Fan give up struggling, so that return to truth could be extracted more easily, the saints paused the torture. You bunch of dogs, go to hell together. However, Li Fan, in extreme pain, couldn't understand what the saints were saying. The moment his thoughts became clear, his heart was filled with monstrous rage. Roaring, he issued the command to ignite the true spirit tinder. But the command was issued like a stone sinking into the sea. Below the halo, the mountains were calm and the seas were peaceful, still silent. Only the collision of mountains and seas, representing the Tao annihilation, echoed like ripples from time to time. Li Fan didn't believe it and roared again and again. His voice was like the wail of a trapped beast, echoing within the light under the gaze of the saints. The saints remained silent, just quietly watching Li Fan's feng-kuang behavior. After an unknown amount of time, as if he had exhausted all his strength, Li Fan finally quieted down. Hey, after taking out return to truth, what will be my fate? Li Fan asked with a tragic smile in an extremely weak voice. Rest assured, we will not harm your life. If you wish, there is also a place for you in the other shore. If you do not wish, you can go to the many possibilities in the mountains and seas. We will not stop you in the slightest. Aren't you afraid that after I go out, I will burn these mountains and seas with a single fire? Li Fan said sharply. Even if you burn the mountains and seas to ashes, how can it compare to a single phrase, return to truth? Only after losing something can one truly understand how precious what they once possessed was. This sentence from the saints completely hit Li Fan's vulnerable spot. Throughout the entire mountains and seas, no one understood the power of return to truth better than him. Even if countless changes occurred in the mountains and seas, with just a thought from return to truth, everything could be restored. It was just that Li Fan, who had witnessed the changes of return to truth, before and after, was about to become one of those who would be restored by return to truth. Without return to truth, how was Li Fan any different from the ants he had once regarded as NPCs? Li Fan's expression became dejected, and he stopped speaking, allowing the saints to do as they pleased. The figures outside the halo pointed again in unison. Return to truth continued to be forcibly extracted from Li Fan's body. Immersed in boundless pain, his consciousness fell into eternal oblivion. When Li Fan regained consciousness, he was already outside the halo, no longer within the saint's field of vision. The gazes of the 9 figures were now all fixed on a jade token in the center of the halo. That, return to truth. This was the first time Li Fan had seen the true form of return to truth, and he stared in a daze. Both sides of the jade token seemed to be extremely smooth, without any symbols, patterns, or carvings on them. But in a trance, Li Fan vaguely saw countless figures transforming in unison. Some, even if their appearance was difficult to distinguish, he could feel their extremely powerful aura. Some, on the other hand, made Li Fan feel vaguely familiar. Countless figures were condensed and gathered on this small jade token. For some reason, the saints all showed extremely complex expressions. Originally, Li Fan thought that next, his infinite spiritual energy would be extracted to supply, return to truth. But he didn't expect that the saints would just say lightly, "You may go," and then expelled him from the halo space. Seeing Li Fan suddenly appear, the hungry immortal of the other shore was slightly startled. So fast. Then he smiled and said, "See, I told you not to worry." Before he could finish speaking, his gaze met Li Fan's crimson eyes. Even though the hungry immortal's strength was greater than Li Fan's, his spirit was momentarily stunned, and his words were abruptly cut off. However, the hungry immortal didn't take it to heart. Transcendents who had just undergone the saint's test were mostly emotionally unstable. The hungry immortal was already used to it. After Xiao Wangsheng, who was also dejected, came out, the hungry immortal sent them to the area where the transcendents in the other shore resided, the myriad phenomena heaven, and then left on his own. Li Fan was immersed in the pain of losing, returned to truth, in a daze, and didn't care where he was. Although he wished he could immediately snatch, return to truth, back from the saints, it was clear that the collective will of the 9 saints was too powerful. The current Li Fan was no match for them. Even if I make the existence of return to truth public, with the strength of the 9 saints, they can ignore it. Moreover, with the 9 saints having return to truth in their hands, no matter how big a commotion I stir up, they can instantly restore everything. He had always been the master of return to truth. Now, he had become one of those who would be restored by return to truth. Only now did Li Fan deeply feel the sense of powerlessness when facing return to truth as an enemy. His heart was shrouded in despair, and Li Fan spent several hundred years in the myriad phenomena heaven like this. Even as time flowed, his thoughts still lingered on the day he lost return to truth. He repeatedly relived the scene of meeting the saints, tasting his own powerlessness. I transmigrated here, thinking that with the help of the return to truth treasure, I could achieve eternal life and freedom. But I never expected. Li Fan smiled tragically in his heart. Suddenly, Li Fan was stunned. Since I transmigrated here, since I transmigrated here. His thoughts replayed the scene of being interrogated by the saints, and Li Fan murmured, "It seems there's something wrong." The saints saw my infinite spiritual energy and saw me carrying return to truth. Why didn't they see that I transmigrated? The identity of a transmigrator was a secret that Li Fan considered as important as the existence of return to truth. However, the saints seemed to overlook it. My homeland is completely different from these mountains and seas. Even though the Xuanwang immortal boat has traveled throughout the mountains and seas, it hasn't found a similar possibility. If the saints had seen it, they would never have just ignored it. But it's clearly in my memory, so why didn't the saints, who can see everything, discover it? Li Fan's brows furrowed deeply. Once suspicion arose, it was difficult to dispel. And in his constant repeated thinking, Li Fan discovered more suspicious points. My infinite spiritual energy is definitely something that would shock the world. Even if the saints obtained return to truth, they would still need the support of spiritual energy to activate it. Even if their spiritual energy was as pure as mine, there's no reason to just let me, a free and convenient, return to truth activator, go. With the methods the saints have shown, it wouldn't be difficult to turn me into a machine specifically for extracting spiritual energy. But the saints only mentioned my plan to burn the mountains and seas. Li Fan suddenly looked up, looking again at where the saints were in the other shore. After staring for a long time, he looked around, looking at the time and space he was in. There are too many contradictions. They want to show the power of the saints, but there are errors between reality and theory. It's like, Li Fan held out his hand, deduction and simulation have reached their limit. Simulation. This keyword triggered a memory buried deep in Li Fan's mind. At that time, he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Suffering from amnesia, his attention was drawn by the lines of flashing characters on the screen in front of him. Facing several different options, he hesitated for a long time. Finally, he decided to activate the simulation again. And then, he returned to a month ago. Step by step, he went from Immortal to the Grand Tutor of Great Zan, and then went to the Xuanwang realm. He met Emperor Taishan and was sent to the past. 10,000 years ago, he regained his memory. He explored the method of transcendence and finally reached the other shore. The scenes of this life quickly flashed through Li Fan's mind. Because too much time had passed, Li Fan's head became dizzy. But he always grasped a key core point. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Clearly before, return to truth could be activated. But after I entered the simulation again, and fell into the long river of time, when I wanted to activate return to truth to save myself, it failed. Exactly. Like a thunderbolt, it cleared the fog. Combining this with the fact that the saints couldn't see his memories from before he transmigrated, Li Fan vaguely had an answer in his heart. Could it be like this? Li Fan was somewhat lost in thought. Once, he had trapped the Celestial Doctor with an Immortal-level illusion formation. But in the end, when the Celestial Doctor faced the hungry Immortal of the Immortal Ruins, because the illusion formation couldn't truly simulate the power of a true Immortal, the Celestial Doctor eventually saw through it. The current situation is exactly the same as this. It's just that what I'm experiencing isn't an illusion formation, but the simulation of return to truth. It's not that the real 9 saints can't see my memories from before I transmigrated, but that the 9 saints in this mountain and sea created by return to truth can't. Or rather, return to truth can't. A sharp light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The upper limit of the time node that return to truth can trace back to is only the moment I first transmigrated to the mountains and seas. Before that, my existence was a blank slate for return to truth. My identity as a transmigrator, and even my infinite spiritual energy, are variables outside of this simulation. So when it comes to the mountain and sea level, touching the upper limit of the simulation, it can only be vaguely passed over like this. His heart, which had been dead silent due to the loss of return to truth, began to beat again. Li Fan stared intently in the direction of the saints. No wonder the process of return to truth's awakening was a bit too difficult. Even though I traveled throughout the mountains and seas, I couldn't complete it. A long time ago, I felt like I was just a little bit away. Until I came to the other shore, it was still like this. Moreover, facing the 9 saints' deprivation, return to truth didn't resist at all. Like a surging spring, thoughts kept gushing out. Li Fan's eyes regained their color. It's very simple to verify this. I just need to meet the saints again. These mountains and seas are almost identical to reality. The saints are the only flaw. Even if it's just my delusion, it doesn't matter. The saints are merciful, so they probably won't blame me. Thinking this, Li Fan went straight to the meeting the saint platform. But he didn't expect to be stopped by the hungry Immortal halfway. People of the other shore only have one chance to meet the saints when they first enter the other shore. To see the saints again, one needs to make a great contribution to the other shore. Li Fan stared at the hungry Immortal, sensing the fluctuating aura on the other party, and finally chose to back down. After returning, Li Fan forced himself to calm down and thought carefully, this simulation is very different from the ones I experienced in the past. Perhaps it's the change brought about by the fusion of the 3 paths. The absence of return to truth seems to indicate that it's not what truly happened in reality. But in this life, I often feel my spiritual sense warning me. For example, when I was going against the flow in the long river of time. It seems that if I fall in this time and space, I will truly die. It's indistinguishable from reality. Even if I realize that what I'm experiencing now is a simulation, it's not easy to wake up from this simulation. The 9 saints are the only breakthrough. Li Fan chose to temporarily lie low. He inquired about the changes that had occurred in the other shore in the mountains and seas in the past 100 years. Perhaps it was the addition of the return to truth factor, which exceeded the upper limit that this simulation could bear. Therefore, its influence was blurred again. The saints obtained this peculiar treasure, but there were no changes at all. This made Li Fan even more certain of his judgment. It's just, how do I exit this simulation? Li Fan frowned slightly.